Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome into the most important day of Stage 2. This is the European playoffs. This is day 2 of the playoffs. Welcome back to the action. Welcome back to the broadcast. We have to crown ourselves a European champion. But before we get there, I got to bring in Dream Crazy, my co-caster for the day. And we're going to be talking about what happened yesterday, how we got here, and where we have yet to go. Ellen, welcome into the show.
Hi, thank you so much for that introduction. And yeah, I'm really excited. This is it. We get to crown somebody today, and I couldn't be more excited to get into it.
It's going to be a fun day of Call of Duty. Let's take a look at the bracket because, well, we've had a couple of teams that we've withered away, and we'll finally find ourselves now with 3 remaining. Here's how things played out. It was Vengeance kicking it off against Doge Nation on an opposite stream. That continued, and Vengeance beat Doge on some of their better maps, including that very tricky Berlin Game 2 S&D. Vengeance win that one 3-0 flat out. They moved to the winter finals. Then we saw Rocker Academy versus Ultra Academy on our stream, and while it was close at times, Rocker were able to handle the pressure and move on to the winners finals to meet Vengeance. Down in the lower side of the bracket, we had to reset the day, jump off air. Some tech issues aside, they continued the matches. Doge Nation could not put up the fight they wanted. Ultra Academy moved on in the sweep, and they were then met by Rocker Academy, where, of course, Rocker, currently playing in that winners finals, was unable to overcome the hurdle of Vengeance. So Vengeance has handled the pressure. They're now into the grand final, and we get a quick rematch in the lowers finals to determine our top 3. If it's Rocker Academy, it's Ultra yet again. Ellen, we're getting a rematch for the lower finals. I think this is only fitting given how these teams have played this season.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, it's the rematch, right? Again, but we think about that game yesterday, and my goodness, Rocker, like in the driving seat, essentially kind of through the series, but there was some signs of life for the Ultra, which we'll get into in just a second. But overall, what are the keys do you think that they need to win today? We already know that this squad is really, really good at respawn. They need to keep doing that. Keep winning the hard points, keep winning the respawns, and you'll be okay. And of course, Real has just been having a lights out performance all season long. The only issue really here for this squad was Metals turning it up, and he did that yesterday. We saw it in the Guvutu. He started off so strong, and he continued that throughout the whole series, throughout the day. That's exactly what we need here today. Continue that, Metals, keep doing what you're doing, and keep winning those respawns.
Yeah, one of the most impressive performances from yesterday, really for me, was Journey in the sub role. Now, this has always been a player who's been excellent at that, but he was able to turn up when his team needed him most, but importantly, he was consistent with the pressure. Rocker desperately need that kind of play today, let alone this week. If they want to make a chance at the grand final, you win one best of 5, you're there playing again in a rematch against Vengeance, but also the S&Ds were crucial. They were able to take down Ultra in what seemed like a very, very tough S&D, but regardless, Rocker were able to win constant first bloods in and around the site. Bocage was not kind to Ultra Academy, and from there, Rocker went on to carry that momentum into the control and then further on into the hard point. So I'm looking at the game 2s for Rocker, a game or map mode, I should really say, where Rocker have not always been the cleanest, but it seems that their S&D has certainly improved this week. And if they can keep that going, S&D does win championships. But now over to their opponent. It's Ultra Academy again. We are seeing this matchup time and time through for these two teams. Arguably the 2 best in the region before Vengeance decided to turn up and become the kings of Europe. Right now, Harry, Vortex, Furious, and Beans, it's going to take a full 4-man effort if they want to take down Rocker.
Indeed. And I mean, we think about back to those games yesterday. Realistically, Minnesota had the lead, but Ultra started to finally out-rotate them. So if they want... Okay, so we know that Rocker needs to win the respawns, but if Ultra wants to win those, essentially I see it as this. They need to keep doing that. Beans, obviously, keep performing, keep locking down those lanes, and Harry to follow with it. We saw in the hard point where, again, it was Ultra that slowly started to come back, but it was just a little bit too late. I would like to see Ultra just kind of just set the pace and take control before Rocker does.
Yeah, one of the top overall KDs in the region for Beans at a 1.25. He's been lights out for this squad, and that's one of the biggest reasons why Ultra Academy find themselves in this position and looking for revenge early on, especially after the early loss to Rocker. It was a heartbreaking one for Ultra Academy, especially given how Cup number 7 went. But regardless, you find yourself in this position in the lower finals. Loser goes home, winner moves into a chance to take down the Kings in Vengeance. But here's the series layout. Similarly to yesterday, we start off with Gavutu Hardpoint. This one will be interesting. We'll dive into it, but followed up with 2 Tuscans, a Berlin, and a Game 5 Bocage if necessary. Ellen, We're kicking things off with Gavutsu Hardpoint. I was thinking what the maps might be like for this series. We're getting basically a complete repeat of Game 1 from yesterday.
Yeah, basically, the only two maps that are switched around is that Bow Cage is the last map now, and then we're going to getting a Tusken for map 2, which we know, essentially, Ultra is good at. So, yeah, realistically, Ultra here, they need to win the Gavutsu because yesterday did not. It was 250 to 234, and again, Rokkr started off strong. Ultra can't let that lead just run away from them.
No, they absolutely cannot. And maybe it's the battle of the mid game there for the subs. They were so good on Gavutsu, but in the end, Ultra with the out rotations, more importantly, able to secure multiple strings of hard points together. Very much looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. And I believe we won't have a delay this time. I think the games are almost ready to go. And with that, folks, welcome in to the final day of playoffs for Season 2. Europe has been a fun one to watch, and it's more importantly being an exciting one to finish with. Why don't we get into the action right underway? Gavutsu Hardpoint for Game 1 of this series. Your lower finals, Rokkr Academy, Ultra Academy, and shout out to Paradox and Cleaner. We had them for a game yesterday, and we're happy to see them back. Ellen, I'm excited to get into it.
Ooh, I certainly am, Sean. This is the stage 2. Who is going to be the crowns? And my goodness, I'm just so excited because I think the excitement is coming from, obviously, this is my first day ever crowning a champion, Sean, I have to say. But either which way, we're hopping on board with Beans. And look at the start from this. This is what we wanted to see from Ultra Academy. Aggressive this time around and in control to start. It's fierce. Holding down P1.
Let's going to see how those subs eventually play out on this P1 hold. And early on into this hard point, you're looking for obviously a lot of contest time. But for Rokkr, I think the keys to victory going into this Game 1, let alone the early stages of this series, set the pace early with the subs. Get Journey in a position to find success inside the hard point. Keep it scrappy, keep it chippy, and make sure you hit your rotations with those ARs out in position. But even with Metals being a slower player for this squad as of late, it doesn't mean he can't have the same effect. Though, that's a 3-dead spree for Rokkr. And they will find themselves inside the hard point with that 12 seconds still to give. So we'll hit the rotation, but Ultra still with the lead.
Yeah, and that's one thing about Rokkrs we know is they're really good with their hardpoint breaks. They wouldn't be the best hardpoint team for a reason. But yeah, as they break that P1, the fights are going to ensue for Metals on the P2 rotation, and Stevo wins it. So now it's Ultra still in control, but the scrappy gunfights do ensue, and it's Lucky zoning out forward in the front, does able to take down a kill on Beans. So Lucky looking to break, does slide on through and contest the time. And ring around the rosy, he does dance, but Harry ultimately wins the kill. And now it's the secure for Rokkr Academy. And looking mighty fine for that next rotation as well. 30 seconds left on the point for P2.
Yeah, still plenty of time to still fight over, but for Rokkr, again, you're looking for that early time where you can filter it out towards mid-map, get your subs in position to contest, but the AR lanes will be a little bit more congested than usual. You know what you're running into against Ultra Academy. You will get challenged on a lot of those outer lanes. So player 8, that's Metals. He's going to make sure he secures spawns for Rokkr on the rotation, but also to try to help Real in a gunfight. It looks like it might ensue on the top side of your minimap. It will. Metals can't win it, and that's a 2 big piece coming through from Harry and Beans. Beans will be able to work his way towards New, and with that, maybe Ultra in a position to get the early time, but now just a team nade that kind of slows this one down as Rokkr have spawns, and they have the early time.
Indeed, but still, Ultra have an opportunity to break there as they can come through the cuts and through that beach side. But again, all members of Ultra Academy do fall, and Beans is the last alive on the anti-air gun. So now a stun check essentially does come out and does get the kill onto Metals there with the help of Stevo, but still, the time is the issue here. There's only 33 seconds left on this beach hill, but regardless, the break does come in from Ultra. And now, on the driving seat, Ultra do get the secure time here for the scrap, hopefully. As Stevo is the last alive on point, but doesn't win. And Ultra just kind of decide here just to back on down, set up for New, and give that up.
Yeah, it's the patience early on from Rokkr that's really standing out. I mean, Real and Lucky being more than willing to sit back on those initial pushes from Ultra and wait for a contest, wait for opportunities where numbers are there to fly in and contest that time. They do so. They give about 10 seconds in the process, but they get the last 15, so it nets out at a positive. And now we will hit the rotation over towards P4. Set up early and waiting. It is Ultra Academy with those back spawns and positioning out towards the boat, so they have some room here to push Rokkr into unfavorable gunfights, but that entry win by Real is huge. He will convert it for 2. Autobaton doing just what it needs to. Spawns in the back for Ultra. Break in for Rokkr. And not a big win through the back, but even with that, the pressure seems to be there. However, Ultra recover nicely towards P1, and they maintain the early time.
Yeah, and that was such a great positioning too from Furious, because originally he was on the boat side and they kind of were just locking down the boat and just waiting for that push to come through the beach, but able to kind of just recognize that, get the kills, and obviously rotate over to the P1 side. Furious is doing a very good job of just kind of maintaining those spawns, and obviously he's streaking out right now. So 5 streak for him, and he's got the rotation, but still he's got members of Rokkr Academy who are pinning him down. So Furious does fall, and Harry to pick up 2, at least kind of clears out the point in the back beach area. But the problem is, of course, Rokkr Academy are set up green, and Stevo's going to look here to break, but this is going to be tough if you're Ultra Academy. They have to look and figure out how to work this angle. And again, you see Furious on the flank side wrapping around that deep beach area.
Can't overlook the kill on the Furious. He was able to shut down streaks, and you keep the glide bomb out of play early on, but the positioning here, it seems, for Ultra Academy, as they are able to work their way towards the boat. You have a bit of room to work with in the front, but where do the kills come through? Steve able to find one at the top. However, with these trades and essentially all purple now, Rokkr doing a very nice job on the defensive end to keep the pressure outside of the hard point. 11-9 for Beans, but on the other side, 1:07 inside the hill for Journey. So your front sub's doing most of the dirty work and converting it into kills. That's another 2-piece for Ultra on the board. Quality lead for Rokkr right now, but nothing too dangerous that Ultra can't work out of. And with that nade, we will see the rotation begin to ensue on the top side of the minimap. Ultra will be set up yet again. And can they essentially do what they did on P4? Lock down the early 20 seconds, then wait for Rokkr to get in a position to challenge. This could be another quality hold from Ultra, getting back in this game.
Indeed, last time around here, of course, Ultra had that driving seat in the control, and it was Rokkr that broke essentially about for 15 seconds. So looking good here for Ultra to claw their way back a little bit in, and might I say, push coming in from Rokkr on all ends, but still taken down. As you see, Ultra Academy are just kind of clumped up on that point, playing it very safe though. 30 seconds left, and Harry still locking down those sight lanes with that automaton in hand. 25 seconds left, and it is contested. Lucky slides in with that MP40 and does take him down. So ultimately, Rokkr do again break for that. Well, as I say that, there's Furious with a 3. Never mind. He doesn't get taken down, and he actually gets 4. So that, what it looked like Rokkr Academy were going to get that scrap time, Furious just comes in and wipes off the whole team, Sean, and he's still going.
Yeah, it's a big 4, and it gets you about an extra 6 or 7 seconds. But the only question now is how do they convert that, or really push that towards a middle map structure where they get some pressure past the 50-yard line. They're able to maintain some of those spawns and lock down this P2, because again, the rotation does matter early on when we get towards the middle part of this hard point. Yesterday, how this team played out, were they able to get Rokkr on the back foot and really pressure them over towards that P4 side? You're going to need that same aggression at the top of the boat, and it seems that it's paying off. Fury's starting to light up now. 14-12 has certainly turned things around, not having the greatest game on that second P1, but he's getting back into the swing of things. And down to the ground goes Beans, but it's a 2-piece in the kill feed for Rokkr, and Number certainly here, so one more on the push and extra on the swing. Rial will try to move his way in, good for 1. Shots in the back, but trying to stay alive. Reinforcements surely should be here for Rokkr. Instead, they like to give up those last 14 or so seconds. 1 extra challenge just for the good books, but even here, we look at the rotation out towards the beach, and it looks like Rokkr will be set up ready and waiting for the next hill. And this would be a huge one for them. If they can chain 30, 40 seconds together, they get the lead right back.
Yeah, and that was such a beautiful hold. And of course, props to Harry for securing a couple of kills on those rotation for P2 to secure. And again, it was Furious trying to sneak through that beach line and does get taken down. So Rokkr Academy do have control and medals. Holding down that tank side on the beach. The push coming in from Ultra Academy now is 3 all members actually pushing on this side. Not really a split push zone I would like to see here, but again, you got to look at the clock, and you don't necessarily want to flip because you want to hold for the new. So Ultra Academy is still fighting through the front, and Lucky holding the line here. Kind of, they are successful, and you see Rial zoning out, pushing them back to try to flip for new. And you take a look at number 8, Metals is going to be doing that. So Rokkr Academy essentially hold this whole entire time. Very successful. Ultra Academy, they have to answer back on this next rotation.
It's been a multitude of individual gunfights that have gone Ultra Academy's way, especially in those outer lanes where the transition becomes a little bit more congested. So when we move into that traffic spot, you are looking for the ARs to pick up 2 pieces to help the subs get into the hard point. But last time we were here, Ultra Academy did a very good job of maintaining spawns and keeping the pressure of the subs for Rokkr on the outside of the hill. We'll open it up with the nade. That first blood could help the swing, but here comes a potential contest. Stevo letting shots ring out in response, but no one moving out of position for Ultra. And not only that, they get kills to follow follow up with it. So there are numbers here for the trade. Everyone watches their cross, and it's another big win for Ultra Academy inside P4. They've locked up the first 20 seconds, and they're locking up the last 35. No one from Rocker in a position to contest.
Indeed, and this could be good because, I mean, and Stevo, essentially, he has been having an automaton in his hand, so that extra AR has been working out, of course, for Ultra Academy and in securing this time, but as they swing the leave in their favor, Beans still holding down the line with that MP40 in his hand. He's going to have to be thinking about those rotations, though. Ultra Academy are going to quickly move off the point, and the races are on. Let's see if Furious this time, though, can knock it down. He keeps the subs, like you said, they just keep clawing their way in somehow and kind of finding a strategy to essentially take down Rocker, isolate one member. And you see Harry, of course, with the follow-up. So Ultra Academy essentially always have a member there as well to pick up those trades, and beautifully doing so. This could be a beautiful break for them. They just have to clear out the back. Harry does get a couple, but still, it is Rocker Academy spawning that back green area. So now, as we say that, there's another flip.
Give and take a couple of hard points. Both teams getting their share of things, but this game one could come down to P5. Plenty of time here for Rocker to walk away with the win. An extra challenge goes into Lucky's pocket. That's 2 in a row on a 6 spree of his own, and Harry might be the next victim, but a swift kill feed goes the way of Ultra Academy. Now a couple of extra breaks, but instead, Real with the automaton in hand finds 3. The break, the hold from Rocker. It's good. Goodbye spawns. Hello, new time. 247. Make it 250. It's Rocker Academy. Just 1 extra second. There it will be. Game 1 win on Gavutu. They do in this what they couldn't do yesterday. They're able to shut down Ultra Academy, and Rocker find themselves a Game 1 win in the opening hardpoint. One of their better map mode combos, and a conversation we had hit on yesterday that finally pays off today for the boys in purple, but both teams of the same color. Ellen, talk to me a little bit about that hardpoint, because, man, it seemed that if Ultra's going to get P4, Rocco will get P5. We were more than happy to trade that off, and in the end, a couple of big 3 pieces did secure it for Rocker.
Yeah, and they took turns capitalizing on the money hills, right? You had Rocker that was holding that P3, and then it was Ultra that held that P4. So a lot of time really went to Rocker in that last rotation there, and I was really looking at Furious because it seemed like he was always the one to kind of knock them down in some way, shape, or form, and finding those long routes around the map. I just would have liked to see that a little bit more collapsing on that P3, but either which way, fantastic job from Rocker Academy holding down the line.
Both these teams playing so damn well. You can see it in every single hardpoint. There are small micro calculations that they're going to make, and a couple of audibles from the ARs, especially when rotating through P1, trying to get set out towards boat. But in the end, it was like watching a chess game, and sometimes it just comes down to a couple of key kills, and it just seemed that Real was able to find it. We talked about him being an X factor in S&D, how explosive he can be, how he can take up and turn over games. That's an amalgamation of a sentence that you can just flip around for yourself. As Real was able to find 3 in the back, it's just a huge, huge break and a well-deserved win by Rocker, but take nothing away from what Ultra were able to do. Again, 250 to 216. This one about as close as you could ask for, and very much could have came down to 1 extra hill, but P5 was all of Rockers, and you can see it there. 20 untraded kills for Real, 26 and 21. But it really came down to the sub pressure, and Journey was about 1:07 in the hill, and we were only into our 3rd set. That was what stood out to me. He had so much time, was doing all the dirty work to get Rocker ahead.
Yeah, I agree with her there. And, you know, majority of the time, though, we did see a lot of setups, and Stevo, essentially, he would have been that one to, you know, pull out a sub there for some hills. But regardless, they were getting set up either which way really well. We saw Harry on those rotations getting a couple of those key kills, Beans as well to follow. But in the end, it came down to a rotation because that P4, like you said, Rocker Academy, they were set up and they just could not find a way to break. So, chess game, Sean, if you will, it definitely was. Both teams are just looking immaculate, and I just can't wait to go throughout the series.
Yeah, you're going to need that final form today, specifically if you want to get it to a grand final and play a team like Vengeance, who is red hot waiting for the winner of this matchup. But just to give you a little bit of context for how some of these teams got here, right? Like we saw Toronto Ultra drop down after their best of 5 against Rocker, but Rocker went on to play Vengeance, and they took the opening hardpoint on Berlin by a 66-point margin. Pretty good one, and they looked comfortable. Again, one of the best hardpoint teams in Europe, let alone the game. Rocker got it done. But then they lost the following 3 maps. They lost the following S&D, Control, Hardpoint. You know the deal. So they didn't find a way to clutch up in the latter half of the series, and it seemed that they got the wind out of them when they needed to come up big. Now we go to Tuscan S&D, followed by a Tuscan Control, and this is actually a big test. Not only can Rokkr have the same success that they had yesterday against Ultra Academy, but also can they turn things around compared to how they played Vengeance and keep the momentum on their side, because Tuscan S&D is not an easy map.
That's correct. It's not. And it's not particularly it's not like no team is obviously like better. Like this is kind of fairly even for both teams. But if I'm Ultra Academy, I would be a little bit worried about that sub pressure, because we know that Tuscan, we see a lot of those mid pushes, those unexpected flanks, maybe just holding those awkward angles through the pushes through the rooftops. Like, I would be a little bit worried about that, because from Rokkr, obviously that sub presence was amazing from the first map, and now carried into the Search and Destroy. It's a different game. But on the other side, on the Ultra, I'm gonna be looking at Harry, because we know Tuscan is his playground. I think the last time he played on it, he had like 15 kills, Sean. So I'm going to be looking at the AR. Yeah, I'm going to be looking at those AR picks, and just essentially him locking down the lanes, locking down that top church area, locking down grass, pulling out a sniper, maybe even for beads. Like, I'm worried for that, but also, again, it's just this sub pressure that from Rokkr that is really going to shine, I feel like, here.
Yeah, we might be seeing a counter snipe in the first couple of rounds, but you're very much going to have to account for the subs early on. And the first bloods will really spell who gets control on this map. You say that about any S&D and Vanguard, it's absolutely correct, but it seems that Tuscan can be a little bit more crafty with where the subs positioning can be, especially around the market. Regardless, though, very interested to see how this one will play out. Again, we follow Tuscan with another one into the control, and then a Berlin if necessary. Everything else is just up to how the series plays out. But in this situation, for Ultra Academy, talk about some of the keys to victory here. You know, they can hit a hard regain going into the S&D. It's only one game so far in the series, but a team that did have success against Rokkr, yesterday in the Gavutu Hardpoint. Then they lost the following 3 maps. This is another interesting scenario for them, where they have to find a way to bounce back, because if they don't, with how good Rokkr's looked, this could be a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and they just really need to capitalize on those first bloods. Realistically, I again, this is where I fight that player mentality shot. I'm like, you can't think about yesterday. This is a clean game, and we must fight for that B site. You see Ultra Academy now working their way towards B. It's Journey. And that awkward angle that we talked about, stopping the push, already the first blood onto Harry. Will he get away with his life? No, he falls. At least Furious able to trade him out. Real, they're left alone. Does dance around a little bit, and there's the bomb. Finds the kill again, so that it leaves Beans in a 1v3.
Well, the subs are getting handled quickly, and this round has gone away. It's Rokkr with the opening win in round 1, and I was wondering how long that sub pressure would continue, because that was a couple of awkward gunfights, but hey, Rokkr are more than happy to take it if it means they do get the trade. And lucky with your final kill cam. But round 1 goes to Rokkr. We still have a long way to go in this one. For just joining us, welcome into the lower finals. This is Rokkr Academy versus Ultra Academy. Both these teams played yesterday in winners round 1. Rokkr walked away with the victory after a 3-1 win. Ultra fight their way back to the lower finals. Rokkr lose to Vengeance, and now we find ourselves here. Welcome into the S&D. Rokkr took the opening round.
And Journey was the first blood. So to start on the other side, you see Rokkr are going to work their way towards the A side, but Stevo able to go and at least make a stop to it through that mid cut. So now that's going to stop the push essentially for Rokkr Academy, and they're going to have to retreat back to their base.
You have Stevo very far pushed up towards the A site, and one small rotation from Rokkr might begin to open up towards the middle of the map, but you are looking for a trade at least to even these numbers out. 4-3 advantage to Ultra. Patient as ever, more than happy to give up a plant if it means they can play for the retake. Don't want to peek anything too unfavorable. Journey might have escaped, but not for long. He will get spotted towards bottom church, and essentially, he escapes with his life somehow, as Harry still has no idea he's moved away. Real will get cut. 4v2, Ultra still have all their numbers.
They do, but still, there's the slide out from Journey now, taking down Furious, who potentially was holding that B site, but still, there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Harry does take down Lucky, and Journey to follow up top church. So now Journey, the last alive in a 1 versus 2, does get tagged up. And still, though, the problem is the time, and obviously getting pinned down in church is a very hard thing to break out of if you have a sub. Ultra Academy answer back and take it to tie it up 1-1.
Valiant effort, but better patience from Ultra. They weren't willing to give up any dry peaks if it meant they immediately get peppered with shots, but the information was good enough for a conversion. They're able to tie up this game. We move in around number 3. So far, 2 kills for Steve-O, 2 for Furious, 3 for Journey, leading the charge for Rocker and everyone in the lobby. Metal's still trying to get on the board for his first in this game. Let's move in around 3. Your bomb carrier will be Steve-O. Pretty predictable if you've watched how he's played in the past couple of years, but it's a Foreman hit over towards A. I don't think the Rocker quite yet know what they're in for, but with a quick plant potentially going down, the round will speed up mightily.
Indeed, and there's Furious with the first blood onto Metal's back grass side. Gonna stun check the back, but nothing connects. Still, the plant is not going off just yet. There's a minute left. It's kind of just waiting for at least another enemy, but the retake in position for Rocker Academy as they're essentially holding that Radio Church side. Still, no plants are coming in. Journey gonna try to maybe take a kill on through the middle. Does retreat back to rooftops, but at least in here in hand, he has Real with him to pick up a trade. So for Rocker Academy, they're recognizing and realizing, all right, no one's at B. Let's make our way towards A. But still, the plant is not off. If you're Ultra Academy, you're not really investing time into this plant. Finally, it starts to go down from Steve-O. The plant is off.
It's going to come down to whether Steve-O was willing to invest into the read on a Journey. Didn't know if Journey fell off, but it doesn't even matter at this point because the plant does go down. Again, Ultra keep all of their numbers up, and that's all you need when you get the plant down. Just play post-plant positioning, get a sub around the site, and make sure they hit their shots. They do it. Ultra, 2 rounds in a row. Nicely done by Steve-O. 4 kills so far in this game, and cleans up the final kill cam.
That was so crazy, Sean. I don't even think he realized that Lucky stuck the defuse. He stuck it, and I just wonder there if Lucky would have got away with that if he just stayed on. But it was very, very sneaky play there as he was trusting his teammates. But still, very huge win on the attacking side for Ultra Academy to take it down. And nade check from all members of Rocker. And Furious right through the middle, guts down Lucky. And what a fast, aggressive push that is. But look where Steve-O is, posted up middle already. And I don't even think they know he's here.
And he can play his life perfectly. He could walk away with a kill or 2 if he's lucky. Here comes Real right up the gut. He'll run right into Steve-O's SMG on a 5-3, maybe make it 6 with a read, but guess is wrong and escaping through Church. Harry will have to make the long route, but instead met with a hail of gunfire from Rocker. Beans left up with a snipe. Finally, the man advantage does go to Rocker Academy, and they do have bomb. But how long does it take for them to get it down towards B? It's a long rotation for Beans. Plenty of time to potentially make this one happen. Can he get in position, though? Looking for one pick. This becomes doable. Bomb goes down. Here comes Beans on the fly. Beans on the loss. And Rocker keep both men up. And they get the round out of it.
Yeah, and that was a very, very good reposition, too, of course, from Rocker. Just rotating over. But Beans, man, makes you wonder if he had anything other than a pistol in that situation. It was tough. But regardless, Rocker Academy taking it, evening it up. And again, those attacking rounds are the key here that have been very important, winning from both sides. But
yep.
Let's see now this time around. Yeah, that's how you expect it to go, of course. Patient plays, playing for a pick. You see Beans now posted up the grass side, and let's see if this time around the subs can maybe play a little bit more aggressive, but Furious this time around does check that corner and make sure Journey's not there. And essentially, it's Metals running down the grass side, takes down Beans, and now Rocker have control over the A site. This is where Steve-O and all members of Ultra are kind of trapped towards that rooftop.
Well, there was no swing with the AR, so I like that call for Metals to go ahead and get aggressive. He does get the first blood. Advantage to Rocker. A couple of trades do come out, but regardless, a 3v2. Bomb still in the hands of Furious. He's getting shots ringing out through the house. He will escape with his life. And plenty of time right now to get this bomb down, but it's all about how you swing into the site. You're going to need a kill to potentially open it up. As we slow things down with Ultra, this is going to become very difficult because Furious is in a position to at least find the entry, but you have Lucky and Metals you still have to worry about, and Lucky probably won't rotate until he's the last alive if that scenario does come into effect. So now we go back towards mid-map, and it's basically up to Metals to get the information. Lucky gets taken down, 2v2, 19 seconds.
And this is very doable, but again, if they can at least take down Real, but Real, they might actually get timing and rotation here. There is only 10 seconds left, and Furious is going to work his way towards the site, but Still, Real doesn't spot this, and now he does. He does take down Fierce while he was planting, so Harry last alive, unable to get the trade, and of course, there's not enough time. Rocker Academy take it again. Now the lead 3-2.
That was excellently played by Ultra, but it was just better positioning from Real. Like, they did about as good a job as you possibly could. They got the kill in Church. They hit the backtrack over towards B. But the patience from Rocker, it's just good. It's good all around. Both teams playing excellent so far in this S&D. Rocker with a 1-round lead. 3 away from a map 2 victory. Ultra trying to tie it up yet again. And yeah, we got to go back and get the bomb. Sometimes that happens. But no flurry of nades in this round. There goes one. Might find the check, but with that delay on the pickup, does Rocker decide to instead slow down their first push and call an audible mid-game as Lucky's looking for the opening pick with the snipe?
He does get naded out, so there's a little bit of information there if you're Ultra Academy, but still, Journey kind of jiggle peeking this mid site is going to at least stop any mid pushes from that nade, but regardless, there is Furious up top. Fire takes down Metals and gets the first blood again. Real at least gets the trade, so now if there's 48 seconds left, it's a 3 versus 3. Stevo gonna look to break, does at least take down Real, and now they have that middle control isolated over by the A site. It is Lucky.
Yeah, you got to push this. He's got a pistol and a snipe. There's no reason to not take this trade, and they do so. This is nicely played all the way around by Ultra. Once you know that Lucky's isolated, push him out. He's got a pistol. Immediately win that, and then get back towards bomb to control the site. This was about as clinical as you could expect. Tied up yet again. 3-3. Going the distance so far in game number 2. Ultra Academy and Rocker Academy battling it out in the lower side.
Yeah, and props to, of course, to Furious with that opening first blood again. It really just, when you get, like you said, Sean, when you get those first bloods, you're able to capitalize and reposition on that. And to follow, too, of course, Harry here, he has a 4 streak. We know that this is his playground, but working their way towards that A site, it's Ultra Academy. And Harry, of course, watching that push through the midline, realistically, could be Metals the one to maybe make a stop here, and Furious takes down Lucky back Church. So again with the first blood and that opening.
Yeah, but how quickly did they sniff out Metals? I mean, even with those extra couple of shots, I think Ultra was thinking about rotating it towards B, let alone trying to get more numbers in the back, so you get a free plant, better positioning. Real has to be careful as numbers are quickly behind, but here comes the push from Ultra. They're trying to get themselves over towards B. Journey, the only one in a position for Rocker to potentially sniff this out, and if he catches Ultra on a swing, that's a lot of information, but Real will get Furious down. 3v3 yet again. Stevo with perfect COD timing could open it up.
Absolutely, and of course the call from Rocker is that Ultra is here. Stevo's not going to go for the plant just yet, but now there is Journey taking down Harry, and he's going to leave Stevo alone. So now in a 1 versus 1, Stevo versus Real. And the repositioning essentially comes in towards that rooftop side, but Real is going to play his time towards the B site. He realistically doesn't need to peek until it's closer to the time, but Stevo doesn't. He's going to go for the plant, and Real's going to wait for the plant. For the retake, Stevo got the plant down now. There's only 40 seconds left, and they might get perfect timing here. Oh my gosh, right around the corner, ring around the rosy, it's Real. What the wraparound and the patient through mid. Stevo gets unfortunate timing there. That was it was a perfect play, Sean. It really was, but COD timing at its finest. Real wins it and gets to defuse.
Yeah, I mean, given the information in the situation, it wasn't a terrible call in terms of moving back towards mid, but, you know, you're kind of hoping, okay, you post up somewhere towards the back fountain, maybe try to get up inside radio, but with what you're given in the moment, both players did what they could, and it's just Rocker who was able to secure it. And that's a big round, let alone going into round number 8, but going up 4-3, much better than obviously being down. 2 more rounds to go. It's a 2-0 series lead for Rocker. Can they find first blood yet again? We jump over towards the P1 side. But Stevo, with the automaton in hand, will meet the stun early on. Doesn't matter. It's Rocker putting pressure over towards B. They have the numbers as well. They could win this opening trade, get bombed down, potentially secure themselves a 5th round.
Indeed, and a beautiful setup from Rocker too, because if you look at Lucky, he's waiting for that push through. They're just waiting. So essentially, if anybody from Ultra Academy does wrap around, the pinch is stopped. And this is the play that's going to happen. This is where it's all going to go down. That patient game for Furious, who does challenge Journey, but the trade doesn't come through. So can he get away? That is the question. And he does, and he gets the kill onto Real. So on the other side, that leaves Lucky last alive. There's the snipe and the complete breakdown for Rokkr. Just like that, Ultra Academy take the round.
That's great patience. He saw the barrel of the gun early on, but was just making sure he could confirm it. Not only plays his life, but gets both kills, so he immediately shut down the push. And your teammates are doing the dirty work on the other side. Everyone contributing for Ultra Academy. 9-6 performance from Furious. He's been lights out so far. On the other side, 3-7 for Lucky. How different would this game 2 be if he's able to turn it around? Metals having a very typical performance, but both teams doing what they can to try to pull themselves ahead. It's Metals right up the gut with the SMG. He will find a nade, but he catches a second from Furious. First blood to Ultra once more.
Indeed, that opening nade, of course, from the team of Ultra. And the swing around it is just to wrap that bomb towards B yet again. But Lucky still holding down the A site. Not really a lot of information. Real at least opens the door towards this P5 hill, and there is Steve-O. Does take him down and gets away with his life. So opening it up again, at least that's going to stop that B push this time around.
That is huge. Getting away with your life. Keeping numbers dead even for both teams. Furious right behind. Furious perfect timing, and he escapes. The MP40's doing the dirty work for Furious. 11-6, make it 12 on a 5 spree. Ultra Academy turning up at Real in a position against Beans. He almost cleans up the kill, but regardless, numbers were there. Ultra, 5-4, 1 round away to tie up the series.
It's Furious. Furious. He is literally finding his way around the map, and we talked about the subs. He is literally so patiently playing perfectly. 5 streak for Furious right now. And my goodness, he's just catching members of Rokkr off guard. It just seems like constantly in their face, or just, again, in those awkward angles and getting away with his life. Trades do come in. Harry with the first blood, but Lucky to follow. Now a 3 versus 3. You see Furious just working his way towards this radio side, just peeking back and forth. And Harry to follow up on top Church, looking down those sight lines. So Journey with the bomb in his hand. There's a little bit of jiggle peeking, and a stun check does come out, but Furious does get away with his life and repositions towards the rooftops.
These teams know each other so well. So many times they've played S&D, whether it's the Cups, whether it's in the Elite Series. The tendencies start to come out and the personalities do shine, but it's the opening pick from Journey. 3v2, but Harry might have spotted a couple that did rotate, doesn't have anyone in position to help, and I think Rokkr might have sniffed out that extra push, so we will backtrack over towards B. As Beans tries to win his opening, he will. Good from the bottom, 36 seconds to go. 2v2 in the challenge there. Rokkr need this for around 11. Real working with Metals. It's Harry, the only one alive. Harry for 1. Harry looking for the second. The bait, the dive. It's good for Rokkr. We go to around 11. A big clutch up inside radio. And we got ourselves one more round.
Oh my goodness, Harry. So close there, that positioning. But Real, of course, Rokkr getting those trades, and Real just set himself up perfectly. Metals and Real, perfect round from them. My goodness, this is so crazy. I just, like, both teams, Sean, reading each other so well. Now here we are at the round 11. On the defensive side, though, for the advantage of Ultra Academy, at least, they don't have to worry about the plant. It's going to be the bomb patiently waiting towards that A site, and Beans locking it in with the sniper. The stun checks do come out, but Rokkr Academy, it looks like they're going to commit. Committing towards that A site, and Steve-O, stun, nade, towards that mid-cut. He has an AR in hand, and Ultra essentially know where Rokkr are going to go. So it looks like the commitment might be towards the B site. And Steve-O does get taken down. So now it's a 3 versus 4 for Ultra Academy.
Yep.
That's not good.
Well, it's going to be who's going to be the first pick. It was Steve-O, but Beans can't land the shot. He has to fall back. Here comes the extra push. Rokkr getting very aggressive, but so is Furious with the sub up on towards the site. He's able to even it out. 3 versus 3. 44 seconds to go. Bomb might go down, but Furious is still alive. He's still alive, and Rokkr getting the plant down. If you're Ultra Academy, you need to get numbers in a position to potentially peel numbers off site, but Real working through the back needs to get in a spot to find the angle. Harry wins it regardless. Ultra Academy with patience in the pocket, finding ways to just peel off these numbers. Beans with a quick scope in round 11. It's Furious through the back, and it's Ultra who take game 2. Tie series with a ridiculous composure. 2 members still alive. In 19 seconds, it's all that's needed. Ultra Academy tied up.
Oh my goodness, Sean, that literally crumbled so fast too for Rocker. Like, they had the first blood, they had the pick, they had the plant, but my goodness, that opening pick from Beans Harry, like, that was insane. That was insane. It happened so fast, but man, what a lights out performance from Furious, because again, I would love to see how many first bloods he had, because he was literally stopping them. I feel like he was just always the thorn in Rocker's side that whole entire series.
Furious was the MVP of game number 2. If he doesn't have the performance he has, Ultra Academy do not win this game 2. And it was constantly down to the first bloods, and even then, they were more than capable of evening up the tallies, keeping it at 3 apiece, 2 apiece, constantly having numbers in a position to trade. And back and forth we went every single round. So crucial, but in the end, Ultra Academy just had the clutch gene, and that's why this team is so damn good in S&D. The Snipe was able to land for 1, but I mean, this was just an impressive performance from both teams, but Ultra desperately needed this series to be tied up.
Indeed they did. And I mean, my goodness, Furious. Yes, AR, sub, it didn't even matter, but the patient plays, and I feel like too, from that first round, Furious quickly adjusted, because you saw Journey was kind of tucked away. They took the round Rocker, and then Furious again just repositioning, Beans, sniper in hand. I mean, all around, these guys just locked in what they needed. 11 non-traded kills, Sean, and he had 6 first bloods. Furious is insane. 14-7 for him, and of course the team to follow. I mean, everybody else, no one went negative. They all did what they had to do, and they showed up here today.
That's the thing. 11 of his 14 kills in game 2 were non-traded. He played his life. He got the opening pick multiple times. He was able to give Ultra at least an advantage. That's insane. He has stepped up massively, was able to turn it around after the opening hardpoint, and now we find ourselves going into a Tuscan control, where so far, this series has been about as close as you'd like for both of these teams. But can Ultra Academy carry the performance they just had in this S&D into that control? Beans at 6-6. I mean, it seems that the ARs, even with Furious kind of running the flex in the S&D, was able to step up massively. Ultra Academy are looking pretty good right now. That game 1 was a bit of a shocker. They've turned it around, and they're now in this series.
Indeed. And I mean, still, regardless, Rocker's looking much better in their Search and Destroys. And even so, Real, he was doing what he's doing, 7 non-traded kills, trying to work up something. But regardless, both teams, I feel like you said, this is like a game of chess. It's hard to even pick out mistakes. I mean, I'm a player, Sean, and even I'm just like, my goodness, these guys are just playing so lights out, because of course, what is at stake? This is the time to turn up. But regardless, lights out performance, of course, from Ultra Academy. And moving forward, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see, because in the beforehand, the Tuscan, it was Minnesota Rocker that had the 2-0 lead, and big credits to Lucky there, who was popping off. But I think it was Ultra that only won the second defensive round. They're gonna need Steve-O here to essentially kick it into gear, because he was the one that was a little bit lax last time around in the series. And of course, we know the offensive plays are a little bit different, as we have not kills, but ticks. So those offensive strategies are going to just change up a little bit, and we're going to see more pushes come out of that, not more so of the patient play where they need to stagger a little bit and play for kills. So, yeah, if you're Ultra Academy, you're feeling good about that. You tied up the series, and going into this, that's that sub pressure we talked about a little bit. Furious showed it in the search, didn't really see it in the hardpoint. We're gonna need to see it in the control.
Yeah, recalling yesterday's series between these two teams that we saw on mainstream here, outside of the final few rounds in S&D where Rocker really ran away with it because of those first bloods, the control was the least impressive game of the series because Rocker dominated. Really, Ultra Academy got 1 round, but in the end, it was a complete wipe. Rocker Academy found a way to get out ahead early. They were winning the contests on the point. They were winning the defensive sides, and they really had no trouble against Ultra. So in the entirety of this series, we absolutely will be going to a Game 4 for Berlin, which, with recency looking the way it is, Rocker Academy won yesterday against Vengeance pretty handedly. It was a 66-point win and swing in the end. This Tuscan control not only means a lot for the series, but we've always talked about these two teams going head-to-head, how important that Game 3 will be for deciding who potentially wins this, because Rocker looked very good on Berlin, And if they can win this Tuscan, again, this series could be wrapped up in 4. But for Ultra, you have to have a better performance than you had yesterday on this map mode combo, where it just seemed like they kind of rolled over at a point where Rokkr was just way too dominant and Ultra had no answers.
Yeah, I agree. And it's really, like you said, it's kind of like that, the pace of the game. Minnesota Rokkr, like, they really set the pace in the beginning, and they start off so strong. They did it even yesterday in the hardpoint in the Gavutu, but even though they lost it, still, it seems to be that's like the trending pattern is, can you not let Minnesota Rokkr run away with that lead and start off so strong? Ultra's going to need to be able to do that, especially in the Berlin, because again, Rokkr ran away with that lead. They started to work their way back, if you remember, towards that P4 hill. It seemed like P1, P2, the first 2 points were like always the hardest for them, but they kind of inched their way back towards the lead towards the late game. So realistically, I want to see a strong start from Ultra, because Minnesota, again, when they get that advantage and they get that lead, they really do run away with it.
It always feels like whichever team wins the opening offense, whichever team wins their first offense, usually has a pretty good time of things, especially on Tuscan Control. And we're looking forward to it. We hope you are as well. Let us know in the chat who you expect to take the series. If channel points existed, I would ask you to use them, but they don't. So use emotes instead. Regardless, we're tied up 1-1. Ultra Academy and Rokkr Academy going head-to-head for the second time in a 24-hour span. It was Rokkr who walked away with the win yesterday. And so far today, been a little bit closer. The SCD goes the way of Ultra. Now we go to a Tuscan Control. Winner of this series goes to the grand finals to play Vengeance, who we will get into that when the time is ready. But that is a very scary and dangerous team that is playing some of their best respawn they've played in weeks, and they have really turned it up in the last week or so for Season 2. So there's a lot of money on the line, a lot of stakes, a lot of pride, a lot of bragging rights, but it seems that it just is going to come down to these controls. And if that is the case, we are happy to see it. We're almost ready to get into Tuscan Control. We thank you for your patience. Ellen, talk to me a little bit about what Ultra need to do, keys to victory here in Game 3. They want to take a series lead for the first time in these 2 matchups against Rokkr.
Well, we mentioned that sub pressure. So realistically, I want to see that aggression off the start, like I said earlier. And I'm looking at Vortex. I'm looking at Stevo. He again yesterday didn't have the best performance on this map. So if he can turn up here today and have a different performance from yesterday, I think Ultra's going to take this one this time around. But of course, we're not making a prediction. We're just saying both these squads are so good, Sean. It's really hard to sit there and point out, what can they do to win. Realistically, we don't know who is going to come out on top. But man, with how close these teams are, it's hard. It's hard to even choose. It's hard to say. I'm like, gosh, I really just want Ultra to just work on that sub aggression, and Minnesota Rokkr, they know what they need to do to win. They've done it before. They need to be able to just do what they do and run away with it. Don't let Ultra break them down, because Ultra's really good at it seems like, again, breaking them and making them chaotic.
Yeah, normally there was a time where we would talk about the investment of streaks and, being able to earn those. And while that certainly happened in hard points and happened in controls, it seems that, at least for the start of this year so far, it's a little bit more rare that we see a glide bomb get used, because it's just the nature of Vanguard, how fast this game plays. But I feel like if streaks do come into effect in this game, which is a very good chance given the quality and caliber of these players, it could obviously be a factor. But we've also seen bad investments of streaks, where I believe it was the control yesterday, where I think Rokkr used one of their glide bombs going into round number 3 that Ultra would eventually win that round on defense, and Rokkr used it a little bit haphazardly, and they ended up losing the round. So we were sitting here questioning, was that the best use of the streak? If we have that today, we have yet to see a streak that's costed someone a game, but it's certainly a factor we have to consider and a variable that does exist in competitive. So Ellen, anything on that note when it comes to glide bombs and lack thereof going into this week?
Well, yeah, if they're earned, of course, invest in your streaks well. But even though Minnesota Rokkr used that streak, they still capitalized and won the next round. But if you're Ultra, yes, you need to be able to get the streaks, but you need to be able to win those offensive rounds. They only took 1 defense yesterday, so offensively, that's what I'm going to be looking for. Can you take an offensive round? Yeah. And of course, secure your defenses, but at least with the difference in play, we may see a little bit of difference in strategies with the control, with the ticks and the tick progression and the kill progression.
Yeah. It's going to be a good one, folks. I hope you guys are enjoying the action. If you are, keep watching because we got more Call of Duty coming for you today. After Europe, it's North America next up to bat. They have their lower finals followed by their grand final, so you don't want to miss it. But we get back in to our lower final matchup. Rokkr Academy Ultra currently tied 1-1. Rokkr take the opening hard point. Ultra tied up in the S&D. We nod ourselves up going into this control. First blood for Ultra, second for Real and company. And now we will move our way over towards the B point as Ultra will hold on the attacking side. Defense, excuse me.
Indeed, kind of splitting it up here. I mean, you already see how aggressive Furious is. Take a look at number 8. Already kind of mixing up Rokkr in their spawn. Real gonna look to follow with the trade, but doesn't connect. Looking a little shaky there. But at least Furious is cleared off the base. So Rokkr gonna regroup here. Kind of work their way towards that A site, but it is only Harry there defending. At least members of Ultra Academy getting that mid control, which is super important. Again, it just seems like Rokkr can't get out of their base, Sean.
Oh, the numbers currently start to spread over towards A, and you've seen a couple of gunfights go in the way of the masses. Lucky able to open it up with 2. So that does slow things down for the moment, but we look at the AR set towards the back. 28 seconds to go into the point for the now. Ultra Academy trying to play defense. Rokkr trying to break their way in. Real might help things, but it's 2v1 around the site. Beans can't convert the kill. Playing his life, hoping teammates are there for support. Cavalry moves their way in, and Rokkr desperately looking to get some feet inside. Player number 4 is Metals. He will find his way in. Stevo cuts him down, beats his own trade. Back and forth we go. It's absolute chaos. Rokkr finally get into B.
They do, but they only have 14 seconds left. So although that they do get into B, there's not a lot of time to work with. And of course, the lives are even. So 13 seconds left. Bean's able to clear off 2 on the point. Harry working his way on the back. And there's only 1 tick at B, but at least Rokkr reposition and move over to A. So now you see the zoning out towards the back for Lucky is the clock is stopped at 10 seconds. The kills for Ultra do come too, but Lucky looking to make a break through the opposite side. At least that mid cut, all members of Ultra are flooding in, and Lucky takes down 2 and Journey to follow. So at least there is a clear off at A, and now Rokkr Academy lead in kills and at least get 2 ticks of progression. Only 10 seconds left.
2 and 4 for Metals, but more than happy to sit inside the point and continue to work on A. Again, overtime works through ticks, not kills. We thank them for the update, and we keep moving with 10 seconds to go in this opening round. Rokkr doing a very nice job of putting an extra minute on the clock. 12-12, life count all tied up. Ultra Academy need a hold, and they need it for 60 full seconds. Through the back, it's Harry, denying the first push. Extra numbers up for Rokkr, and the win from Metals might open things up, but as quickly as numbers get in position, they're cut down thanks to Furious's sub. And you could see the spread for Rokkr, purple on the minimap, how disjointed they might be, trying to get numbers back towards the point. Nicely held by Ultra Academy, not giving up any dumb deaths, any extra challenges. 2 more in the kill feed. It's Ultra with the defensive hold, and it's working out quite well.
Indeed, and I mean, you see how far forward that they are zoning out. Harry did just make a mess of Rokkr Academy in their spawn, but regardless, they're controlling the rooftops, and Stevo does a fantastic job of that, but there are no lives for Rokkr Academy, and you have 21 seconds left. Still, the defensive hold from Ultra Academy looking very, very fine, as this is going to be a hard one to break here, Sean.
Certainly will be. You don't have a lot of lives to give either. You're looking at a ratio of 2 to 1, but it certainly is possible with that 2 spree to open it up. Maybe a push through the back, but one playing spoiler, it's Beans. All he has to do is get in position, but he gets red quickly, and Stevo cutting people down from the patio. It's a 1v5. Yeah, that sentence is going to be tough to overcome. Metals, nowhere to run. Valiant effort from Rokkr, but better performance from Ultra. They get the opening round. The defense looks good. We talked about who's going to win that first offensive side. Ultra in a prime position to do so.
Indeed they are. And I feel like a lot of that came from off the break in the beginning, Sean. Like we had mentioned, they needed to start off strong, and they did that. Of course, Furious is carrying that momentum from the last game, but Ultra Academy had a very, very good, clean defensive round and played it correctly, played it well. So now here on the offensive side, you see 3 members of Ultra working towards that A point. Realistically, only Metals there to stop them. The stuns and the repositioning for Rokkr do come out towards that mid-map, but the tick progression, at least at A, 1 is secured. No members of Rokkr Academy are at the point. At least now they're starting to fly on through, and 3 kills come in from Ultra Academy, so the stop is in. A tick is in, and Furious is the last one there, but regardless, Sean, that was a pretty good start for Ultra Academy.
Yeah, if you make the peak, you will meet your demise, thanks to Furious, and he's been running the sub on Tusk in back-to-back maps, and it's worked in back-to-back maps. That's going to be a quick A cap if it continues at this rate. Ultra not wasting any time, putting another 60 on the board. You're looking at about 210 they can work through, and they have the life lead. So not only do you have pressure towards the outskirts and trying to move your way into the house, but you also will have subs in a position to contest from patio if Stevo wins his first gunfight moving through. It's all up to Stevo through the window. Win your challenge. He can't. Ultra lose that initial engagement, but Rokkr have numbers around. How long will it last, though? We've seen Ultra do this before, where they get in spots, they win a couple of big gunfights, and they break the doors open. All hell breaks loose, and it's up to Furious to lead the charge. He gets one, but all purple in the kill feed. Rokkr, hold on.
And a huge 2 from Metals to follow. So now holding on, Journey's making it look like... I was going to say, I thought he saw somebody for a second. I was like, wait a minute. He's going to run out there, but he does in the middle, in the connector, and he gets 2, and he might go for the third. Journey working his way around the map with the sub, taking control. He gets 4. My goodness, what a break and what a pushback from Journey as Rokkr now still hold the top line and the defensive side.
Well, it scares me a little bit. Even as impressive as that 4-piece is for Ultra, you don't lose a significant amount of map positioning, let alone you're only down 1 kill. So it's a lot of effort from Rokkr and very little given from Ultra. But now we have more pressure pushed towards the point. It's a quality 2-2 spread, but numbers currently disjointed. And Journey and Real combining for 2 in the kill feed. So Rokkr starting to stretch themselves out in the kill department, but a response from Harry looking for Ultra to get more numbers around B. They just haven't had a lot of time. With about 2 minutes, they've given up some significant portions in those challenges. Beans wins another big one. Here comes the push from Ultra, and now maybe the floodgates do open as Stevo follows up with his teammates. It's a foot race into B, but Ultra look like they're in a position to potentially stop the clock if they get themselves inside.
Indeed, and of course taking down Stevo there at the P5 will do it, but yeah, that top spawns and the gunfights. Beans is still kind of creating a problem here, though. It's still, the clock is stopped and able to connect on the kills. Rokkr Academy still hold on, so 6 lives remaining. Stevo looking to break through. Radio does get taken down, and all members of Ultra Academy are falling. That was a clean break for Rokkr, and take the defensive round. So essentially no teams, Sean, here have won an offense.
They played the defense about as well as Ultra played it in the last round. And as much pressure as Ultra were willing to put through the patio, and it looked like with a couple of 2 pieces, maybe they find themselves a clean entry into the point, get your subs into position to win those early contests, get the ARs set towards the back, and maybe you're lucky enough to dictate the spawns. But Rokkr were very keen on waiting for their opportunity to strike and shut down the offense. The defensive side wins yet again. 2 rounds in a row, the defense comes out on top. 15 and 11, excuse me, for Lucky. Make it 16, wins the opening first blood. Advantage to Rokkr, tied up by Ultra, win by Stevo for 2. We'll see what happens going into this round number 3.
Yeah, and I see the play there. It was kind of like Lucky got that first blood, and he started to reposition over towards B, but they all fell, essentially, not winning their gunfights. So this is kind of where, like you said, we were last time, where how much time are they going to invest into the push over at B? They really need to secure that extra minute, but the kills do follow for Journey and Metals around that A site, and looking good to kind of work their way in. But Ultra Academy, you see Beans working middle, wins the gunfight onto Harry, so this is a position to cut them down through the mid. Metals throws the stuns and the nades out, but ultimately does get a tick here.
Yep.
Still, kind of the push from reposition comes in from Ultra, getting that church control, and I think they're kind of making the decision, let's just give it up and let's just hold B.
Yeah, it's a flurry of kills at mid-map, but positioning here for Rokkr once more. And with Journey playing his life so well and just able to dictate where some of these gunfights happen, you're pulling attention away from everybody else. Rokkr feeling very comfortable to push up through Church. Lucky, sub in hand, 16 and 13, back out to the Automaton. Harry trying to find the gunfight, but instead, Lucky dipping and diving, finding his way towards B. Will hold on for more numbers. Coming off spawn is Real. Rokkr looking for more reinforcements before they make their play, and a little bit more contest and challenges over towards the Church side of the map, because, well, you need an AR in a position to help those subs, but as soon as things start to happen and develop, Ultra Academy shut it down, and that's been the story for both teams. Once they get into the point, especially on B, the other side is there to shut it all down. Even with that 2-piece, just not a lot's happened.
No, indeed, and it's really just kind of repositioning and getting back into church and getting back towards rooftops for Ultra Academy, and they're doing that. You see both Steve-O and Furious zoning forward, and then again holding the line. It's Harry and it's Beans. So Harry gets another two-piece, Beans to follow, and again they're doing a fantastic job of just holding this setup. And I mean, shooting like that, Beans, my goodness, just takes down Metal and repositions into P5. They have hold again, and now Rocker kind of forced to work their way towards grass. At least now taking down Furious, they have an opening to do so, but they got to take down Harry.
Well, this is the weird spot. You're down 14-10 at this point, so lives do matter. And yes, you can have trades back and forth, but in the end, you do lose too many for a hit. How do you secure more positioning, let alone hold down to your lives? Lucky with a big gunfight through church, that might pay off for the moment. It's a fly through the back. Journey and Real trying to work in a pinch, and you have, I think that's Lucky around as well. So you do an AR and a sub around each other, looking for the opening break. It's Beans in a one-on-one gunfight. Furious will open it up in the kill feed. Beans making it 2. Ultra just cleaning point and wiping Rocker off the board. That first push that looked like it might be the last one, and it was. Ultra Academy, with very little time on the clock, hold the line on defense. Their second round, they get right back. And neither team able to win that offensive side.
Yeah, it really just, they have to figure out how to break and hold the rooftop. And it's not an easy thing to do. We see teams all the time just struggling to do it. And my goodness, Ultra, now this is where they can win it. We could have a complete flip from yesterday, but on the attacking side, we'll see if they match that aggression from the very first round. So again, you see Ultra working their way towards A. And Steve-O gets the first blood onto Metals. So now that's a tick and almost 2 for Ultra Academy. But look at this, Sean. They are pushing off of A, and they're getting aggressive in Rocker's face. This could be very deadly if they don't win the kills, but they do. At least 2. You see Real and Lucky break out, but now it's just Real left in church, and the spawns are getting a little mixy here, Sean, but Ultra Academy did not capture A.
And the sheer volume of kills that Ultra are getting in sprees is really difficult for Rocker to deal with. You're not talking about 1 or 2 trades. It's consistent 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The ARs are cutting down every setup that Rocker have, let alone uncontested time over towards A. But Steve-O inside meets a nade. That'll shut down the push, but that extra tick is good for A. Another minute on the clock and 1 more point secured. Around 2 minutes to work with if you're Ultra. And a lot of time to get numbers towards mid-map, win a couple of challenges like Furious just does, put more numbers on your advantage, 23-21. This is a very tough round for Rocker on defense.
It is. Indeed. Not to mention, you do have Harry, who's going to be trying to challenge and contest Journey, but Journey has a sub. Might have to reposition there, but Metals, of course, holding down this radio, has Beans in hand, and Beans slides out for the challenge. Furious doesn't follow with the trade, but Real does. So now at least clearing out radio. Real starting to heat up a little bit here. He does take 2, and Steve-O connects. So at least Steve-O able to play his life, trying to control that radio side. It's still Rocker Academy are doing a fantastic job of holding the top side, holding the top patio, and of course you have Real posted in that back tank area. So Ultra Academy going to be looking to break, and Furious is going to be a big one here.
I'm wondering if Ultra are thinking about a flip, because you have Furious out at church, and sure, that positioning's great, but instead, no, we're going to run right up the gut into the point. Those final following kills will certainly help. There it goes. Ultra are into B, and we will hold. As the game lobby has unfortunately crashed, we will try to figure out what the situation will be. We'll give you an update for the admins as, well, it looked like Ultra were primed in position for a potential flip. Instead, they move through church, they get 2 or 3 kills. All of a sudden, they're on the point. But with that, we will sit currently here. I believe it was 2-1 Ultra before that last round. Ellen, it looked like Rocker were just struggling in terms of the volume of kills that Ultra were getting. So many times, Rocker were able to break, but it just... nothing really came of it. But before we kind of jump into everything, we're just going to kind of shut down for a second. We're going to jump to a commercial break. When we come back, we'll have an update for the admins. We appreciate you guys' patience. We'll see you guys in a minute. Welcome back from the break, everybody. We appreciate your patience. Well, let's give you a quick update of what currently happens. So there's going to be a different change going into this round. Currently, we started with Ultra, who are up 2-1 in this game 3, and we're going to continue with that, but here's kind of how things work. If Ultra win this round, they win the game. They win game 3. If Rokkr win this round and we go to round number 5, in this game 3, this is what kind of has to happen. So 4 ticks plus 4 kills to Toronto if Rokkr gains 5 kills, plus an advantage in the next round. They have blue side and 3 ticks or lower. Rokkr has defense, 5 ticks more. Toronto has defense. I know it sounds very, very confusing, and we will give you updates as we can. Let's just, you know what? Let's focus on the simple stuff. Occam's Razor, Toronto are up 2-1. Let's jump into the game. 44 seconds to go, and now they're on the point.
All right, and yeah, I mean, interesting condition, but regardless, Ultra Academy is still looking strong here, Sean, as they work their way onto the A site, and Journey working his way towards the middle does get taken down. So now with that opening there, Furious is going to hold down the mid line, and Rokkr is going to look to break. So Real working his way through Church, drops down mid, gets that information that Furious is there, because Furious does take down Metals, but of course Real clears it out. But look at Harry. He has the positioning of Church and Control. So Ultra Academy do get this free ticket A, and now they have to just worry about B again. The lives in favor of Rokkr Academy now. However, Metals locking down that top Church side, and now once again Ultra Academy are going to look to work towards the rooftops to break. But of course, Lucky has something to say about it. Rokkr Academy have to hold here.
Well, they certainly do. Ultra desperately looking for the kills to eventually make this game go away. The nightmare that might be on Tuscan, but so far so good for Rokkr. 14-10. All the shots do ring out. Turning on the back, it's Harry. Not able to clean up the kill, but an extra trade there from Stevo with a minute to go. 13-9 right now in the life count. B still completely up for grabs. It's the defensive side from Rokkr that's held on strong, and Real combining for 2, make it 3, shutting down all of Ultra. And it seems that off the reset, Rokkr are more than happy to send this one into OT. 13-5. They are just frying their way through this round.
Absolutely. And of course, credits to Real, who has just been constantly zoning forward and putting that pressure, of course, on the top side and with the Automaton. 3 streak for him, by the way, and Lucky's on 2. So this is a 40 seconds left, but Ultra managed to break on through at least. You see Furious slips the net, but still, it doesn't even matter. The lives are in favor of Rokkr, who do sweep that defensive round. And now we should be now, I believe, Rokkr that may acquire them defense.
Yeah, given how last game before the reset played out. And with that, we will again quickly hit a reset. We will get these players back in the lobby. So we play a quick round for a bit of a tiebreaker, quote unquote. And now we get into an official round number 5. So we apologize for the confusion. We are just following what we know. At this point, Ellen, Rokkr wasted no time. About 13 seconds into that round, they had already basically secured themselves to round 5. They were lighting up the scoreboard, lighting up the kill feed, denying Ultra the entry, and they are in a position to really use this reset to quickly get themselves back into the momentum of this series with how it seemed that Ultra were walking away with the control. Any takeaways from the last 30 seconds?
Well, interesting. Let's start with that one for sure. But
Sure.
Takeaways from that round, Rokkr just stepped up when they needed to. They were essentially, their backs were against the wall before that reset, and looking really mixy. This was the round that they needed to win, and of course, in that fashion, they needed to secure that defense. So, able to do so, we're going to see if they can just continue that momentum forward. But yeah, if you're Ultra Academy, kind of just, this is like a one and done round of control. Yeah. Like, realistically, pretend like it just didn't happen, Sean, because we know how that can affect a player.
I give credit to the players because they can keep track of all of this, and like they were talking about the admins, they have all the info. But when we found out, I was like all the maths, like that GIF or GIF, whatever one you want, I don't care, it's the same word. It's just, I was like, excuse me, that's a lot of math. But listen, I think it all boils down to this: you got a round 5 for both teams. This is a big game in the series. Ultra looking to, again, go up 2-1, bouncing back in that S&D and following it up with the Tuscan control. For Rokkr, a dominant respawn performance in the opening hardpoint. but a worrisome S&D at times. They managed to send it to around 11, and now they're very much hoping they can get the series lead back yet again.
Indeed, but this is obviously my worry. If Rocker do take this here, it's that Berlin that's going to be that map that, of course, I'm going to be a little bit worried about. Of course, we're not there yet. Let's just focus on what we have here now. But again, take down that aggression, take down Real, take down that pressure. Furious, he was doing a fantastic job starting off hot, dominating Church and getting control and getting behind a Rocker. So do that again. Keep that aggression. That really just seems to be the key for this squad, is that matching the aggression for the Minnesota Rocker.
Maybe that is the case. Maybe that's the key to victory. There's a lot of them. We had a couple of them on screen, but in general, we wait to get the players back into the lobby. We hope you guys have been enjoying the action so far. We have one more series to go after this one. It is the Grand Finals, and with that, Vengeance are still waiting. They're waiting for the winner of Ultra Academy versus Rocker Academy. Do you think that plays into this at all? I'm sure that Vengeance are watching right now, and they're trying to figure out how they're going to approach Rocker. But, Ellen, this is a team that had a very hot performance yesterday. They smoked their way to the Grand Finals, but they've yet to play today. I know they're probably sitting in scrims, they're getting reps in, but it's very different when you actually get into a lobby deciding a Grand Finals. What are you thinking for that matchup?
I think it's going to be really good. Obviously, Vengeance is so dang good right now, and realistically, they only needed to work on what I think it was their hard points, S&Ds and controls. They've been lights out and so good in. So this team is scary, and specifically, I'm thinking of Wardy, man. Like, okay, of course, Wardy and Wee Man, but yesterday specifically just turned up and like went just a different form on the map. Wardy in final form is just insane, and I'm really excited to see who can contest that.
Yeah, that's going to be a very fun match to get to. But for both these teams, how Toronto and Rocker found themselves in this position, again, they found themselves battling through a lot of the cups, basically trading first place between the two. Rocker won cups 1 through 3, and most recently in Cup number 7, it was Ultra who walked away with the win. But Rocker come in yesterday to the playoffs. They shut down Ultra. They sent them to the lower bracket. And from there, we now find ourselves here where Rocker dropped down to meet Ultra yet again in the lower finals. I believe we're almost ready to go. And with that, we should be jumping in to round number 5 of this Game 3 Control. I'm excited to get into it. It's Tuscan again. We hope you guys are enjoying the action. Thank you for your patience. We will get all the players in as soon as possible. Rocker, Ultra, keys to Rocker going in. Ellen, we talked a little bit about Ultra, what they need to do for Rocker. They had no problems jumping back in off the reset and completely wiping Ultra off the board. I don't know if that's just frustration, if it's a little bit of anger, but regardless, this looks like a very well-oiled Rocker machine. If they do the same thing they did in the OT, I'm scared for that Berlin hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, they have the defensive side, so realistically, do what you just did. Control the top side. Get over towards that rooftops. We saw Lucky and Real zoning around, and Metals as well, so keep picking up those lanes and keep pushing the enemy back.
Yep. And remember this, too. With that last round going by, neither team has won an offense. So you give Rocker defense, statistically, in this matchup so far. The sample size might be small, but it all favors Rocker going in. Metals open it up with the first blood. Lucky with 2. Response there from Ultra, so they will slow things down over towards the A point, but not until pressure gets cleared off. You are looking for Rocker to capitalize on the opportunity they were given for Ultra, reestablishing some rhythm. That ebb and flow at mid-map will be key, but so far, all purple in the kill feed.
All purple indeed, but still, there is a chance. Stevo could open things up here. At least he's got something going on middle, as Rocker allowed him to kind of slip the net, but Lucky's getting the kills towards the A site. And still going. Stevo does take him down, but of course, there is Furious working his way middle and does able to connect onto Journey. So at least there's a tick for Ultra Academy and maybe a second, but still, Furious is of course thinking about working his way towards the back church and disrupting Rocker, but does get taken down by Metals.
Yeah, and I like this from Ultra. You're going to have to get a little bit disruptive, just with the monotony so far from Rocker, just clearing you out at mid-map and taking those one-on-one challenges inside the point. But it looks like A might be locked up. So, breathing room here for Ultra on the attacking side. Harry at 3-3 with a sub towards back tank, but Rocker trying to sniff him out. And an A will flush him towards the left of the tank, but here comes the push from the back, and Rocker win it. That's 3 dead. Metals for 2. Metals has turned up in this OT. 5-3, 5-1 for Lucky. So you're already looking at a 10-4 performance from 2 of the most important players, a duo that has been long-standing in Europe, 19-13. Rocker just have to play TDM at this point, and they're going to win themselves this game 3.
Yeah, and they like the positioning of the map. They have complete control. They have Journey is obviously holding the back tank area where he does fall, so that's a little bit of opening. But regardless, Rocker is set up P5. They're set up on the point. Real, you see, he can stop this bleeding, but Journey is getting the kills on the opposite side of the map. So Harry, realistically, he is going to have to figure out how to help his teammates from the front, the rooftops, but ultimately, Ultra is going to have to flood him through the back, and they only have 49 seconds to do it.
Yeah, it's 3 on the stack, but 1 on the push, and that 2 spree will help Ultra get into the point, so now they fly, but they meet Metals sitting inside Radio. You gotta clear him out. Harry, the next victim, goodbye. Metals sends him to the respawn screen and has a glide bomb. It's 15-7. It's Rocker in position to win this game 3. Momentum swings so quickly, but the pendulum hurts you on the way down. At 9-3, Metals is shutting it out. Ultra have no chance if they can't get through him, and this game might be done.
7 straight from Metals, man. Ultra have to go, but still the defensive hold. Furious would have been the one to open it up, but Steve-O in the back, and of course the streaks and the glide were earned. So only 11 seconds left. Steve-O gets removed from the back, and this is just complete domination for Minnesota Rocker, taking it Tuscan on the defensive side quite comfortably.
Wow, that is tough if you're Ultra. You're in a position to potentially win this game. Things go wrong. You get a quick reset. You get blown off the point. You come back into the control for the OT. And Metals says, do you guys remember what I was doing in Cold War? Do you remember what me and Lucky can do as a duo? If you don't, I'll remind you. Let's jog the memories. And he just annihilates Ultra. I want to know what the stats were like for this game, because it just seemed that with one swift push, Metals moves his way inside. He controls Radio. He controls Patio. And Ultra never found their way towards the point. They never found a way to respond. In the end, it just came down to these crucial kills. The life advantage was there for Rocker, and the positioning just paid off for it.
Yeah, and there was a couple of times where Ultra could have been set up, but like you said, the positioning from Rocker and shutting down at least the back, but holding the front. I mean, you saw Lucky zone so far forward, and it was just really that bottom half of the map that Rocker had the whole entire time. Realistically, in defense, that's all you need to do. So holding down every last bit. I mean, Ultra had, again, a couple of opportunities here, as you see, but it's just the kills were coming through for Rocker. And yeah, Metals, obviously, he made a quick work of them. Reminded everybody why he's the champ. Why they were the champs from stage 1.
Yeah, again, this is a team that has found success as a group of 4, and these are players who have found success individually. Metals reminding you just how good he is, and the tarnish on his name from recent play just should be dissipating at this point, as it rightfully will. At this moment in time, though, we move to a Berlin hardpoint for our game 4. Let's take a look at the series layout, because this has been an interesting series. We've gone on for a bit of time, and well, Rocker opened up this best of 5 with a pretty good win on Gavutu, something they were unable to do yesterday in a prior matchup against Toronto Academy. Then they move towards Tuscan S&D. They lose in the game 5, the round 11, that's the word. Then we move to Control. It went to round number 5 in a very interesting Control. But in general, Ellen, it just seems that when the pressure's been on, Rocker's been able to respond outside of that game 2. And maybe the reset did help them in the end.
I agree there. No doubt about it. Like I said, it really just messes up the pace of the game, right? If you're in control of the pace, and ultimately Ultra was in control of it, a complete reset will mess that up. But in any case, the difference here in this Berlin, right? So Ultra, we know yesterday it was Rocker that took it. Now Ultra took the map too. This Berlin, it comes down to that pacing and setting the tone off the break in the beginning. It was Rocker that did it. Ultra's going to need to do it here for this Berlin, because those first 2 hills that we've seen, the P1 and P2, kind of seems like Minnesota Rocker, like they just run away with it. They know how to set up. I think it was like a 60-point lead, 70-point lead that got away. But towards late game, Ultra started to pick it up, and then they held the P4 hill, the train side, the whole entire time into P5, setting up in a way that was advantageous for them. So I just want to see Ultra Academy just come out with the heat and the fire and match the pace before Rocker does it for you. Because as you just see, when they do it, when they all start to just light up the map, and it's just purple everywhere.
And that's what's been interesting. Once we cross that 120-point mark in a hard point, Ultra Academy turn it on, and they get scrappy. They find a way to get themselves back into any hill. They constantly chain hills together. So not even talking about the money situation, but for Berlin, looking at Rocker's layout, this is one of their better hard points, especially with the likes of Gavutu. So they get both their good hard points in this series. And while it didn't work out yesterday, today's singing a different tune. Right now, Rocker look like the better team. Ultra have to hit a hard regain. Yes, game 3 was tough. Yes, it didn't go your way. Yes, the situation is weird. But you have to start turning it around. You have to be able to come into the Berlin, do what you did on Gavutu, but clutch up a little bit more in the late game, find those extra kills, those fundamentals that propelled you into this position. You can absolutely take it to Rocker. You proved it in the Cups. You've proved it during some of your matchups. Now you need to do it again because Bukaj S&D is not kind to anyone. But for Berlin coming up, I'm not going to ask you what you expect from the teams, Ellen. I'm going to ask you the score. Who do you think is going to take this one? What do you think it's going to be?
Honestly, okay. It's playoff day. I know that can be a little bit different. I want to see Ultra turn up. That's what I want to see. I want this to go to a game 5. That's what I want. But from what I see, from that reset, from how Rocker has played in this in the past, and the fact that this is their best hard point.
Yep.
I think that Rocker is going to close it out here just because of how, like, they're right there. They're right there. They know they've been in this position before. They closed it out yesterday. They can close out series. They've done it plenty of times, and I think that Rocker's going to win this.
You know, with all things being neutral, just looking at how Rocker came out explosively into that overtime and control, looking at how Ultra came out rather flat, I think that there is a certain amount of tilt right now from Ultra, and whether or not they hit that regame's up to them. Whether or not they're able to jump back and completely wipe the board clean, get into this Berlin, we have yet to see. But I think the momentum is now on Rocker's side. That was a map that wasn't going their way. They're able to turn it around. They have the series in the palm, 2-1. If they want to repeat being champions, if they want to get a rematch against Vengeance, they have to come out and win this game 4 hardpoint. I don't see this going to 5 and Rocker somehow pulling it out. I think they're going to have to close it out here. Ellen, I think it's going to be close like it was at Gavutu. I think we're in for a hell of a show, but Rocker are trying to prove that they're the best team in Europe for a reason, even though they slipped out of the rankings at first due to Vengeance performance in the latter half of Season 2. It's been a pretty big season for both teams, for Toronto and Rocker, where they've been proving that not only are they of the caliber for being under these organizations' banner, but individually these players have really stepped up in a multitude of ways, and now they have to prove it on a very big map and a very big hard point. Berlin, speaking of Rocker, in terms of closing out some of their maps, wasn't the discussion yesterday about how Rocker could struggle to close out some of their larger hard points? Well, Berlin is no exception, and now they need to put the pedal to the metal, get it done.
Yeah, I agree. And I just look at the core 3, Metals, Journey, and of course Lucky, and I'm like, my goodness, like last year they've just been showing success as a core 3 throughout the years, but picking up Real, my goodness, like this team just later down the line, I just continue to see success from them. But we know just from the last year that core 3 they had Invidian, they had Yako, weren't showing this type of consistency as well this year. So yeah, I think they can go the way. They have to, again, not let Toronto Ultra come back, because again, they can do that. They scrap their way in, like you said. They can't let that happen. But can Ultra do it? Of course. I think they are capable. They have they have they have the strength there to do it. But
yeah,
again, it's just like, oh man, that reset, you can't let it get to you. Gotta know that this is it. This is the opportunity to bring it back. Shake it off.
Gotta shake it off.
Here we go. Oh man, Sean, the pressure's on.
I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a fun one. Hard point on Berlin. Rocker lead the series 2-1. They take the OT in game 3. They find themselves one map away from punching their ticket into the grand final against Vengeance for a rematch. And that's been the Rocker story in these playoffs. Rematch after rematch. And yet again, a similar situation. Let's get into the action. Let's get into the game. We'll see how this one plays out. Ultra have to hit the Ultra regame to get themselves to a Bocage S&D. And early on, they have the opening kills.
Yeah, but not the opening break. We know how good Rocker is at holding this down, but Beans is going to look to break. Wait for his teammates to come on through that train side. And my goodness, that's going to be really a lot of pressure onto Beans through the back, but at least he does break on through. Furious to follow, but still, it's the kills for the Minnesota Rocker. winning this kill and getting 20 seconds, 27 seconds and making 30. Never mind. I thought Furious was going to break that, but no. It is Minnesota Rokkr, of course, holding down this P1 hill fantastically as we've seen before. This time around, Ultra is at least set up on that mailroom.
Yeah, rather characteristic off the start for Rokkr. Another 40-point hold on a P1, so you could write a book about it. It's probably going to happen. Metals wins the opening engagement towards P2. Let's go down to the mailroom and see what happens on the bottom. But with Metals having a hot start, this starts to scare you. If you're Ultra Academy, you have to find a way to shut him down. His performance in that Game 3 OT really secured the win for Rokkr, and so far, he has not been traded there. Finally, Ultra will get themselves into the point. They'll get themselves a contest, and now they need to fight over some time to just stop the bleeding a little bit.
Indeed. Lucky working his way towards top mailroom side as Real gets the kill onto Harry, and that's the clean break on all sides, on all fronts, and Rokkr do look to secure this scrap time as Lucky's going to dance his way around the point, but if you are Rokkr, the good news is for that P3 lobby hill, you are set up, so the scrap in favor for Ultra Academy at least. Beans on the rotation is going to have to look to hold, does fall. So for Ultra Academy, the push towards the new point, they have all lanes. They're rotating over that riverside, but still, it's just Rokkr that are winning the gunfights.
And if Beans was the first one to rotate, Rokkr should know that Stevo is going to be quickly to follow. That team nade will not help things. That's the advantage now for Ultra on the break, and an opportunity to get some quality time here into P3, but Beans pulls out the sub, and Harry does all the dirty work towards the dock side. It spawns there for Ultra, and now the long trek for Rokkr. You're looking about a break, maybe a half. If they get inside, it's some quality contest, but still, this is a good hold from Ultra. They're keeping the kills on the outskirts. Harry and the ARs doing the dirty work. But here comes Rokkr for one more attempt. Then they will chalk it. They'll set up on that rotation. They're very good at the fundamentals. And you see player number 6, Lucky, ready and waiting. He stood still for about 10 seconds to make sure his teammates spawned up with him.
We know that Ultra has been fairly good on this P4 hill, at least with the breaks. So Furious on the back does nade out, doesn't connect, but at least he has Harry there with him. So working his way towards the warehouse side, does get taken down by Metals. And Harry just kind of patiently waiting for that train push, but Real on the other side is clearing out members of Ultra Academy. So the push doesn't come through, and Rokkr again, Lucky zoning out train station. Does get a couple of kills, but still, Ultra Academy are flooding in through train, and this is the break they need to happen.
It's not that the break was taking long to develop, but they were just losing too many numbers to eventually get a normal push towards the point. Finally, they had 4 push-ups, so Rokkr fall back. You can't take that overwhelming force. And instead, we let the neutral time tick by. With 19 seconds still to go, Rokkr are probably happy to give this time away. Then you hop back in for an extra 10 seconds or so. Lucky at 9 and 6 on a 3 spree, looking for 4. It's Harry right around the corner, and Furious will probably find the trade if this gunfight goes down. But Metals again at range, finding 2. Furious wins his battle, and that's a big one for Ultra. At least gives you some extra numbers, but we go to P5. You need to start contesting if you're Ultra. They have plenty of time to get back in this game, but this is a very big hill for Rokkr. They could put up 150 points in our first rotation. That is a bit dangerous when you're looking at Berlin.
Yeah, and my goodness, for this hill too, really good reads from Journey, because this time around, they worked that fire side in the rotation, and last time it was Harry actually there, but still, the kills are in follow for the Minnesota Rokkrs. Journey does secure that top 3, but this is looking like a hold for Rokkr, but how to break. Stevo gonna look through the stairs, does fall. It's just Journey on a 5 streak, by the way. Sean does fall himself, but either which way, scrappy hill that it is. The rotations are coming through for Minnesota Rokkr, and it is Ultra Academy that are winning the rotation kills this time around. Now set up for that P1. It is Ultra Academy in the driving seat. They can run away with the lead.
Yeah, this could become a bit of a money hill for Ultra Academy, and the conversation really starts to develop into how Rokkr are more than happy to play neutral time if they keep Ultra out of the hill, so you maintain the lead. You don't build upon it if you're Ultra, but talk about a win for 60 seconds, what this could mean for the latter half of this game with the kills to boot and extra pressure on the outside. This is a very good hold from Ultra early on, but you need more numbers in the point to deal with these numbers from Rokkr. Here comes the push. Furious trying to meet a couple as they fly their way in. Through the back we go towards pillar side. It's Beans looking for Riel, and Metals on the outside. Here comes the extra swing. They will lose both, all 3, all 4. Ultra get cleared off the point. 28 seconds to go into Rokkr's pocket.
Yeah, that was a very good break, successful break from Rocker Academy. That P1 Hill's so efficient, but if you are Ultra Academy, maybe you kind of work to break for the scrap because you don't want the lead to run away, but Beans at least is working the rotation for New. He does fall, even though he has a teammate with him. So Rocker Academy not only get this whole P1 time, but they secure the spawns for New. So now Ultra Academy do spawn out and have to work towards River to break, but Sean, that's really going to be it. How can you isolate members of Rocker Academy out? And you see the Riverside push comes in and Stevo takes down Metals. So now Real holding that top 3. He's the last alive. There does fall, and Journey, at least on the outer window, does pick up 1. But it's Ultra Academy with a clean break towards that Riverside, and now have control over P2.
Yeah, it's Harry thinking 2 hills ahead. He just wants to sit on the outside, continue to get spawns for Ultra, let everybody else sit inside the hard point and do that job as you get more time on the board. And it's a good chunk for Ultra to get themselves back in this game. What could have been a 50, 60-point swing now works its way down to about 30 and counting, but plenty of change still to fight over as Journey will make his way and try to work through Docks. He will have Harry in front he has to deal with, but Ultra would have numbers regardless of how that gunfight goes down. Harry holding position quite nicely, and he's been in this spot before where Ultra relied on him to maintain spawns and to have that back AR presence. It continues so far going into our next hill. So let's hit the rotation. Stevo on your screen, working his way through the sides, and he might escape before he takes down 1. But so far, so good for Ultra.
Yeah, and Stevo's zoning so far forward did actually cause Lucky to get an interesting spawn close to the search train there. But regardless, Harry's picking up the kill. Stevo's working the flank. And that is a good hold if you are Ultra Academy. But still, Rocker maybe still decide to push on this site. It's hard to do it when you got Stevo zoning forward. 4 streak for him. And now 25 seconds left on the point. Harry, let's see what he's going to do. He's going to try to maybe zone out Riverside, but regardless, he does fall. Minnesota Rocker at least break a little bit and contest for a little bit of time, but Beans secures the point. 13 seconds go for Ultra Academy, and a beautiful hold for 60. Now we got a game going on.
Yeah, I was going to say the best case scenario outside of a quality break is just making sure that Ultra don't get any extra time and that you hold down the rotation because Rocker did have spawns there and they lose an outskirt fight. So Stevo takes down Metals. That loses your backline and it's numbers for Ultra on the first push. You're looking at a primary wave of Ultra players who could get inside the point early, secure the first 10, 15 seconds, and from there, they dictate the spawns of where Rocker come through. They isolate those gunfights, make it harder and harder for the subs to get pushed up. Stevo is lighting it up right now. 21 and 21 back into the neutral column, we should say, and all white in the kill feed. Rocker have turned this game on its head, and every single time a hard point gets to around 120, 130, Ultra Academy find a way to start getting scrappy, get themselves back in the game, and they're getting points to go with it. They have their first lead so far.
Stevo is still going to 5, make it 6 streak for him. He's not able to earn that glide, though. So now Harry, he is going to take Stevo's spot and push forward while there are at least still members of Ultra Academy on the point. Now the lead is running away with them. Harry does fall train, and Beans, thinking about that rotation, of course, does catch a member of Ultra off. In the back, Journey gets killed on rotation. So now Beans, holding that fire side, locking the lanes down. Ultra Academy are in control now.
They're starting to fry. They're starting to just hit their shots, and they are wiping Rocker 2, 3 at a time. No way to get a solid push towards the point. Inside the hill, it's Ultra Academy. We will slow things down. About 1:55. Keep that in the back of your heads now. Not a lot of time left in this game, but it probably won't come down to the ticker. 2:17, 2:18 and counting.
Man, and they're really shutting down Lucky, that's for sure. We need him to maybe step it up just a little bit. At least he has secured a rotational kill, but no, it's Stevo again. Just being annoying and picking up every lane he can. But look, he has an AR in hand, and he's going to watch this sight line. Furious right next to him, holding this P1 site. There's only 10 seconds, 11 seconds, Sean, to win for Ultra. Minnesota Rocker have to fly on in. They have to go now. This is going to be tough. The nades are coming in. The stuns are coming in. All utilities coming in, Sean.
Big break. One more in, but not anybody else to contest. That's it. No one's in a position. Journey has to fly. Can't get it in time. Ultra Academy hit the hard regain. They get themselves to a game 5, 250 to 166. And in the end, it just came down to the rotation. They won it every single time in the last set of hills, and they found themselves a win off of it. They turn up with about 130. They find ways to just make it choppy, keep Rocker out of the hard point, and they get themselves to a game 5 S&D, Ellen.
Yeah, and credits to Vortex there, because he literally, you always saw him zoning out and picking up those rotational kills with his AR in hand. He was literally a big reason why I feel like they turned it around. And it's unfortunate that Rocker did kind of slow down a little bit, but man, Ultra Academy, like you said, they just were always there and they matched it. They were able to pick up the scrap time at least, so that Minnesota Record lead didn't get stolen away from them.
That was quality hardpoint from Ultra, a lot similarly to what we saw in the Gavutu, but they're able to string it together a little bit more concisely in this hardpoint. The Berlin goes the way of Ultra Academy, and they prove that they are absolutely capable in the respawns. Now, it comes down yet again to an S&D, and when we went into this series, when we went into this best of 5 today, we talked a lot about the S&Ds and how crucial they would be. Not only, yes, do they win championships, but we talked about how good Rocker looked as of late. Ultra took it in around 11 earlier on in this best of 5. Now they find themselves in a position to essentially stun Rocker off the reset, completely shift the momentum, and prove that they are the better team. That Rocker can't hang with Toronto, and the recent cup performance is a big indicator because of that.
Yeah, and I mean, this was the map to do it on. This was one of Rocker's best maps. So, I mean, you'll take a look at the stats. I mean, 2 minutes and 5 seconds for Furious. So he was obviously sitting on the hill, and then you had Beans 1 minute and 5 seconds, but Steve-O, 21 non-traded kills. Of course, Furious with 22. They just really started to turn up there towards the end. And a lot of times, like I said, Sean, you saw Steve-O there picking up those rotational kills and going crazy with the streaks. I mean, 6th streak, didn't even earn the Glide Bob, but still, they again had all members there just securing those rotations. That was just really it for those last few hills.
Beans is the first one out, then Steve-O is short to follow, and that was the consistent pattern we had. Now, let's take a look at the maps, because, well, this series comes down to Bocage. It comes down to a very interesting S&D, and one that just recently had an update yesterday. If you are aware, A-Bomb is now moved outside of Grand Mons, so it's a little bit easier to read from Tin if you're an AR, as well as just playing towards the tank. It's going to be a little bit more interesting for how subs approach this point. Regardless, though, will we see a lot of rush plants at A? Probably not, just given the new positioning of the site. But Bocage is an interesting map for both teams, and let alone it being a Game 5 S&D, I honest to God, I could not tell you how this one goes.
I mean, we might, because realistically, we saw Minnesota Rocker play a little bit more patient, but you always saw Journey kind of working towards the middle, like catching the enemy off guard and slipping the net somehow. If Vortex is playing like this, I know that I'm going to be expecting to see a little bit of aggression, because, yes, you're right. It is a little bit harder to get A, and we're going to see a lot of those tank headies and people post up, but at the same time, you want to catch the enemy off guard, right? So, I mean, maybe we will see some of that towards the A site, a lot of the nades being thrown up and just a lot of team coordination, but regardless, this is definitely a lot of different, because teams haven't had as much time to practice on it, so...
Sure.
Yeah, realistically, it's just kind of like, let's just play for a pick, play for that first blood. How are we going to do that? Are we going to play a little bit more passive and with our ARs or sniper in hand, or are we going to, play more aggressive on Bocage? Of course, you're looking at the subs for that.
Yeah, the subs are going to win or lose you this game. That's been consistent through the S&D so far this week. Through the playoffs, the subs have stepped up massively. I'm looking at Journey. I'm looking at Metals on the other side. But, I have to think in situations like this, we're almost guaranteed around 10 or 11. Like, I don't see this one being a 6-0. I don't see it being a 6-1. Even with spawns being changed and starting placements being changed in S&D, Bocage is just a whirlwind of gunfights. And this one could come down to the wire, but with how Toronto just looked in the respawn, I know that they're feeling fired up. They're feeling ready to go into the S&D and prove themselves and prove that the game 2 would have been their win regardless of around 11. Ellen, I'm a little bit scared for Rocker. I'm not going to lie. I mean, this is a good S&D team, but Ultra have a way of just turning up and turning things around. And what a way to do it with all the stuff they've gone through in this series. To beat Rokkr like they weren't able to do yesterday and find themselves into a grand final against Vengeance, that's a story.
No, that's for sure. That is for sure, because it even seemed like in the series yesterday, it just seemed like Minnesota Rokkr was in the driving seat, right, the whole entire time. And somehow it's like Toronto Ultra they crawl their way back in, and now here we are. Even with that little slip up on the control of what happened, like, they didn't let that change the fact that yes, don't let it ruin your mentality. And here we are. So I think this is a great group of guys that they got going on, and that's really what makes or breaks these teams. Can you keep up with the consistency and not let that? It's like a mental game, right?
It absolutely is.
And as I say that, opening up with the first blood, it's a mental game and aggression with the sub. It's Harry with a 2. Metals is left alive.
It has been a fast first round. I don't know if that flyover just was like, we're going to take players out anyway. But hey, cinematic as ever. 2 up for Ultra. You got Metals trying to work through under Grandma's, but certainly opening that door. Gave away his position. And maybe for a moment. Metals has some breathing room, but how long will he last? Harry down to the right. And, oh my God, everything stay where it is. Ultra, get round 1. Okay, all right.
Well, we talked about catching the enemy off guard, right? I mean, although Harry, 3 kills, MP40 in hand, curious to see what he did there, but
he's kind of good.
He's kind of good. Yeah, he's a little good. 3 for him. So let's see if he can actually earn those streaks. But an electric start for Ultra Academy here on Bowcage. And Furious also picked up a kill as well. So now on the defensive side, Harry's going to work towards the way top Grandma. And you see that bomb this time going towards B. But Beans with the 2. And the 2 to follow. So now this is Ultra Academy Rokkr journey. Over here towards B, you see the bomb site working. Actually, the Ultra Academy spawn, Sean.
Yeah, they flipped.
Left. They got a minute left.
There's plenty of time. It's Beans versus Lucky, essentially what this round comes down to. No matter where Steve-O goes, the opening with the AR will spell it out. Beans gets cut. Lucky, huge. First kill in the game. 48 seconds. Bomb should go down at B. And Steve-O does have an automaton. So, as interesting as things might get, really comes down to when that rotation will come through. Instead, we're going to play at A. All Steve-O has to do is peel someone off the bomb, and GG's in round number 2. But instead, bomb goes down to B. We got ourselves a new round.
But he actually might get the timing here. This might be perfect. Steve-O does able to spot down Journey, so it makes it a 1v1. So where's that bomb planner? Steve-O, he doesn't know exactly where he is, so Lucky got away. But realistically, he has time to work. 30 seconds left. Steve-O does fall. Very clean round from Rokkr Academy on the reposition, and of course, working their way over towards B. Lucky. Huge credit to him on the stop because, I mean, Beans had the opening 2-piece for Ultra Academy, so able to just reposition and retake. Managed to get the bomb down. And that was the attacking round, so both teams took their attacking sides. Now we'll see if Rokkr Academy can essentially earn their defensive side. And you see Real working his way in Grandma, and all members of Rokkr Academy are stacking the back. It looks like the nades are going out, and at least Lucky was able to connect one onto Harry. First blood for him.
Well, it's big for Rokkr. You do slow the push and the plant. You get a second blood. How you can collapse in onto A and start to check some of those dry peaks. Ultra Academy have to work from essentially nothing now and make the most out of it. Steve-O, looking for the peek through the window. Won't find anything, but this is a dangerous push to A. You're going to have to worry about Metals in the back. He certainly has eyes over towards Bomb. This gives more info to Rokkr on where you aren't. And that's what's scary, working through the back lines. It's Furious. Catches one on the hip fire. Can't find the second. The trade's there for Rokkr. Steve-O getting very aggressive. But they have awoken the Rokkr defense. Nowhere you can go. You won't be spotted. Bomb out in no man's land. Beans, 1v3. What do you got?
Let's see what he does. He at least takes down Metals, the back tank, but still, like you said, not enough time, and the bomb is down. And of course, Real is positioned on it. At least Lucky has a little bit of information where they're at, but still. At the end of the day, if you are a Rocker, you could just play your life. You could just let the clock run. Beans, not enough time to grab the bomb and to plant, surely. This is going to be a round for Rocker Academy. That was the defensive win that they needed. Able to lead the series now 2-1.
Back and forth we go. Both teams, similarly to their Game 2 performance, this is essentially how it was. Rocker, 2 rounds to 1. Ultra, back. Rocker, get 1. Ultra, respond. Back and forth we go. 3-1 performance early on from Beans. Harry at 3-2. Furious 2-3. He was the standout performer in that Game 2. Really turned it up on Tuscan. But Lucky, with the AR out on the island, has opened up so much for Rocker in this Game 5. The front subs haven't had to do too much. Bomb carrier will be Journey. He might be the call.
Yep. It's really still just a minute. But Real kind of jiggle peeking, jumping up in that barn, pre-firing the grandma window. Doesn't connect with anybody, but you see no members of Ultra Academy are moving. They are locking this grandma's down. And the rotation for the bomb for Rocker Academy wraps around towards A, but the reposition also from Ultra goes towards A. So it's going to be ultimately a bloodbath here. Metals throws a nade out, and Real connects onto Stevo. So that is first blood for Real. And now the kills do fall. Harry gets taken down by Lucky. Furious can't answer back. It's Rocker Academy with the reposition in the defensive side. On the offensive side, excuse me. Take it. Now still leading 3-1.
They keep it moving. Rocker. Teammates in position to watch the cross. As we switch sides, a 2-round lead going into round number 5.
And of course, Lucky. It helps that he's at a 5 streak right now.
I mean, yeah, it certainly does. And you could point back to the Game 2 where Furious was kind of leading for everybody in the lobby, but Lucky really having a standout performance so far. Certainly been the catalyst for a lot of these wins in the early rounds. And as nades fly out, no quick checks, but Lucky does convert on a bean, so you're taking out an opposite AR. And more importantly, just giving yourself an advantage in the round with so much time. He's 1 kill away from a glide bomb. That's info. That's a potential kill. He's playing his life. And Rocker are in a very good position in this Game 5.
Yeah, and for this map, Sean, it's so important to play off those stuns and those nades. And you see the stun check come out from Real. Nothing does connect, but still, the bomb is slowly working its way towards A. And a little bit of information where Real is located, but Metals, of course, posted up on that site. It's going to just really be about getting a pick if you are Ultra. Man advantage, of course, for Rocker, but... Lucky, there's the pick they needed. Gets taken down, but Real, of course, that top grandma straight and Furious. He's kind of isolated, the last alive, and the bomb is down yet again. 30 seconds left.
Rocker weren't going to move unless provoked, and once that push came through, you take down Lucky, so you cut the streak. That's great for Ultra, but they lose numbers off the engagement. Did Furious see him? Oh, he absolutely did. He absolutely did. 2v1, 16 seconds to go, though. Bomb yet again in an unfavorable spot. Tumultuous waters ahead, but... what can you find out of it? Maybe a quick plan onto A. Surely they should read this if you're Rocker. Instead, here comes the push. Real gets there in time. No. Furious. Oh, God. A 1v1. Furious can't get it. Real will. The defuse in. Rocker 4-1 in Game 5.
Round by round, they're really just kind of taking this. But if you see Rocker, they've been having such coordinated nades that is essentially finding and connecting onto Ultra Academy. We just saw it in that last round. Lucky had one, and then I believe the round before that they had another on that back tank area where they all kind of coordinated. So it just seems like Rocker has a lot of coordination, and they learned from their loss yesterday that they're really just able to capitalize on everything that they're doing. A Real 4 streak for him. Lucky, even he was taken down, like you said, had the glide bomb. So Real and Lucky, this has just been their show, but overall, Rocker's looking good.
They're looking damn good. And it's a 4-hit to B. All it takes is one first blood. A couple of shots do ring out from Beans, but not enough for the connection. Meet that stun. Hold it for the moment. Ultra desperately looking for a round to get themselves back into this game. But a panic starting to set in, but Furious waiting for the chow, waiting for the call. Maybe this nade will slow things down in Real with the site completely open for the boys in purple. Furious, still uncertain how he wants to play it at the top of Grandma's bomb. Onto the site. Still unchecked. There's a 2-piece for Ultra to get themselves back into the game.
There it is, 27 seconds left. Real is going to jiggle Piquet, does get taken down by Beans. So now Lucky is the last alive, and Harry's sticking the defuse. There's not enough time to wrap. They are going to get it in Ultra. Clean retake from them, even though that was looking still pretty scary. Beans, huge kill. Huge kill. And, you know, I must say, too, I was going to say that Rocker Academy, it happened yet again right there. I thought they were going to stick the plant because they actually had stunned Beans in the back. And as soon as that happened, you saw Journey work his way forward and was just on that bomb site. And it started to, but they decided not to stick. Use of utilities has been really important here for this boat cage map, but specifically for Rocker.
Yeah, it's been a slow performance from Journey as well. And you're looking at one of your front entry subs. Oh my god, he saw him. Oh wow, Real. One peek. Steve-O probably wins that, but maybe not on the turn. Here's a chance though. That stun gives you some info. Here comes a nade. Hold that. Steve-O still alive. Ultra need him to stay up. 2 and 6 for Steve-O. He is your bomb carrier. So you talk about the bomb being dropped in another unfavorable spot. You could pick it up if you're Harry, but you're going to be met with a couple of nades. 50 or so seconds to go in this round. No one getting cleaned up. All members still alive. We go back to a stalemate.
Journey, just holding every single lane down. This indeed is a stalemate. Real, though, still holding his position top grandmas. And there's a stun check, at least for Ultra Academy. 27 seconds left, so they're going to work their way towards B, but Lucky would be the one to stop this. Does maybe spot Furious. Gets a couple of tags on, but Steve-O at least able to make his way onto the B site. Again, gets taken down from Real, who takes down 2 members. Can he make it a third? He does. Bean is last alive, and he does the 4th. Real, great positioning, takes down the all-member of Ultra Academy while they were working towards the B site. In a flash.
Oh my god, 360. Oh! Ow! You got 180.
What?
Real. GG's. MVP. Right there. That's what we talk about in S&D. Real. Being able to make plays. 11 and 3. Making plays. An ace. A 1v4, if you will.
Subs. We said it, Sean. Subs. Real. My goodness. Kenny earned the glide. But realistically, it doesn't matter. Nades coming out for Rocker, but now this time, we've seen this before. Holding the bar inside and playing patient. Pressure is not on for Rocker. Although they do have to attack, but again, Lucky with the first nade kill onto Harry. Opens things up for A. Furious kind of doing the same strategy that Real just did last round. May spot a member, but regardless his numbers. That's the problem. Shots in, but plan is being stuck. Rocker, get the bomb down.
Ultra able to respond. They have the numbers as well. 38 seconds to go. They're looking for the defuse. It's Journey out on the wing. Oh, Journey could play such huge spoiler through the back. They're sticking the defuse. Journey has to make a play. He spots one. He doesn't even check the bomb. He goes on the hunt for the kill. He finds one. He can't find the second. Oh, he gets cleared off the point. It's Lucky, the only one alive for Rocker. Ultra on the point, not for long. Side control locked up. Rocker take it in game 5. They get themselves to the grand finals. Oh, Lucky. You demon.
Oh my goodness. They had that set up, Sean. They were ready for that. I mean, the way that the bomb was planted, Lucky was in the back. Journey wasn't worried. He just had to make sure that no one was around the point. But my goodness, Rocker had the strat set up, and it really counts for me. Of course, the subs can't count everybody popping off, but those first bloods with the utilities, they were using them so well this game.
Huge
11 and 4 and 10 and 2 for Real and Lucky alone.
Yeah, that was a beatdown. That was a beatdown from Rocker. Ultra looked good in a couple of rounds, but consistently, Real and Lucky just carried this team. And that's kind of appropriate for how they've played this season. No shade on Metal's journey, but Real and Lucky have been superstars for this group before and showing you why they're arguably the #1 team in Europe outside of what Vengeance has been able to do as of late. Real and Lucky are demons. Journey and Metals, thanking their lucky stars at their performance in that Game 5, went basically unnoticed because their teammates stepped up. Everybody did what they had to do in the end. and Rocker off the backs of Real's 1v4 and Lucky's clutch 1v2 on site. They get themselves a ticket to the grand final against Vengeance, meaning Ultra Academy will come in third place in Season 2 of the Challengers Elite for Europe. Not a bad finish, certainly one that they desperately, or I should say that they certainly wanted to have go the other way, right? They want to get to the grand finals. They want to potentially fight for top 2, but hey, third place is still third place, and they can definitely work on it for next season.
Yeah, regardless, they still did a fantastic job. I mean, you think about the teams with the pickup even of Furious, like he was a part of that old Originals roster, and that roster hasn't found success. Obviously, they're not in the top 4, but regardless, he has been a great addition for this squad, even making it here. They weren't even in the grand final, or excuse me, in the playoffs last time around, and now they are. So very good job and improvement from last stage, and moving forward, I hope this team sticks together and continues to look even better.
Yeah, I hope they stick it through and they find ways to improve their game. But speaking of, let's take a look at the bracket because, well, folks, we made it down to one more best of 5, one more series in Europe for the playoffs. It started off with Vengeance and Doge Nation. Vengeance worked their way through all the way till they meet Rocker Academy, and Vengeance handled their business, which sent Rocker down to the lower bracket where Rocker had already beaten Ultra, and they had a rematch for the ages. Rocker take it in Game 5. We thought the series might go the distance, and it absolutely did. Rocker 3-2 over Ultra, and they move themselves back into the grand finals for a chance at a rematch and a chance at a first place finish over the number 1 seed. Vengeance versus Rocker will be our grand final. That is going to be a very good one. And the last time these two teams played, which was literally 24 hours ago, Vengeance won the series 3-1. So Vengeance trying to come in, make a statement. Rocker trying to prove that they're the better team, Ellen. What are you thinking?
Yeah, we'll see what happens when we return from this quick break, Sean. I don't know. I don't want to say what happens until we get back because honestly, I got to think about it. My brain is processing this because I thought for a second Ultra was going to just come out with the heat from that Tuscan. But regardless, I think we'll talk about that when we get back because we got to look into this one because Vengeance is spicy right now.
They certainly are. Well, we'll see you guys on the other side of this break. When we come back, the grand finals are Europe for stage 2 of the Elite playoffs. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you guys in a minute.
too exhausted, I needed the energy. Needed to pick me up, I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't cave under pressure, some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better, I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot, I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull, oh no, you can't stop me, I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that, you all know what we came for. Been here, done that, you all know what we came for. Energy, 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 I need that energy, 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 I need that. Been here, done that, you all know what we came for. Been here, done that, you all know what we came for. Energy, 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 I need that energy, 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 I need that energy, energy. We been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, 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 I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA, been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy. We been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the grand finals. I'm Spaceman, that's Dream Crazy, and this is Vengeance versus ROKKR Academy. Both these teams have proven all season in Europe that they absolutely deserve to be here. And now we have our series layout for our first and maybe only best of 5. Berlin, back-to-back, Tuscan, and then bookending it with Bocage. Ellen, what stands out to you?
Of course, well, the first map of Berlin. I mean, realistically, Vengeance took this one yesterday. This is the first map. The same kind of setup, a little bit different, but regardless, it was Vengeance that took it. So I'm gonna see what ROKKR learned from yesterday because, well, if anything, we saw them take the maps that they lost on. So here we are, opening up with that Berlin hardpoint, and it's Maple with the first blood.
Well, we've seen these two teams go head-to-head on this specific map mode combo. Again, looking back to the recent matchup yesterday where on Berlin, ROKKR were dominant. They won the first hardpoint by about 66, 70 points, and they lost the rest of the series. It was not close. Vengeance took what they wanted. Going into this grand final, it's going to have to be a full team effort, sure, but for Vengeance, Denza and Maple and Wardy, that core 3, they have to continue to put on a show like they have in Season 2. ROKKR, though, coming in hot off of their last win against Ultra. This one's going to be fun.
Yeah, totally meant that the other way around. Vengeance. Did I say ROKKR? But hey, you know what? ROKKR takes this map a lot. Regardless, Vengeance. Denza on a 4 streak right now. Rotation over to that front male. Wins the gunfight onto Journey and wins the one onto Metals. So that was the stop that was needed. And still, Vengeance holding control over this and Denza just doing everything. Rotating over from lane to lane. 8 streak before he falls. Finally, now Minnesota ROKKR, Real opens up 2 and kind of push on to the point, but still, that was a lot of time for Vengeance.
Well, not only that, but Denza opening up at 9-1 does get himself a glide bomb. So should we move towards the train yard, things get a little bit testy. It's going to be easier for Vengeance to open this one up. Again, looking at how both their standings are. Vengeance at 6-1, ROKKR at 5-2. Vengeance with the #1 seed. They did dethrone ROKKR at the end of Stage 2, and they've proven that they are the best team in Europe at this moment in time. Can they prove it on this opening hardpoint? Well, with about 10 seconds to go, it's 80-12. So far, so good for the boys in yellow. And one of the biggest reasons why this Vengeance squad has been so successful as the rotation goes to ROKKR, it's been up to Wardy, a 93.11 Slayer rating overall, nearly an MVP-like performance in every single game mode, every single series. The dude has been unstoppable in Season 2, and if he has a similar performance in the start of this series, it's going to be a long day for ROKKR.
The streaks come out for Denza, and he connects stun to Metals in the back Riverside, so at least that opens up that side of the map, but there's no members of Vengeance in. They're still flooding in from the opposite side, and at least that P1 Maple opens up a kill, and Vengeance able to break on through. That glide bomb really opened things up for the map, and, well, of course, Wardy 6-3, Denza 11-2. All members of Vengeance are slaying out, and Broke, essentially, securing that 20 seconds of scrap time. It's going to be on to Wee Man to rotate over to this Riverside, and he does spot Lucky, able to take him down, and now working through that back side. Wee Man is going to have to wait for members of Vengeance to come in through the front. Can they get the kills, though? And, well, can Wee Man get taken down?
There's a lot of questions about Denza in the beginning of Season 2. Wow, his fell-off had been relatively noticeable. He has managed to absolutely turn it around. He has pushed his KD up the margins, and more importantly, he's had cleaner gameplays throughout. We always expected that from Denza. Always been one of the better players in Europe throughout many of his journeys in different titles. And going into this year, it finally seems like he found himself a good squad to run with, as this team has been on fire. But into the hard point we go with 37 seconds and counting. It's been all of ROKKR early on with the early hold, but the break from the back from Vengeance might help open things up. It's Wardy and Maple able to clear out the point. ROKKR desperately looking just for a couple of extra kills to continue to make this one close. But as stuns start to fly out and the smoke clears, now you start thinking about that rotation from ROKKR. How much more do you really commit to this point? You've given up a couple of chunks and a couple of neutralizations, but with that all said, now might be the time to hit the rotation. Player number 8, that's Metals. He's out at mid-map. He's ready and waiting for the next one. And we will go over towards P5.
Metals is 3-10 right now, not having the best game, but still plenty of time to turn up. Roaming around on that Riverside, Metals does spot Wardy, so he's able to take him down and secure at least mailroom, but Wee Man does take down Metals, and now Real is going to look to break on through fire, but ultimately there's members of Vengeance who are stocked heavily on that side, set up essentially for this part of the map for the new. But Denza still streaking out. Again, 4 for him. He's 18-5 and still going. Members of Vengeance are doing... They're really making this look really comfortable. Denza's a really huge factor for that, but as he dies on the rotation, Minnesota Rokkr, they are set up for this P1. Can they hold? This is the hill, though, that we've seen them time and time again hold successfully.
It's no surprise the lead right now for Vengeance. They are constantly a team that's able to put up 110, maybe 120 points in the first rotation of hills. Every single map we watch them play, they're out to this kind of lead. We're just now getting to our second P1, and it's 184 to 56. Folks, this hard point is almost done. Rokkr have to stop the bleeding, and they need to stop it now, but they have to cut down Denza before Wardy jumps into the mix of things at 9-7 on a 2-spray of his own, looking for one around the bend. Here come teammates for support, but luckily Weeman will clean up the scraps. It's Rokkr with purple in the kill feed and points on the board. They have a hold on P1, and they desperately need this time to get back into the game. Denza wasn't able to get his glide bomb, so that's a sigh of relief for Rokkr, but you're essentially looking at clean 40 to 50 point hard point holds from here on out for Rokkr Academy. They cannot afford to lose rotation or lose the opening time anymore.
And you had mentioned that Vengeance, yes, indeed, a very good hold team, but Rokkr a very good break team. So hopefully Rokkr can set themselves up on this new, but it's not looking good. Vengeance set up for the P2 mailroom, but at least Real able to sneak on out. He's going to at least get inside. Lucky, of course, doing everything he can, working his way over train station, but this is still a little bit scrappy. Lucky's going to look to see maybe if he can find Denza, but still Maple in his back. Does turn around. Maple clears off, so that's 3 down for Rokkr Academy. No one on the point, though. Metal's able to clear off.
No, that's big, but it doesn't really get anyone closer to inching inside the hard point. So we stop over to Metal's POV at 10-17, not having the best game, but he certainly is a player who can absolutely turn it around in big moments, find 2-3 kills when needed, and help bring Rokkr back into this. So far, it's just been a couple of awkward trades. And yet again, we contest this hard point, but in for the break, it's there for Vengeance. One on the outside from Lucky, but not a lot of time for Rokkr on this P2. They haven't been able to convert much. All yellow in the kill feed, all yellow around the hill. 203 and counting to 93. This is a big couple of moments. Rokkr need to win the rotation. They need to win the spawns as well.
Yeah, this is just Vengeance is completely doing everything right. But Journey, that is a huge open there on the Riverside to secure at least time here on this lobby hill. Wardy gets a huge kill onto Real, though. And the flood in from Vengeance, 2 fire. And 2 from P1, but it looks like maybe the flood is in for fire from Vengeance. They're all going to stack onto the point and at least take down Metals, but still, that wasn't a successful break, and Rokkr continue to hold. Real doing his job, trying to zone out and push the enemy back, but regardless, Vengeance on the tail end of this, maybe decide to push for a little bit, but not invest too much, hopefully, as they can essentially just back out. But Metals finally kicking up a notch. He has an MP40 in his hand. Rokkr do hold, and now Metals is going to work that rotation for Train. But Maple is there. He takes down Maple, and now Metals, he is in the back warehouse. This could be a turnaround for Rokkr Academy if they continue this type of momentum, and obviously the slaying power starts to turn up.
Yeah, if they hold this hill, they're back in this game, but the scary thing is that Vengeance can win this map on scrap time alone. They do not have to have a clean break nor a contest. They just get themselves inside for 10 seconds at a time, and that's all they need. With Denza winning 2 on the initial and Maple able to clean up the outskirts, now you're looking at numbers advantage here for Vengeance, and more importantly, those spawns are close as well, so numbers will funnel on in, and Denza just has to play his life while soaking up time. The nades don't connect for anything, but all of a sudden, Vengeance have pushed themselves now onto the brink of a map 1 win. Wardy with 2. Maple in the back. He has to get cleared out, and he will. Rokkr can breathe for a moment, but they have to find the kills to translate it into time. They just don't. 25 seconds to go. You need this if you're Rokkr. You have to contest, keep Vengeance off the point. So far, they've been able to do so, but how much is too much? When do you start to hit the rotation? It looks like that might be the call right now.
Yep, and Wardy, of course, a huge kill onto Lucky for that rotation, and it's really going to be up to Journey here, but at least Journey able to take down Wardy while he rotates through the train, able to secure that scrap in the train station, but still, the slaying power needs to come in, and it needs to come in now, 226 to 159. It is Wardy locking down that fire lane. Oh my goodness, Vengeance able to break on through, and Wee Man on the other side gets 2. Although a teammate did come through, it doesn't even matter. Vengeance able to work on the point. Wardy zoning around, and this is looking deadly for Minnesota Rocker.
I would say it didn't matter until Wardy picked up 3 and the break. There's the time they need. The kills on the outside. Maple, thank you for pushing Rocker back. 237. All you need is one single hold. Maybe the nades will slow this one down, but Rocker's starting to breathe a little bit more heavily. Not a lot of the clip, but Maple certainly able to make it work. There's a final break. A couple purple in the kill feed, but Wee Man shuts it all down. 10 seconds needed. Vengeance had to wait a long time today to finally have their first matchup in this grand final, but they're 8 seconds away from a map 1 win. They can't win it here, so we will go to another hard point and set up on our third rotation of hills back at P1. It is Vengeance. They win it on the break, they win it on the hold, and they win game 1. 250 to 164. Welcome to the grand finals.
Indeed it was, and what a convincing it was for Vengeance. They just seemed like they were in the driving seat the whole entire time. All members of Vengeance were slaying out and completely shutting down, and I mean, you mentioned a perfect hold team, and that's exactly what they did. So holding them off well, Minnesota Rocker really couldn't break or slay
Anything. They couldn't do anything. And that is the beauty of this Vengeance team in Respawn. If you haven't had a chance to watch them, I feel so bad for you, but they're one of the best teams in Hardpoint when it comes to just chaining time together early on. Their early Hardpoint game is about as flawless as you could ask for. They're up 150 to God knows what by the second rotation of hills. That is unprecedentedly good. That is insane. That's insane. And how do you slow that down? The only way is to outslay or out-rotate. Rocker couldn't do either, and in the end, Vengeance just had their way on every single hill.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, it helps when you have Denza, who just started off so hot, and he essentially was sneaking in, like you saw it right there. Journey somehow didn't see him come on through the stairs, and he was just able to make those routes to where he can make those, like, key plays for Vengeance to set up. But, man, Wardy to follow as well, getting those kills on rotation also, and ultimately everybody was doing it. They outperformed so well. My goodness. You see it here on the stats. I mean, 22 non-traded kills for Denza. Not to mention, he had 1 minute and 41 seconds of hell time. 14 objective kills.
Yep.
It's
when you
insane.
think you're going to deal with Denza and he's off to a 9-1 start, ends at 31-20, then you have to worry about Wardy, then Maple, then Wee Man. And let's remind you that Maple is more than comfortable at pulling out an extra sub because he had to do it for so long back on, 2019 in the Singularity roster, start of 2020. Like, the dude knows when he has to pull off the extra flex, he can, but in the end, even with the AR, he was absolutely perfect. 26 and 24, 18 untraded kills, but Denza was the star of game 1. And it goes to Vengeance. In a matchup, in a series that we thought that Rocker had to come out early with these respawns, Vengeance waited for their chance in the grand final. They played no games today. They've certainly scrimmed. And now they are just 2 games away from being crowned your European champions. Rocker had to move through Ultra. They had to move through Vengeance once. They won the opening hardpoint. They lost 3 in a row yesterday. Can they do the absolute opposite and win 3 straight from here on out? Here's a look at the series layout. It's Berlin S&D up next. This, of all the S&Ds we've seen in Season 2, this is the biggest one for Rocker right now.
Yeah, Berlin S&D, and of course it's not Bocage, but still very, very much so doable. It just, if you are Minnesota Rocker, we know it's hard to take the respawns, but you gotta win the searches. So,
Yep.
man, with how strong though Vengeance looked, it's gonna be hard to do so. But I'm gonna really be looking at those opening picks from Lucky, maybe from Maple, on those sight lines, looking down warehouse, looking mid, watching the crosses, getting those information, maybe the aggressive sights towards B, but it's gonna be a tough one. Just coming off of that loss, it just Vengeance again, just really throughout this stage, really know what they're doing. Really in the driving seat.
Yeah, they absolutely do. But in the regular season on Berlin, they have yet to play it. Again, that doesn't talk about the playoffs, but in general, not one of the more practiced S&D maps. You're looking at Bocage at 2-0, so Game 5 could still favor Vengeance in that matchup. Desert Siege, dead even at 2 apiece, but just the hardpoint play. I mean, it's been absolutely fantastic. 2-0 on Berlin, 3-1 on Tuscan. There's some better maps. So in the end, Vengeance have a leg up, certainly going into the S&D with how poised they've looked. That takes nothing away from Rocker, though. They had to go to a round 11, their first time around against Ultra. They take it the second time in Game 5. They've proven they can make the right play. They've proven on Bocage They absolutely know what they're doing. So this one's going to be interesting. We would love to know what you guys think in the chat. Let us know how you're enjoying the grand final so far. Are you rooting for Rocker Academy? Are you rooting for Vengeance? There's a lot on the line for both these teams, a lot of bragging rights, money, all that stuff. But again, all these players getting ready not only for next week, but for the future of their positions within the Elite Series, because all these teams have qualified for Season 3, and I hope that they stick together, Ellen, because I hate team changes, and I want to see if they keep doing it. So.
Yeah, and I agree. I do hate team changes as well. I like that because you really get the time to build up that synergy and build up that consistency and learn from your mistakes. You can't just make a mistake and then, just expect to just break up right away. You got to figure it out. So they have that ice regardless. Denza has been lights out for this squad. Although it would have been really cool to see Wee Man play against his old teammates. Still, I think we're in for a real treat here on this next map. But let's say if you're Vengeance, let's say if they do lose this, I still don't think they're worried because of how strong their respawns have been looking. And I mean, even if you take it to a Tuscan controlled, one of which they look so good on.
Yeah.
I just, oh man, I still, they're just looking so good here, Sean. I all around, I love this team. I love this team.
It's a scary proposition for Rocker. There's no way to dice that up any nicer. Rocker have their work cut out for them. This is the #1 seed, Vengeance, going into this matchup. Vengeance proved in Season 2 they were the best team in Europe. Rocker lost that title. Now they're trying to prove that they can absolutely crown themselves champions yet again. Can they repeat? It's very hard to do. Very few teams do that. And in this situation, we can only hope and wait and see. Let's get into game number 2, folks. Get into the S&D. Berlin coming up. I'm excited to see it. I just want to see how Vengeance plays off rip. The subs, the pressures towards B on docks. It's going to be very, very vital. A lot of V's in that sense, but I am just excited to get into this one. Ellen, quick predictions. I'm asking you. Just who are you picking? 3 words or less. Who are you taking?
Oh man. I think even though I think Rocker's gonna come up with the ice. I think they are. Even though Vengeance is strong, again, these are 2 really, really good teams. Please don't take this serious because again, it is the finals. It is the grand finals. So you just never know what to expect. But I think with the ice and how well both teams have been playing throughout the stage, throughout the years even, I think that Rocker is going to ice up here and tie up the series.
Well, they're going to have to. Starting on board, it's Rocker in round 1, the attacking side. Journey, your bomb carrier. We saw this back on Bocage about 30 minutes ago. We will get the call over towards A. Who will drop first in round 1? It's game 2 on your screens. Vengeance took the opening hardpoint. We go right back to Berlin for the S&D.
Real able to sneak through, but Journey, while planning, gets taken down. At least Real's there for the trip, but oh man, that was sneaky in the pre-fire Weeman walked into. Real with 2 opens things up for Rocker. Although the bomb did fall, the plant is coming through for Metals, and now looking for a retake, it's going to be Vengeance. Well, now it's going to be Denza and last alive in a 1v3.
I don't really know what Weeman was thinking there, but hey, I like the challenge anyway. It's only round 1. If that was round 11, I'd be screaming in pain. Denza in a 1v3, a player could absolutely make it happen, but you'd have to clean up that kill first for it to become a reality. He will do so. 24 seconds to go. How do you move on from here?
Not a lot of time to work with. There's only 17 seconds. So if you could maybe isolate one player, this is doable, but this is very hard to do. And not enough time to do so, but still. Very nice attempt from Denza. Maybe he can get the kill. That would certainly help. Real technically know he's spotted, but that bomb is going to blow. Denza, not enough time to get the kill and the defuse, but still runs away with his life. Rocker Academy take the first round.
That's how they have to do it. 1 round at a time, play the numbers like they did against Ultra on Bocage, previously on Tuscan. Every single time. Take it slow, play a round piece. Move into round number 2. Maybe Weeman will elect to not run into the pre-fire this time. Denza, 2 in a row. Was a standout performer in that opening hardpoint. Really turned it around this season. Cannot say enough good things about this kid and how well he's played. In just the past couple of years, his stock has risen exponentially. Early on, pressure over at A. 3 stack right now for Vengeance. And Rocker ready and waiting.
Indeed they are. They kind of read this. The stun check's going towards B, but Journey gives out no information that anybody crossed. So essentially might be a full-on hit, but Real slipping through the net. Denza gets the first blood. So that may cause for a plant here, but Journey broke inside. Gonna work to wrap around. And Metal, of course, does take down Denza. So the bomb is down for Vengeance. Wee Man dancing around, trying to see if he can connect onto Journey, and Journey wins the gunfight. So now Maple, last alive in a 1v3. Can he at least isolate a player and do this? But there's only 25 seconds left. That's not enough to do it. Rocker Academy with a very, very successful hold. Lead the series in this map now 2-0 on Berlin.
Keeping it going. Vengeance looked a little bit poised for a plant there, but great positioning from Rocker to wait for the first blood, then have Metals in the wake. Just in case the cross comes through. He was able to find the plant, takes him down. Denza still 3-1. Vorty finding a kill as well, but Maple and Wayman hunting for their first in this game too. Across the board, very clean from Rocker. Not a lot that stood out. It's one of the better S&D teams in the region. They've proven it time and time again against Toronto, against the likes of a Vengeance, but they have to do it multiple times in this grand final.
Lucky, and we know how he has a tendency to find those first bloods. Patiently wait, but Journey gets taken down by Maple. No snipe connects in, so that's the first blood for Journey. And Real and Metals working over this train side, so the push is coming towards A. Realistically, the only one to disrupt it was Denza, but he does fall in a clean sweep again and hold from Rocker Academy. I was just realistically clean S&D, waiting for those picks. But it's unfortunate that Denza wasn't able to get that snipe onto Journey, because that really would have stopped that push there. But regardless, props to Journey. Shoutouts to him for cleaning up a very extensive gunfight, because that could have been deadly. We know how those snipers, if you don't miss, that's it. 4 streak for Journey, though. And now on the defensive side, it's going to work his way towards B. Hold that down, and you see the 2-2 from Rocker now. Metals gets a little bit of information that Vengeance is working towards A.
How different would this game 2 be if Maple and Wardy were able to contribute a little bit more? Wee Man, same situation at 1 and 3. Yeah, Wee Man watching the cross, but Journey winning everything in the back line. Wee Man will poke out for the moment. It's a 3-on-1 for the first time so far. Vengeance do have the life advantage, and they have the round to kick with it. Finally, get themselves on the board to stop the bleeding. Rocker, 3 straight rounds. Vengeance cutting up the monotony here. Final kill cam is Wardy. Will get himself 2 kills, and even in the KD department, finally getting involved.
That was the round that they needed. Huge round for Vengeance. Props to Wee Man and Wardy. But now, see, we're hopping on board with Lucky here. And it looks like the play for Minnesota Rocker is to work towards the B, but kind of the same setup that they had. 2-2 split from Vengeance, now from Rocker, now from Vengeance. But if you look at this, number 5 and number 8, you see members of Vengeance flanking around Minnesota Rocker. So in closing him in that back warehouse side, Wee Man has a couple members coming from the front, but at least they still have 2 members of Vengeance in the back. Maple opens up with the first blood.
Well, Lucky was sitting by the back of trains, and he was waiting for that first blood at the dockside. That's when Bomb would get pushed up, but instead, it's the development like you called out from the back that really pinches this one away. And now Real, the only one for Rocker up in this round. That nade to the door. Enjoy that one. Through the back we go. Maple surely saw him, and he did. So Vengeance play the bait game. They wait for Rocker to make their move, and Rocker couldn't convert anything from Lucky's POV. And with that, it's Vengeance who get 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and that's really, too, a timing situation, like you said, but for Lucky, but still able to adjust and take another round. Not bad for Vengeance here. Maple, of course, stepped it up that last round. He went from 0-3 to essentially having 3 kills, so look into defense. Real gonna work towards A. Journey, of course, holding the line on the river side. You got 2 members coming over towards B. Journey does connect onto Denza, but Denza at least able to make the cross. The Bomb isn't going to go down, but Journey has a lot of work cut out for him. He's going to have to wait for his members of Rocker to come out. Journey does fall, and that is a plant for Denza.
It was going to be contested plant until Weeman picks off that kill. Excuse me. Get rid of the barriers just in case. It's a clean exit strategy if needed, but Weeman, probably the most important player in this round, to hold his life for as long as possible, continue that pressure at mid. He's getting pushed. He can't find the kill on the metals, so numbers here for Rocker. And back on the point, Denza basically fighting off everyone with 24 seconds to go. Rocker trying to make the play, but they're running into Denza. 5-2. Any weapon works. Wardy by a 1v2 here. Lucky yet again. Numbers against him. What can he find? With very little time, not even enough for a defuse. That's going to be GG's in this one. Go to round 6. It's tied up 3-3.
Round by round, Vengeance doing a really, really good job at just essentially just playing, stepping it up. I mean, realistically, we just had a couple players step it up from Vengeance, and Maple being one of them. I mean, he didn't even have a kill until the last round. So good plays from Vengeance and working that B site, but you take down Journey and you have that opening. Now in a tie game here, though. Seems like I was gonna say on the attacking side here, I wanted to see if we would see maybe a B site from Rocker, but now it looks like it's gonna be A the play. And Maple working that mid site does tag Lucky a little bit, but Journey with the first blood gets punished for that, but the bomb is down for Rocker.
Kills continue to fall. Ever so slightly. It's so quick from Rocker. Once things start to develop, they're quickly shut down. Another round on the board. Great response from Rocker to slow the bleeding. How quickly Vengeance has got themselves back into this game. But that'll shut them up for a moment.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Rocker doing a very nice job of controlling mid-map, funneling kills into those subs, and finding it and converting it into quick advantages they can work through. 8-4 for Journey on a 2 spree of his own. You got Lucky at 4-5. Everybody else, like 4 kills apiece. It's a team effort from Rocker. It certainly showed off. If it weren't for Denza towards the B site, holding his own and getting Weeman in a position to help, this could have been a 5-2, maybe 5-1 game. Rocker looking for that extra round to put themselves on game point.
That mid-map control certainly did help, but this time around, it looks like a passive play from Vengeance. Stun checks and nades do come out, but Rocker essentially have that mid-map control. You see Lucky just waiting. And it's the patient game. Who can find that opening first pick? If I had to bet on it, it might be Weeman here.
What did Journey see? Did he spot the player towards back train? I mean, I think he has a sub. He probably should. Won't clean up Denza. Denza, oh, getting cut through the walls. Has to be careful here. He does have bomb. Do we go for the plant? It's at least going to force attention from Rocker over towards the site. Weeman can't clean up the kill through the window. He's getting pushed from the back. It's a collapse from Rocker. 2 go down, but bomb does get planted. Now pressure towards the site. Rocker do have numbers. You play this mathematically. You walk away with a win. But Wardy working through the back. Can he play spoiler? That's the question.
And he has Real. He might get perfect COD timing. At least he's able to cut down 1. So now the problem is, though, Journey is on the bomb site. Rocker Academy, they have that control. There's only 24 seconds left, and Journey is diffusing. So Denza gets tagged up. He's able to at least get Lucky, but it's really all onto Denza, and Denza's able to connect onto Journey. So now there's a 1 versus 1, and there's only 14 seconds left. All he needs to do is essentially play the time, and now it's Metals. We're looking for Denza. Not enough time to defuse. At least able to get the kill. What a play from Vengeance to hold. And now evening it up 4-4 in the scoreline.
Denza going huge again, pulling the player off the bomb, cutting him down with 3-4 still. It just seemed that Rocker were in a position to stake the defuse, at least have a Guardian Angel around to clean up the kill. Regardless, Denza, patience pays off. 8-4, but the biggest kill so far comes in that round. And round number 9 on your screens. What do Vengeance have up their sleeves? For Rocker, your bomb carrier at Journey, leading the team in kills. It's going to have to be another big performance in this one. First blood could happen any moment. And it does.
And there it is. Now, Weeman gets the first blood on to Real. So, Journey repositioning himself, working in mailroom. He's going to look to see if he can maybe cross over to B, but you have 3 members of Vengeance just there. But Journey able to cross over. Does get the plant off. So this is an interesting defensive setup, though. At least you have Metals watching the cross. And Vengeance is going to look to break. They have 35 seconds left to do so.
Oh, God, timing.
And Metals
Oh,
is going to
man.
be a problem. But, of course, Lucky opens up with 2 in the front. And there's one in the back. Denza left in a 1v3. That's it. Fast plays for Bronco Academy.
Yeah,
And
timing doesn't
that was
matter when you
literally,
have Lucky.
realistically, Journey was the playmaker there. He was able to cross over and get that bomb down, and he played it by himself. I don't think they were expecting Metals where he exactly was posted up, but you got the back warehouse side, and that's really all you need for the B. Rocker Academy, very good round. Take it. This is scary for Vengeance, but look at Denza, though. He's been having such a lights out performance. 9 and 5, 3 plants as well. So let's see if he's going to work that plant again. But of course, say that Wardy grabs bomb.
Rocker are 1 round away from knotting this series up at 1 apiece, and what a big S&D win it would be to stunt some of the growth that Vengeance have found early on in this best of 5 in this grand final. Denza yet again pushed up, waiting for Wardy to think about planting, but instead we're going to play towards back to the train. Both teams favoring this position early on. Bomb will go down at A. Here we go. Vengeance have made the call. They'll call the bluff on Rocker. Rocker now have to respond. You have pressure at mid-map. Metals running the sub early on. With 30 seconds to go, it's going to take that long rotation from Lucky to get into position as an AR, but the break needs to come from Rocker up close. Metals might lead the charge. That stun doesn't help, though. Metals gets it regardless. Wardy and Maple, they get at least 2, but it's Weeman who does get the connection, so assist might be great. Doesn't even matter. Vengeance closing it down with 16 seconds to go. It's a 1v3. It's a 1v0. Get beat down. We'll see you in the next round, brother. Vengeance.
Oh.
Round 11. Here we go.
Oh my gosh, Sean. That was crazy. And I just wonder, I mean, Metals was already streaking out, but like, I know he had to wait for Lucky to flank all the way around, but I don't know. It just it collapsed on to the point so quickly, but they're not winning those gunfights. Like Vengeance were just set up so well. I just wonder if they took maybe, I understand the play, but I just wonder maybe if it was just a little more time. I don't know if that stun would have made a difference, but Vengeance, very well played. Now we take this to a round 11, and Weeman watching the cross. Lucky does spot him, though, but Vengeance, the bomb is going towards A.
Yep. This is a huge round 11. Potential 2-0 series lead for Vengeance. The pre-shots just in case the first blood does land. A couple of nades do fly out, but instead, around the pillars, Rocker more than happy to give off on site. They don't want to get caught with those stuns. Shots ring out. Journey does get first blood.
And tags up Weeman, but Weeman is able to get away with his life. Real just holding down the backline, loses the gunfight onto Wardy, and the bomb is down now. It's a 3v2.
Oh my god, Vengeance. But Rocker there. Rocker have the numbers. They're funneling a 1v3, 1v0. Rocker tie up this series in round 11. It all came down to kills. And that's all they needed. 6-5. Nicely done. Gets a little scary at mid-map, but hey, a win is a win. A round 11 yet again. Rocker finally come out on top.
Yeah, and in such a fashion that, might I say, I mean, 11 and 7 for Journey. You saw he that first blood, that last round, that was everything right there. Just able to capitalize and reposition. Vengeance not able to answer back. Rocker did a fantastic job, and really that mid map control for me, Sean. There was a couple of rounds where that they just flew away from that, and Metals especially.
There's a couple of moments where kills go your way, and you're thinking the rounds will as well. Wardy winning a ridiculously insane gunfight at Pillars. I'm thinking, okay, Vengeance have a chance here in this round 11, but it was the consistency throughout for Rocker that really paid the dividends down the line. They are such a good S&D team, and Ultra plays them scrappy, but in the end, Rocker know what they have to do. Thankfully, they have Lucky on their team who can bail them out of it basically any situation. Journey, Metals stepping up when needed most, everyone contributing, and this was just a very clean game from Rocker.
Oh, man. And how about that Denza clutch, though? That was insane. And a lot of that counts to, I was going to say, Lucky. Lucky was getting such unfortunate timings, but ultimately, in the end, that was so close, because I feel like that round right there, Sean, that was going to be the deciding factor, make it or break it. But still, regardless, they were able to come back on it, and such a close game because Rocker Academy, essentially, they were running away with that lead. It was still a good comeback from Vengeance, but man, you take a look at the stat lines. Metals Journey had a stellar performance. They had 8 non-traded kills for Metals. 6 is the highest streak, and they did the do. They did the do.
It's a typical
6
performance
for
from
Blood to
Vengeance.
Journey, too. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
It was absolutely typical from Vengeance, but Rocker, got to give him credit where credit is due, especially on a map like Berlin S&D, where they're currently 1-1 at the end of season 2, but going into the playoffs, you basically throw all stats out the window. You look for tendencies,
Yeah.
and this team fundamentally is one of the best in the region for a reason. That's kind of why they're here. Vengeance are just hot, and they've been lights out against a lot of the top teams. This one could absolutely go to a Bocage S&D, which I would love to see for a Game 5. But regardless, let's take a look at the series layout, because now we're tied up 1-1. The opening hardpoint went to Vengeance, and instead, the S&D gets traded back to Rocker. We got Tuscan Control coming up for Game 3. We're guaranteed another hardpoint, so we're going to see Bocage at least once in this series. We've seen Tuscan Control before. Rocker had a very interesting go of it with a reset. They come back, they bounce against Ultra Academy. They win it in nightmare fashion. Ellen, what are you thinking going in? Is it going to be as bumpy as it was against Ultra?
I think so, yes. 100%.
That's fair.
I think of Tuscan, and I just think Vengeance. I think of how well their subs control it. I think of those mid cuts. I think of, well, obviously there's a little bit of difference in play because of the ticks, but I just really think about their control with the subs and how well they've been doing that. Can Rocker match that? That's going to be the question. But overall, they're just that type of team that, again, the retakes are so good. Tuscan specifically, I've just seen them dominate on this map all across the board.
Yeah. Tuscan is a interesting combo because you look at Vengeance and their current record around 3-1 on this map mode. But Rocker, same situation. They're 4-2, so they have a couple of extra games under their belt, but both teams exceptional at control on Tuscan. It's going to be a close one, a dicey one, a fun one. I just want to get into it. I want the players to get ready so we can get right into Game 3. Again, this is your grand final. Rocker had a bit of a trek to get here. Vengeance won 2 best-of-5s, and they've been sitting for a while. They got to basically wake up today, get whatever kind of breakfast they want, get some scrims in, and wait to play whoever came out of Rocker versus Ultra. Well, it was Rocker, so we get an immediate rematch. Now, it is worth mentioning that yesterday when these two teams played, Rocker opened up on Berlin. They won that opening hardpoint. Vengeance won 3 straight. Today, Vengeance won the opening hardpoint on Berlin, and Rocker won the round 11. So, I'm not saying history is repeating itself, but history might be repeating itself, Ellen.
I mean, it seems that way. Like it happened even with the Toronto Ultra game. So, yeah, that's like you said. It's playoff day. This is even essentially newer for me being in this spot, but I'm beginning to see that the tendencies that you kind of pick up on, and both of these teams are obviously picking up on it. They had some time to maybe review from their series last night, but Vengeance, they again just. Denza, that is that factor for me in this Tuscan is Denza and just with specifically I was gonna say Maple too, because even just yesterday it's just they had that pressure with the subs constantly.
Yeah, they did. And if the subs can continue that pressure, Tuscan's going to be a bit of a nightmare in general for both teams. Regardless, though, Journey's been a standout for how many years now? I mean, he had arguably his best breakout performance during Modern Warfare on Atlanta Face Academy, if I can jog your memories real quick. On Gunrunner Hardpoint, the dude was insane. That's a throwback before quarantine times. But as we look at both these teams, how they currently sit, this one's a toss-up. Rocker certainly got some momentum after that round 11 in Game 2. They now move to Tuscan, which they've seen prior just 30-40 minutes ago against Ultra Academy, who was a much scrappier team than Vengeance, but Vengeance respawn has propelled them towards this position, towards being in the grand final. So it really comes down to how quickly Vengeance can get themselves on the board and force Rocker to have to call an audible. As a whole, Rocker should be feeling confident going into this map.
They should. I agree with you. Well, more so they have to be, but yeah, I don't know. So I'm looking at this, even from the group play, it was just Vengeance that took it. With the Heat, Maple, man, I'm telling you, with the first blood, he already secured A, and the kill is going in towards B. Vengeance already with 3 down onto Rocker, looking really strong. That was scary.
Well, what scares me is how quickly this game could devolve into just TDM. Depending on the pace of Denza and Wardy, what currently happens here? Now, when we watched Vengeance play Hardpoint on Tuscan, it was Weeman who would pull out a sub towards back Fountain to try to get a little bit mixy in the Hardpoint. While they didn't stay for the majority of the game, they are more than happy switching up the roles when needed, getting that extra pressure with those subs. So we'll see what happens into this control. Right now, though, bit of progress on that last tick at A, about 1:13 on the clock, maybe 2 minutes after we get this locked up. Vengeance, wasting no time, no expense. They get themselves over to B, and they're already on the point.
Yeah, huge opening break there from Weeman, and look at he's already controlling the point. So that is a clean wipe there for the Rocker Academy, and Maple, of course, working his way behind him. Real's trying to make a stop though. He at least got 2, and to follow, Maple got the kills onto Maple. So regardless, that is a really good break from Rocker Academy, and now Vengeance have to look to break. They have plenty of time to do those. So, Sean, that was a quick A capture.
If you need a stop, Real will get you a stop. 1 and 5 for Journey. That is an unfortunate stat line, but we're only into the first couple of swings in this control, so don't linger too much on it. He will turn it around. Wardy out for the challenge, and Wardy will quickly be sent back to the respawn screen. Denza opens it up inside the point. Now numbers start to funnel on in for Vengeance. Weeman, for 1, cut down off the balcony, and Denza wins another big gunfight. That's 2 in a row. Denza playing his life, but even with that, though they get no progress on B, look how far up pushed Vengeance can get. They have some control over towards Church on Weeman's POV. This is actually not a bad situation for Vengeance.
No, it's not. And especially for Maple, you realistically just gotta hold down this radio side. You want control over this. You don't want Rocker to have control, and that's one way to take him out. Journey does fall, but Real pushes through, so Maple's still alive in radio, and he doesn't have any member of his team here. So realistically, you just gotta stay alive and wait for Weeman to push through the front. Still, Metals gets taken down. So does Maple. So it's just that constant pressure from Wardy taking down 2 to open things up. Still, there's only 40 seconds left now, and the lives are even.
These are big wins by Rocker. Every time it looks like Vengeance are about to get on a spree, Rocker shut the door down. The opportunity has not been there. Maybe through the back, though, things will start to blossom a little bit. Denza can't win the position on the heady. Maybe a favorable gunfight in general, but regardless, tip the cap to Rocker. 6-5, they maintain the life lead, and for one more push, they could get round 1 on the defensive end. It looked good for Vengeance early on. With all that time, they made nothing out of it. Lucky holding the line of sight, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Here he comes right through the back. It's Lucky for 1, Lucky for none. He gets at least 1 before the trade, and here goes Journey. It's numbers there for Rocker. All is good in the end. Rocker get the round. They get the win in the first stop.
And might I say, that was looking really scary for Rocker too, because right off the break, Vengeance had that A cap, and they had 2 minutes like on the board already. So we already know how hard it is to capture B, but regardless, it was a really good hold from Rocker Academy, just continuing to hold that top side. Now on the attacking side, it's Journey. Started off in a 2 streak here, but that middle control is opened up. Metals doing a fantastic job allowing Journey to work through this bottom church, and let's see if he can make a mess of Vengeance. He may find Weeman here, ring around the rosy. I think they may hear each other. He's gonna duck around, but juke him out he does. Weeman gets taken down and Journey falls. So now that church is open and cleared out, Rocker Academy pushed back, and well, Maple's definitely making a mess of things. Lucky's gonna see if he can answer and control mid, but got about 50 seconds left to attack A site. No ticks of progression on either.
It was late into round 1 that Vengeance had committed a little bit more of their resources into the church to set up camp, so you had numbers at least to funnel into the site. But now, as the subs pushed up, they were met quickly by a Rocker. And yet, it hasn't paved out to much. Still 1 around. It's Metals at A, trying to contest. He will, and he can get onto the point as we work on both. Rocker splitting their numbers, splitting the defenders as well. They are running out of lives slowly, but 26 seconds to go. Now you have to make a decision. Where do you go if you're the boys in purple? It looks like A's the closest, but they're just meeting Weeman. Like, he's finding 2 pieces and cutting him down. This is very tough. And through the back, it's Wardy. Through the back, he gets 1.
Yeah, there's only 17 seconds left, but my goodness, Denza just opened up 2 also as well, coming over towards the B site, make it 3 on patio. And oh my goodness, that may be it. Denza so far forward. I mean, even so, there's only 10 lives. There's not enough time. That was a crazy defense from Vengeance. Neither site getting captured.
It's good defense all around. Essentially did what Rocker did, but with more lives. And as soon as they cut off A, no one got towards Church. You can't overextend through the back to break those spawns. No pressure on the Vengeance. Play the gunfights in front. It's worked so far. 16-12, 9-11 for Wee Man. Wardy at 12-9 on the other side. Lucky having a very slow game. How will he turn things around, excuse me? As Wardy nowhere close to the glide bomb, but instead, first blood again to Vengeance.
Thanks to Wee Man locking down that mid, and Wardy, of course, working his way towards rooftops, but does fall. So Denza back church again, like you said, kind of isolating members of Rocker Academy in that back church. There's at least a take onto A, and this seems to be pretty quiet for Maple. But it's now 2 ticks of progression over, and Wee Man still locking down mid lane. This very close for a capture for Vengeance. Number 6, Lucky, could maybe make a stop to it, but at least to get a little bit of map control. Denza still just doing a fantastic job staying alive, and it's Rocker Academy that just have to back on up and rotate over towards patio.
Oh, Denza almost puts Lucky in a blender. If he knew that was Lucky, he probably challenges that 99 times out of 99. I mean, that is a tough player to kill, but Lucky not having the best game. Still, life advantage to no one. All tied up with 1:50 to go here in round number 3. Both teams taking a defensive end. Can Vengeance break the mold? Waiting for their opportunity to strike. Presence now inside Church. It's Maple back over to Lucky's POV. Shots ring out, but no connection. One will push up. The trade's there. Purple on the kill feed. Rocker, hold on.
Oh, and Lucky 5 streak. That was a huge kill. And still having the zone forward. He's going to see if he can maybe find one. Maple waiting on the other end of his gun does fall. So that was a huge gunfight for Maple. And you see 2 members of Vengeance working their way towards bottom church, but Metals puts a stop at least to 1. And getting that high ground and getting away with his life, Wardy decides to back on down, and still just kind of the reposition from Wardy gets taken down by Real. Really 50 seconds left here. And Vengeance is going to look to work towards that grass and, of course, make it way down bottom church. But it's really, can you get a pick and maybe flip the spawn? But again, Sean, there's not a lot of time left.
Yeah, it's hard to have any progression onto the site when you're losing numbers as quickly as you start to set up. Finally, like, 1 key kill towards back tank. They can get a break and swing around the spawns, but even there's no one else to really follow up to clear out Rocker, so you can't get the second wave of defenders. Rocker still have the hold, 16-8, just mathematically. Again, they play ratio game. They win this round.
Indeed, Real gets stunned. 15 seconds left. And the brick comes in from Denza, so at least there's 1 kill there in favor, but you got time. That is your enemy. Journey throws some stuns out to stop the bleeding, but it's Metals there, and Radio, of course, who picks up 2. Vengeance has no lives, no time. Rocker Academy take the defense. Now essentially take the lead.
Well, somebody's got to win offense.
Somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it. It's the only way we get to a definitive end to this game if it does go to a round 11. Round 5, excuse me. But in this situation, Rocker, they could win it here, 3-1. My, oh my. Now, this control has gone on. The storylines get a little bit more interesting. We'll see how this defense plays out for Vengeance. Again, they came from the winner side. Rocker, down from the lower. Took down Ultra Academy to get here. Opening it up with 2 kills. Now on to the point.
Maple. Trying to see, but at the end of the day, this is at least a tick of progression for Rocker. And Wardy cleaning out kills in the back church area. Stops the bleeding from Real, potentially setting up for a trap. But regardless, I think A is going to be captured if you are Rocker. Denza might look to push, but the push is actually going to come on through. Vengeance is going to decide to commit to the kills at least, and they come through. So now it's just back on down, get that map control, and you see Wee Man doing that. Maple still holding down the B site. There's at least one member there for Rocker Academy. Real slipped through. Will Denza find him? He does. So at least that didn't get bad, but now this is again the defensive position that Vengeance want Rocker to be in. You have map control. The only one that slipped in that was Journey, but at least they have Patio and P5.
Vengeance need to focus on the spawns right now, and they do get it, which is huge because they haven't yet proven they can control and lock down Patio for significant portions of time. They've tried it the past couple of rounds. It has not worked. For Vengeance, flipping those spawns might have been crucial. They can at least play off the back foot, throw nades into the point, and play up the stairs. It's Lucky who will get spotted, surely. Surely he gets spotted at some point. Wardy meets his demise. Lucky gets 2. Denza, the only one around. Vengeance have to fly off spawn to help him. And Lucky's not he's not dying. He's on a 4 spree. He's not dying. Rocker get the life lead back, and they have positioning as well.
Yeah, and I mean, they have to get all these kills, though. This is tough if you're Lucky because you said you need your teammates to win the fights in the front. So playing his life, he will. Wardy does take him down. 1 minute and 10 seconds left, but Sean, that could have been really devastating. But even though Lucky was in a great position, those gunfights weren't won from the front. So Rocker Academy still looking to break. Maybe can get set up again. Real is going to work through radio. Back on down, but at least able to take down Wardy. Can slide onto the point with his teammates. And this is a 2-2 split for Vengeance. Wee Man is going to have to make some damage going through the front, but Real stops from the back. Wee Man able to hold on. And at least there was a tick that came through at the B site for Rocker.
Well, they did get at least close to the end, but not enough for the full cap, so no time stopped. They'll have to get all 3 ticks on B. They didn't have the numbers in the point, and they have no one around. You have player 1, that's Maple, just holding a heady. Rocker can't escape without being seen. You get 1 extra push. 12 lives. Here we go. Through the patio. It's Wee Man who gets cut down. The first win by Rocker. The trade's there, though, for Vengeance. Purple, yellow in the kill feed. Pinstripes now. Rocker find their way into the point, and Metals wins a big gunfight. All of a sudden, the numbers funnel on in, and they have plenty of reinforcements with those spawns, but they need more in the point. You can't leave it up to Journey. Wee Man trying to contest. Wee Man wins a big one, and here comes the challenge around. Maple cuts him down. That's the stop for Vengeance. They just need 16 more seconds, and they're going to send us to a round 5.
16 seconds to hold on. And Lucky gets taken out, Church. So that was a huge one. That would have been the only push that they could have done. What a stop from Wee Man to secure this round. Vengeance. My goodness. The defensive side. So if we're looking at the ticks... Quick maths.
Well, neither team was able to capture B.
Neither team was able to capture, so...
It will come down
does
to...
Does it just flip the other round then, I think? Does it just go by...
I believe it would come down to
attacking,
kills.
defending? Huh. Well, Rocker Academy is attacking and Vengeance is defending, so...
Yep.
If you're Vengeance, this is what you wanted. 4 streak for Wee Man. And this is the last round that they need to take the lead in the series. Wee Man opening things up onto Lucky does find some information, but the push for Rocker comes towards B, and now Wardy able to get through.
Wow.
Wee Man with a huge 2 again with the stop on the Rocker push.
Yeah, but he doesn't get the glide bomb. That's the only thing. It was a big 2-piece, but he doesn't get that extra streak. So, if you're Rocker, you're more than happy with that trade. Again, life lead here for Vengeance. Rocker desperately looking for any kind of break. You should just focus on it and get an extra minute. Then worry about the push over to B. You can try to flip through the back of the tank and work that push like you have early on that didn't pan out your way. They're probably going to get A here, leaving it up to Wee Man to make a challenge, and Wardy through the back. It's a pinch. It's going to work out so well. Wardy, one more in front, just has to play his life. He just needs to contest. Oh, the challenge from Wardy clears him off the point. It's a minute to go, but Rocker nowhere closer to getting A. The decontest will come through. The slide challenge from Denza shut down, but Wardy, 3 in a row. Wardy has shut down Rocker, and this gives Vengeance a chance to get back over for contest.
Oh my gosh, that was so huge from Wardy, and Denza obviously popping off as well. But the capture does come in for Rocker Academy, but the kills still come in for Vengeance. So that is 3 down for Rocker Academy and make it 4. So now the respawn comes in. Rocker Academy again isolated on that patio side, and you see Wardy still continuing to do damage through fire. Takes down Lucky. Journey is able to trade, but now still it is that push on that P5 site and onto the top side of the map that it's still Vengeance that continue to hold Wardy. Or excuse me, Weeman doing a fantastic job. Well, Wardy as well.
You only got 12 lives. It all comes down to one push. Not a lot of time. You have to wait for everybody to get back up and try to wither some of those lives away. Here it comes out with a fly. Real and Journey combining for 3. Down to the ground, but Wardy has been the absolute reaper of Rocker. Denza closes it out on the point. There goes Rocker, 14-8. Map 3, Vengeance have held on defense with 47 seconds to go. They just got to play TDM now. It's plenty of time to find these kills, hunt them down, and shoot them in the back. Vengeance have been lights out. They are locking up mid-map. That should be GG's.
30 seconds left, 4 lives. You got one push, but you can't when Denza's going off like that. Oh my goodness. There's only 3 lives remaining. Is this not like we haven't seen this before, but the time is the issue. And Wardy, of course, flanking again. That is it. That is the game. Lights out performance from Vengeance on the defensive holds. Win the round and take the series lead.
Wow. It came down to a round 5. That's all you can really say in the end.
Yeah.
The defense favored both teams, and they proved it, but neither side able to get on to offense. They both had the same ticks going into OT, so I believe it went down to kills. And with that, that's where that performance from Denza and Maple came up big. Wardy was absolutely filthy. Shutting down Rocker on A, able to shut him down on B. No extra progression, no extra tick. And how different is that extra bit on A? How different was that hold? If Rocker get that a little bit sooner, maybe they get an extra push, but Wardy wanted no part of it. And now Vengeance are up 2-1 in the series, one single map away from being crowned the European champions.
Yeah, Vengeance, I'm telling you, they just look, their subs on that map look so good. And again, I'm not saying Rocker is, it came down to the defenses, but even in that opening offense, Sean, Vengeance almost had A and B. Like, it just, all across the board. You see Weeman, you see Wardy flanking, streaking out, just getting into those slipping the net and getting into those positions that you need to control the pace. And although Rocker still had some signs of life and an opportunity, it's just those key couple crucial gunfights that make the difference.
That's what it all comes down to. In any best of 5 in Call of Duty in general for the 14 years we've had this esport. Couple of key gunfights. That's all it is. And yet again, Vengeance prove as a respawn team, they continue to be the best in Europe. These guys are unreal. And the control goes their way once more. Here are the stats for the series. Going into that control, Vengeance was 3-1, at least by the end of Season 2, not including the playoff performance. Well, they've at least made it 4-1. And that is what we take away. 23-21 for Maple. Wardy, 28-29. I know Weeman had 34 kills. I know Denza had 33. But when Wardy needed to step up in that final round, boy, oh boy, did he step up.
Yeah, I mean, it just caught Rocker off guard. Wardy was putting himself in the perfect positions. And man, Denza to follow though, and of course Weeman locking down the lanes with the AR. I mean, yes, saw a couple of key opening kills that Weeman even would get, or to stop pushes, or even push toward that B site with the pistol in hand. It doesn't matter with these guys. AR, a sub, a pistol, a sniper.
Yeah,
they are looking really good. And Tusken Control specifically, like you said, this just has been one of their, if you will, bread and butters. But man, the non-traded kills from the squad all across the board. 27 from Weeman, 23 from Denza. And I mean, look at Weeman's damage. 41, 44. 4,144.
Pretty good amount.
My goodness. Quick maths, yeah.
I mean, Medals on the other side, 43 and 78. Again, had a insane performance in the damage statistic, 4,000 plus. I mean, anybody who cracks 4,000, 5,000, you're talking about as if we've jumped back to 5v5 Call of Duty. But in this situation, having that much damage to control probably helps more than at least the hard point, because it does come down to life. So it's tippable to Vengeance regardless. Now we go into our potential, well, it is actually our final hard point of this series, and what could be the final one of the entire grand final. Bocage will bookend the final portion of this grand final. We have a Game 5 S&D coming up if needed, but that hard point, that single hard point, can Vengeance continue being the best hard point team in the game? Or will Rokkr find a way to take this one to the distance?
Well, you gotta be able to take down Denta and Morty. That is for sure. And if they're having such slaying power with the subs as they have been, this is Bocage the last two maps. This is like their playground. Now, I don't know if you've noticed this, Sean, but on that, Metals had 34 objective kills, right? So, if he's stepping it up for Rokkr, which that was essentially one of their like weaker points this stage, I want to see him do that with a sub in Bocage.
Yep. You're going to have to. And if we're going to have that discussion, we can also talk about the fact that Vengeance cannot be overlooked with pulling out an extra sub, especially if Maple chooses to do so. This is where things get a little bit interesting, because on a couple of these hard points, Maple could absolutely pick up that extra sub. He's done it before. He could do it again. And the way he's playing, I'd be scared. Vengeance going into a very close map for Rokkr. They've proven that they can beat teams handedly on Bocage earlier in the season, in the middle of some of their deep runs, securing that first place seed before Vengeance came out of nowhere. This is going to be a tough one for Rokkr and for Vengeance, both teams, of course, but for Rokkr specifically, your grand finals run could end here. This is essentially a one and done. You win this, you get an extra chance. You cannot afford to let Vengeance get ahead by 120 points like they do on the first rotation of Hills. That cannot be a staple for Vengeance anymore. You have to be able to contest them early on.
Not to mention, the majority of the hardpoint maps, as we've touched on, for Rokkr Academy were on the larger maps this stage. So that, again, is a little bit more favorable for Vengeance, obviously, because this is a smaller map, and we know that. But you look at Real, though, and we know that Rokkr is one of those, teams that are a little bit more annoying to get behind. But the thing is that Vengeance, they were doing that. Wardy was doing that. He was getting behind them. So yeah, if you're Rokkr, if you can obviously the sub step it up here, but if you can take down Wardy and maybe just be careful of your pinch. But of course, Bocage, it's just that mixy map that can go in your favor either way. Sometimes, typically, it's the time the clock runs out. It's not necessarily a team that gets to 250, but it's the time that runs out. But regardless, you want to start off strong. You don't want to let Vengeance do it, but can't count out those subs, man. Wardy.
Yep.
Wardy.
It is worth mentioning at the end of regulation for this season, both these teams currently sit 2-1 on Bocage Hardpoint. So clearly not their best map, but not their worst. There are other factors going into this, but that's all we can go off of when it comes to recent performances. We've seen Rokkr play it. We've seen Vengeance play it. Just comes down to doing the dance. I'm excited to get into it. I hope the players are ready. I hope production's ready because, guys, I want to get into this one. The final hard point for this first potential best of 5. About to come up on your screens. Vengeance took the opening 250 to 164. They go to round 11. They drop it to Rokkr, but they bounce back in round 5 in control in pretty interesting fashion. And we could end this grand final and crown our European champion in the Bocage. And as Miles the Raw says, that's just Bocage. And sometimes it's that freaking terrifying. Regardless, though, Ellen, I did it to you in the S&D. I'm going to do it to you again. Quick prediction. Who are you taking?
I'm just curious. Who are you taking?
You can't flip it on me like that. That's not how this works.
You guys always asking me this question because
it's my job. You can't flip that on me. That's not how this works, Ellen.
Okay. Oh, this is how that works. All right. Vengeance. I love Rokkr. I love Vengeance. Like I said, I competed. I love these guys. I'm trying not to be biased. Okay. I'm not a BUYEST caster here. I'm just analytically trying to look at it. I think Vengeance is going to close out. Lights out across the board.
That's fair.
They are hungry for this.
Yeah.
Wee Man specifically, I know, especially considering he was in a potential spot to play his teammates, Harry Vortex and Beans. He is here. He wants it. You can see that from this squad. And Minnesota Rokkr are a good team. Don't get me wrong.
Very good.
It's just this ice, especially from Wardy, has just been elite.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. Like, the ice in the respawns, at least, has been excellent. But the biggest factor for me going in is, are we going to see the Vengeance squad that puts up 120 points by the time we're at P5? If that's the case, this series is done. Because they have been brutal to teams when they get that lead. And they play scrap time till the end. They usually win hard points. For Rokkr, you cannot afford to give up 70, 80 points by the time we're halfway through P2. You just can't. You have to find a way to contest early on. That's the key to victory for me. Rokkr can absolutely do it. They've proven they can do it before. We're getting all the players in the lobby. I appreciate your patience. Thank you. Love you. In general, I'm just looking at Rokkr to be able to bounce back early on in the hard points. Setting some rhythm and establishing that presence early is the key, Ellen. I don't want to see Rokkr getting their Rokkr way and showing those fundamentals by the time we're into our fourth hill. You have to do it early.
Yep, you're absolutely correct, because if Vengeance sets that pace for you, it's going to be really hard to set it back, especially when you are set in a spawn trap. So
Yep.
They do that so easily, and it's just because of that sub pressure. So we really
Yes.
need Rokkr Academy to step up there. But yeah, can I ask you now? Can I ask you
No.
now? Who do
No.
you think? Dang it!
Here we go, folks. Let's get into the hard point. It's Bocage, it's Vengeance, it's Rokkr. This could be the last one of the series. The grand final might come down to this. Vengeance one map away from being crowned your European champions. And already, they got the opening 6 seconds.
Woo! And the opening kills too. Denza and Maple going crazy. Wardy, he's gonna look to see if he can make a mess. This is his job. So he works
Yeah, they
around.
put that in his contract. Just, this is your job, make a mess.
This
And
is
he
your
does it.
job. Make a mess. And that's exactly what he does. At least he can separate the push here, but or get members off the point. But Vengeance, regardless, it doesn't matter. Wee Man, he set up Barn.
Yep. P1's going to be fairly contested early on, so nothing too unordinary sticking out, but nicely done by Rokkr to at least just get some points on the board, establish that early presence. So we move over towards the tank. It will take the ARs to start clearing out these lanes as Maple and Denza will open it up, but a response from Metals will slow it down. Vengeance, regardless, get themselves inside the hard point for the moment and then win the opening kills. They'll get the first 10 or so seconds. Rokkr have to regroup off spawn.
Yeah, and Wardy, again, still making a mess. He's on a 3 streak right now. Zoning forward and now working bottom grandmas, just holding. All he needs to do is just essentially make him take down Metals, and he does. So now Wardy does fall. No streaks are earned, though. And on the other side, Denza streaking out. 4 for him. So we mentioned Denza, we mentioned Wardy, and now Vengeance. They have a 35-point differential here. I was going to say lead, but no. Rokkr Academy at least able to get onto the point. Real. Now he's stepping things up. 6 and 3 for him on a 2 streak.
With the way Denza and Wardy have been shooting with those subs, Rokkr, the bat signal's in the air. You have to answer the call now. You cannot afford for those boys to get going. They'll get the final few seconds, but Rokkr will get the opening time on our new hill. Let's hit the rotation, folks, towards the top side of the minimap. It's Rokkr set up ready and waiting. Player 7's journey, so he'll find those escaping subs if they should come in for a tech. But at this moment in time, no pressure in the hard point. Nicely done by Rokkr to get an opening kill. But it seems like Vengeance are waiting for their opportunity to strike, and here they come. Contest in, Wardy baiting for 1, the pinch from the back. Rial has nowhere to go.
Yeah, and Wee Man again in the back gets a huge kill onto Lucky. So that tank side, clean break from Vengeance, and really the play was just to work mid. Don't worry about the sides. Forget Lucky on the the tank. Just flood through middle, and that's exactly what they do. The subs do their job. They break the point, and now they have the scrap. Rial is going to look to answer. Trying to hold down middle, gets tagged up a little bit, but if you are Rokkr, you still kind of want to work the site. You don't want that lead we mentioned. We don't want that 110-point lead being stolen away.
Yeah.
So at least a couple of members are cleared off. Vengeance, though, you see Wee Man getting set up. Get prepared for that rotation.
Giving Rokkr credit. They've been able to hold into this game, just keeping it a 15-point lead. But Denza through the back, trying to shut things down. Party goes nowhere, and Denza has everything in front he needs. 2 more kills in his pocket. 40 seconds still to fight over in this hard point. But when you're getting in a position like this, the subs are frying, the ARs from Weeman are locking down those long rotations. It's very difficult to break in. While it might not seem like an explosive start for Vengeance, they're playing expert hardpoint. They're getting clean breaks, they're getting clean holds, they're winning the sub battle inside. And Maple on a 3-spree can escape with his life. This is a good chunk of time.
And shoutouts to Weeman there for that hill, because that time essentially was secured because he rotated early. So although Rocker Academy do get a little bit of scrap, Denz is still here, and Weeman cleans up, so the scrap doesn't essentially fall to them. The spawns do, however, for Rocker Academy, but can you hold? Weeman working along back tank here does take down Real and falls, but Maple holding the front. Gonna still push on through, and Rocker Academy looking pretty good until Wardy comes on through, and Denza just making a mixery of the point, and no one is on for Rocker Academy.
If you can ignore the flurry of nades, P5 at River can very much be a money hill for Rocker. But then again, they would have to push out Weeman from position of contesting. So far, they do that. As Journey at 8 and 14, starting to turn things around. We'll find Maple for the second. They'll clean up a third at Lucky, helping things out. Rocker trying to build their lead back into this game. But so far, it's been a close hard point in this game number 4. It's typical from Rocker, not letting Vengeance get out too far ahead, but they do have to worry sometimes about that extra scrap. It is still time on the board. Vengeance now, waiting for P1 to pop back up. Rocker through the guns of Journey, getting themselves back into this game, potentially for a tie series. Excuse me, tie game.
Early rotation from Journey and securing bottom Grandma's. It's on a 5 streak right now. Make it 6. So 1 more, and see if he can earn the glide. He doesn't. That's a huge kill from Weeman. But still, Rocker Academy do at least swing the lead in their favor. Vengeance looking to break. The kills are coming through. So if you are Vengeance, at this point in time, you still need to invest into this and maybe just work your way through the front line and rotate to new. But at least the kills come through for Rocker Academy, and they managed to hold on. 20 seconds left on the point. And Journey still doing a fantastic job trying to zone forward a little bit, but Vengeance win the scrap. Metals, I was going to say. Metals going crazy right now. Huge kill on that rotation for Morty. Rocker looking at this springing life into this game now.
Well, it's thanks to the subs. They've been doing the dirty work. They've finally been able to respond. It's slowed down Denza and Wardy massively. 16 and 14, not those crazy sprees we saw earlier, but this is another big hill for Vengeance. If they get 30 or 40 points here, again, you talk about a swing that could help propel them into the next couple of hills, start to chain those lives together. But at this moment in time, it's working through the back right now. Who is that player? It's all the way behind. It will be Real who gets cut down. Now, the numbers from Rocker trying to flip those spawns, get them into position to continue to contest, but they're just getting shot out dead in front by Denza. He has not lost a gunfight at the bottom of the barn on a 5 spree. He's going to try to play for streaks, and that glide bomb could really help open up the hard point. Though those contests do continue to favor Rocker, Vengeance not in a bad spot by any stretch. They do have to worry about the rotation, but Rocker ready and waiting for those challenges outside of barn. Here comes the fly in, and they do get the win.
Oh, and that was a huge kill, though, from Metals to at least deny the streaks, as you said, but Weeman working that bottom tunnel area, I don't think was spotted. So this on the rotation to Grandma's could open up things up. Maple at least gets 2 in the front and Denza to follow. So Vengeance very, very quickly, Sean, took control of Grandma's. And of course, that counts to the subs. Beautiful break for Vengeance. Weeman holding that Riverside.
This is not the time to panic if you're Rocker. These 30 seconds do mean a lot, but you'd be about 183, 184 to 139. If you give up this time, it's not the end of the world. It is not the worst case scenario. Surely you do continue to contest, sure. Weeman, oh my god, for 3, and Wardy cleans up the 4th. But even with this, you get a little bit of a contest, a little bit of time. That's not a bad scenario. Rocker's still absolutely in this game. They're going to play for next. And this is a hill in barn where they absolutely need to get 40 or 50 to get themselves not only the lead, but to keep Vengeance from winning on scrap time alone. Rocker have a big hill in front of them.
Certainly do. See Journey just holding down. Lucky does get breaking apart, so Vengeance is going to start to float on through. Journey from the front gets taken down, and that's 2 for Rocker. But Metals, also, the trades, the flurry of kills come through. Rocker Academy able to hold. Vengeance still looking to break. 30 seconds left here, Sean. I say Rocker did a fantastic job of holding. But still, Vengeance managed to still slide and slip on through the net and contest. Wee Man with the 2 and Real up top left alone. It's just still Vengeance fighting for this scrap time. Even though Rocker had that hold, they're still slipping through and able to contest.
And I can't tell you how many times Wee Man has found 2 pieces inside of a hard point to at least get a contest, let alone a break that has spelled out for positive time for Vengeance. They have rallied those crucial kills into a 30 or 40 point margin that has helped them in this lead. Now, our first team to cross 200 points, Real, looking for the break, looking for a contest, but he has no one in support. Finally, numbers back up for Rocker, so the Cavalry will take its time to rotate into the hard point. But with all of that happening, that's free time for Vengeance, and I believe they might win it by a second. If they get a full hold on this hard point, it would be close, but it would be a 1-second win. And regardless, Rocker just need to contest something. I don't know if they know mathematically they can't afford to rotate off this hill, but they need to get someone inside. Vengeance have been sitting perfectly inside the hard point. No one else has been around. Vengeance can absolutely win it at River. These kills have been so huge.
So huge for Denza, and he's streaking out 4. He does get taken down, so those were huge for Rocker, but Wardy, of course, making a mess still. Rocker able to hold, but there's only 10 seconds left. This is scary. Yeah. Denza is going to have to see if he can work towards Barn and maybe get control of the side, as we know he's been doing, but Rocker Academy, there are 10 points away from losing this. Can Vengeance win it here?
All they need is 10 seconds, Ellen. 1 break, 1 extra contest, a bit of scrap time, and this one's done. The Grand Finals went through so many different changes, both these teams trading blow for blow, but all it takes is 5 seconds. The turn from Maple, 3 to go. The Kings of Europe have almost been dethroned, and Vengeance will take home the first place finish in a map 4 victory, 250 to 180. Congratulations to the Vengeance boys.
In such a dominant fashion, too. I feel like they just started off with the hot pace. I mean, Wee Man started off hot. Denza and Wardy, all across the board, these guys just consistently have looked so good. And Respawn's Surge, I mean, across the board. Vengeance, congratulations.
Ellen, we talked about it in the pregame. We said the subs were going to be the factor on Bocage. Obviously, that was true, but how important was it for Wee Man, 33 and 23, Wardy getting crucial kills in rotation, and Denza consistently being the first one inside the hard point to find 2 or 3? I mean, yes, Vanguard plays at a fast pace, but you can't overlook those triple kills here and there. Denza was absolutely excellent. Wee Man might be the standout of that map, but in the end, the hard point, the respawn game from Vengeance, it's the best in Europe right now. This team is the real deal, and for Denza to have the kind of performance he had on this team, given all the situations, scenarios surrounding it, I mean, this was just a typical season from Denza.
I agree. I mean, through the blood, sweat, and tears that this guy has went through, I mean, he was a part of, Ponda Replay, Money Form, like all the squads that he went through, and he found that perfect chemistry, the perfect squad to take it in that fashion. And yeah, I mean, he just shines out even more as a player. Even if he had those a couple of rough moments throughout the season, he really turned up here. And my goodness, just having Wardy 2 to follow, that entry sub and Maple doing what he does with any gun, this team is the real deal.
I love the way you said that. With any gun, this team is the real deal.
Any
Put it on a
gun.
t-shirt, man. Let's get a Kickstarter going. That was just perfection in the end in the respawns. Congratulations once more to Vengeance. They take home your first place finish. A whole lot of change and a whole lot of bragging rights. I just saw a tweet from one of the coaches selling Wardy, like I told you, brother, would happen in time. And yeah, this kid is absolutely insane. I hope that all CDL franchises are looking at this European roster and thinking, you know what? This team might have it, whatever it may be. Vengeance started their semifinals run 3-0 over Doge Nation. They take on Rocker Academy once. They beat them 3-1. They take them again. They beat them 3-1. Ellen, it's a storybook ending. It's a phenomenal way to get a grand finals win. It was incredible hardpoint and S&D control, all of that nonsense from Rocker. It was incredible. Their run, their ability to stay resolved and composed and poised in all the action. But Vengeance are just, they're too good, Ellen. What are you thinking?
I think they're so dang good, and I really look forward to seeing this team. Even next week if they're at Minnesota, I really love this squad, and Denza specifically for me has just been that player this year that I have absolutely loved, and I really want to just continue to follow and see his growth and where this team ends up.
Yeah, he's been excellent. The turnaround's been impressive. Ellen, we got the chance to be so lucky to watch it all season long. And with that, Europe finally comes to a close. Congratulations to Vengeance once more, your European champions and the new champions of Europe for the Challengers Elite Series for Season 2. It was a fun one. It was a bloodbath throughout. A couple of seedings changed, but in the end, Vengeance were the most dominant team. And with that, they take home the title. We'll see you guys in a couple of moments for North America. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy.
What's up, friends and family? Good evening and welcome to the final day of Season 2 of Challengers Elite, now focused on North America. 3 teams remain from the 8 that we initially started with. And my goodness, if we could ever predict anything that would happen in North America, you'd be an instant millionaire, because the results have been surprising from start to finish. Maybe with the only exception being these final 3 teams, and maybe the only exception being that my co-commentator is looking mighty fine. Austin, hello, friend. You were just talking about
hello there.
A chance to see each other, and now
yeah.
I get a chance. I get to like kind of sit here and appreciate what you look like. I like this.
Yeah, we get to take it all in, right? Because the viewers don't know, like, we don't see each other until we get right in here. So we're here. We got it. We're both looking snappy. We got some great matchups with some amazing teams left here for North America, Alan. It's gonna be a fantastic night. I'm so ready for it.
I'm pumped about it, man. Again, these last 3 teams have really risen to the top, and especially lately for some of them, and maybe even a little bit of a redemption story from Season 1 to Season 2.
Yeah.
We'll give you those little teasers. We'll break it all down for you. Let's take a look as we get into the bracket. As mentioned, 3 teams remain, which means we've got a lower final to get through first, and then we'll jump into the grand finals where one of our teams will have to be beaten not once, but twice. Here's how things shook up, though. It was a 5-way tie, if you remember, to figure out who the back 2 teams are going to be for playoffs in the first place. 5 teams at 2 and 5 trying to scrap their way in. It would be you and Stallions that would eventually make it there. Bear Claw and Texas Nation were guaranteed spots. But guarantees are only very short-lived when it comes to North American challengers here, Austin, because Bear Claw would actually be defeated by Stallions in the opening, but have made the comeback to face them again here in the lower finals to kick off our night.
That's right. Really interesting to see them come back here, have a rematch versus a squad that, you know, was up 2-0, was looking very convincing the first couple of maps, and then that's where you have to kind of credit Bear Claw a little bit for bringing that one back, but just not being able to really close things out in the game number 5. Now, coming in towards today, you have to imagine they're going to have some maybe different plans for us coming in towards the maps that, or at least maybe start a little bit hotter, because we know this Bear Claw esports team, we've been watching over them. They beat Texas Nation, I mean, at the end of the season, right? There was a lot of potential here built into this roster, and this one we know for sure is going to be a banger matchup, because the Stallions, they've been one of the more creative teams in the league. They've been very exciting to watch with a lot of up-and-comers that you maybe have not seen at the Elites constantly from season to season, whether that's past or so far here in the year. So it's a very thrilling one. I think we're going to get a great matchup here for Losers Round 2.
Yeah, I love that you bring up the point that for the Stallions team, not only are they youthful just by overall age, but when it comes down to what they've been able to do in their competitive careers, which, by the way, have been relatively short-lived, just due to the fact that they are so young. The thing is, as they got into Challengers Elite for Season 2, this is the first attempt for some of these guys. It's not even having seen Challengers Elite at all last season during the Cold War years. So it's not just been surprises to the collective of these 4 players working out so well together, but also for the newcomers to Challengers Elite. They have absolutely performed to the level that you would expect, especially players like Cryptic. We'll talk more about him as we get into map, but we got to, of course, introduce their opponents, Bear Claw Esports, who, technically speaking, win the head-to-head tiebreaker after the group stage to be the #1 team in North American Elite Season 2. Do drop, though, as mentioned, a bit surprising, but are on the path to recovery, and it's a lot just based off what Noise has been able to provide for this team. He's been unbelievable in Search and Destroy in particular, and of course, the team's respawn has been the best in the region, at least up until yesterday.
That's right. Hardpoints, I think, were one of the big go-tos for this squad when we were talking them up and what they bring to the table. The slang has been incredible. And Noisy, as you mentioned, one fantastic S&D player so far in the season. But we got to take a look at our series layout, the maps that we're going to have. I think this is what we're both really intrigued to see here for us, Alan, because we obviously already saw all the maps they played together yesterday. So we're going to have a Desert Siege back in the mix here for the second map, just like we did yesterday. No Bocage kicking us off here in the Berlin, but it will be right into the Berlin. We can't stick around too long. We're loading into the map, Alan. We're getting it rolling already here as we're going to see these 2 Titans fight off here in the losers final here.
A lot of the maps that we just saw pop up there, by the way, are repeats, as you'd kind of mentioned, from yesterday's head-to-head battle. This one in particular, for the Berlin opening hardpoint, was a 250 to 212 affair, and it narrowly was Bear Claw Esports to close it out. So, what has been learned? Where are the adjustments going to be? We're about to find out. It's Bear Claw Esports in the green, the Stallions, of course, in their white and red, and the Stallions spawning favorably, the first ones to get to P1.
Yeah, I like this right off the rip here. Just nice little wait, patient play at the top of the stairs. Going to be able to at least allow Kaiser to pick up 3 off the rip here. So a 3-0 start here for Kaiser with the AR. They know one more player likely going to be lingering here, but we'll be able to get some early control. So nice job here off the start for the Stallions.
Oh, and Kaiser actually holds on to both of his nades, so he can use those to try to clear off this train platform. Good read on where Radial is. 2 reels there to assist. And 23 seconds at the clock. There's barely a kill to speak of for Bear Claw Esports. They're setting up a bit of a pinch here to work for this scrap time, and it is panning out to at least neutralize some of the hard point for a small time, but 2 real, too good. 5 in a row looking for early streaks.
Well, apparently it's just 2 real and Kaiser here off the rip, right? 8 kills combined here, 5-0, working for some early streaks, and just about every single second of this hardpoint ends up going over to the Stallions. So you need to have recovery here now if you're Bear Claw Esports. Have to find a big bounce back, and Cryptic already looking fierce on the rotation as he finds the first one. He's waiting for the second.
Bear Claw Esports, one of their biggest kind of flaws yesterday in some of the hard points were their timings of picking up these early rotations, not really being able to reinforce when they look like they've got a full-on setup. That's already being contested, but as far as a correction from yesterday to today, Bear Claw Esports much more significantly strong on this initial hold attempt to throw this top of mailroom. Trades come out, status will remain, the hard point staying green. Next hit from the side of the Stallions, largely coming from the front. 2 real is looking to get around the back, but gets shut down, and this has nearly been flawless from the side of Bear Claw Esports. 20 seconds to play on the hill.
I mean, it really has been. This is what they needed, though. They cannot allow the Stallions to come through, get a good 30 points off at this point, and then win a rotation. So we'll see a little bit more pressure now come out the front of the hill. Radial not able to win that one versus Yuli. One more battle from the side. Yuli actually finding some big kills here. This is going to slow down the rotation here from Bear Claw Esports. So they do soak up just about every single second, gives us about a tie game. But now, how are they going to break this? And Exotic will be able to find the first one onto Yuli.
The thing about this is only allowing them to get even a look into fire. They've got no control over street side. You've got no presence into fire really yet at all. Although Radio will work his way in. That will create a gap. And it actually pulls Noisy to spawn with him. Stallion spawning way out. They're trying to find a way to correct this by hitting from the backside and take over the backside of the overall docks themselves. But the kills are just not convincingly enough. Bear Claw now into the hard point. A break comes through and a bit of blessing up from the spawns themselves in the first place.
Yeah, you have to look at Kaiser as one of those players who did push a little too far forward, but it could be okay. They could still recover here for themselves to get 20 seconds. Bear Claw looked like they still have the spawns in the back, but holding inside of the point right now is going to be Kaiser, who puts himself on 6 in a row. 1 off of that glide bomb. He is just going to run and sprint away from the point. Says, guys, I am 1 off my streak. I'm playing for this, and this could be critical here if he's able to get it.
Oh, but he doesn't quite finish off the kill in front of him. There's another contestant nearby, but he wants Chris Radial. Pistol in hand, re-wraps back over to fire, and Radial is very alert to what the play was. Denies it, and streaks have been taken off the board. Dead even game. Train yard opening up. Bear Claw looking for the break, and Noisy trying to sneak around the back, but they ran into 2 real. Fortunately for Bear Claw, there were more members there to help get the trade, and with that, the spawns will be secured, but still needing the hard point time is Bear Claw.
Let's see what Cryptic can do. 3 in a row, 4 in a row. Finds Noisy inside the point, but doesn't have all the assistance with him as of just yet. However, Yuli with the submachine gun, not going to be able to maybe pull too big of an impact here. Maybe wants an automaton, but Exotic, he's been able to basically watch over all of his teammates. He's on 6 in a row. Now another glide bomb about to come into the conversation here, as it's going to be Bear Claw Esports soaking up the time. 15 seconds up for grabs. One last hit in the back for Kaiser, and it could take Exotic off the spree, but I think he knows, all right, I don't need to take this challenge. I'm going to play this slow and work for the glide.
So many players so far have been tremendously close to securing glide bombs. Not even a kill away. We would argue a bullet away. But now it's on to Exotic to try to find an opening pick. 2 real, long range. Doesn't miss a bullet. That'll earn the full streak. And now an opportunity with Bear Claw already putting Noisy forward. They actually could flip spawns around completely here. Kind of forget what's happening on the hard point for now. This is all about trying to trend the map in your favor on the left-hand side, and Bear Claw have successfully done that. Now you have to ask the question, can you hold this, and can you negate the time that Stallions are currently finding on P5?
Well, Noisy is doing some good job zoning here, but he's not ready for Kaiser up top. And now the control looking pretty solid around this point. We don't typically see a lot of time go over, and it's because of the nades, the stunts, so many entry points into this P5 hill, and Radial wants to break it open here, finds the angle to push on through. That's good for 1. Unfortunate team nade there from Noisy. Will clear him off of the point, but 15 seconds up for grabs. Both of these teams very close in score, but it's the rotation here, Alan. You see a lot more of those green members here already around P1.
Yeah, Bear Claw think that they're comfortable around this first hard point, but nobody knows that 2 real is in between both sets of this Bear Claw defense. The good news for Bear Claw is that they do pick up the elimination onto Yuli in the back, so the flank is made safe. It's just down to finding 2, which Chris Radial is able to do very quickly, and then even finds a good gunfight versus Cryptic, but cannot find the W. So 112 to 88. Stallions having to break from the front with numbers to potentially do that here on their first attempt. Yuli from the side stairs is able to work his way into the site itself and find at least one elimination. Two-Real following up. The MP40s for Stallions, absolutely tearing it apart. Exotic has nothing to do but fall, but Radio around the back keeps the play neutral. 30 seconds to fight for. Cryptic on the way in and wins the final 1v1. The Stallions have successfully broken.
That was just a massive moment right there. Cryptic finding that two-piece is going to now slow down Bear Claw because they can't really give 25 seconds over. But if Cryptic's here, they very well might have to. And now you take a look at the mini-map. What's happening here across over on the docks? It's Welly who's able to find a big battle here versus Two-Real. Yuli also trying to assist in the rotation. These kills, so massive. But Welly able to answer back here. He's got to stay alive, and it will allow Bear Claw to at least touch the hill first, get some numbers here, and it's going to be up to the Stallions to try to break on through.
But they're in a good position to at least work not just largely from this high ground, but you still have Cryptic keeping the street safe. So you're just trusting that your SMGs can win these individual gunfights. And that now falls largely and solely onto Two-Real, who cannot get it done. So once again, Bear Claw Esports, once they start feeling the pressure, they kind of keep Stallions at a little bit of an arm's length reach, allowing a chance to get some vacancy, get some hard point time. But on the break attempt again, moving back forward with numbers are Stallions. One more player to find that's noisy, but he's a slippery little devil. Able to get 2 eliminations before dropping, and that will keep the numbers of Stallions pretty limited as they look to lock up this scrap time.
Yeah, the good news, though, is that at least this time around, Bear Claw, they don't come away with a massive amount of points here on this point. One last battle here for 10 seconds or so. Exotic, of course, still having that glide bomb, but will be beaten down here from Yuli. So 143 to 130. You could not ask for a closer hardpoint right now as Yuli flies through for a couple more kills. And now Bear Claw, last time around, they were perfect. They were able to break this, and it was because Kaiser had pushed too far forward. But Exotic, he's going to invest the streak fairly early, finds Cryptic at the back of the map, but no one from Bear Claw is even at the halfway point. So that glide finds zero value.
Literally, you may even argue that they find negative value because Stallions actually use that as a chance to say, okay, you're going to glide us in the back. We're just going to push forward in towards fire. So there's actually more members here than Bear Claw are anticipating. I don't love that call at all. Definitely trying to pull something like Boston Breach was trying to do from a couple of weeks ago, but it does not really find the same success because there was no imminent hit set up. So now the Stallions will use that as an opportunity to gain a lot of time, although they have kind of missed where the next hit attempt was going to come from, which was over through the first hardpoint in lobby. So Bear Claw will break, but Kaiser on 5 seems to give the nod that, yes, Stallions will concede this time in favor of playing first setup, trying to get Kaiser streaks.
And this is what we talk about, right? The 40-20. Let's get the first 40. Let's rotate and give them the back 20. And Kaiser finds a battle here. Able to take down one. Welly inside of the house will also end up dropping here. Yuli with a great read, who's on 4 in a row. Looking for potentially number 5 onto Exotic down low. And he's pre-firing. He's pretty cracked out, but it's Exotic that finds him through the bottom of the stairs. So now another lead change. Stallions in control of the point here around P4, but Bear Claw, they are answering back. They have control in the back here for the spawns, and Cryptic will also fall. You've lost the main AR, and Yuli's going to have to try to save the play, and he can't.
I will say, as far as who's taken the initiative more often so far in this hardpoint, I give a slight narrow edge to Bear Claw. They get a 4-man feed around the back, able to flip out spawns a couple of different times. Obviously, right here in the 4th, they've been able to do that pretty successfully, allowing this time to stay neutral. And in the meantime, once again, put Exotic on the same hill, close to streaks for the 2nd straight time. But they can't quite find the actual time. That's where the one little miss has been for Bear Claw. Their initiative plays have been solid, but executing and really finding the efficiency off the hard points themselves once they get those initial plays have actually been a little bit lacking, which is why we have our even game at the moment as we rotate back to the 5th hard point.
I like the positioning here. Radio, he knows the 2nd, ran right by. Just a matter of how many more he can try to clean up. He's just being annoying. The thorn on your side here. If you're the Stallions, they have to backtrack just to clear him out. This creates a bit of space around P5, but it doesn't matter when Yuli is able to find those kind of multi-kills. And now you take a look at the minimap here. Bear Claw, they're going to have to battle out of the back of the map right now around P4. They have to take such early engagements before they're even going to see the point. And while this happens, all of this time is being collected.
Wouldn't you love a glide bomb in a situation like this? I think we start to wonder. Welly with the double at least neutralizes the hardpoint time. So the first checkbox is going to come through on your laundry list that you just laid out. Good read that Two-Real's trying to zone forward. This actually leads to Bear Claw trying to get over to fire on the top side of the map. Kaiser's the only defender in the midst to try to hopefully stop this from happening. And the timing here is solid to get the read on the Radio, but not clean enough to get the kill. So Radio in the back needs to be punished. And he's actually predicted this pretty darn well. The rest of Stallions largely waiting for the hit from the front, but everything hinges on this 1v1 in the back, and Kaiser's able to take it. Now all the focus for Stallions could be forced forward, but Exotic slips around the backside of the stone courtyard. Now isolated are Yuli and his teammate of the SMGs up front. But Yuli's good for one. Picks up good help from 2Real, and Stallions will hold.
How good have the subs been so far for the Stallions? Yuli here to answer 2Real again with another big kill. And now it's Bearclaw. They're going to have to try to answer back. They're going to have to get inside of this point. Try to contest some of the time. Cryptic from the side will end up losing that battle. So Bearclaw now slide on through. Just trying to touch the point. Keep the Stallions off of it. See if you can delay the rotation as long as possible, because we are absolutely going to see one more hill.
Oh, watch Exotic. He's going to try to cut off this cross through the fire. He's number 1 in green, trying to make a play across, but Kaiser actually finds the kill in the kill feed. So numbers good for Stallions. Chris Radial, the last player for Bearclaw here, trying to stop this rotation from being clean, but he's not able to find more than just the first elimination. Stallions, win condition right in front of them, but they've completely bunkered up onto the hard point. They've got no clearance. They don't know what's coming from which doorways. It's all about who can react first.
Look at the collapse on the minimap. Everyone hitting a different route, and now it all comes together. Noisy finds that first one. He finds the second one. Noisy drops down into the point, and now it's Bearclaw that have a bit of control inside of the hard point. The spawns are going to flip, and the Stallions, they still have to hit this at least one more time.
Look at the zoning. This is different from what Stallions did. Stallions chose to bunker. Bearclaw have found the proximal spawns and made sure that Stallions are going to be challenged at every single point of ingress. 17 seconds left. Cryptic try to hit a route. He's not going to get there. The rest of the Stallions have to hit from the front. It's a 3-man flood. Here comes Yuli and 2Real. Start kills will be there. 2 for Yuli. Could he possibly clutch up again? He may have. Kaiser around the back. Bearclaw trying to get there. Noisy looking to get on rotation. They think they're not going to get the final tick, but they will. Stallions will hit the 250 point while Bearclaw were trying to sneak a rotation to fire, and the first map will go the way of the Stallions.
Oh, you could not ask for a better way to kick off this best of 5 here between these two Titans, and it's such an interesting dynamic because the first 2 P2s that we got inside of Male were all Bearclaw controlled. Once they got the rotation, they were able to hold it for usually the first 20-30 seconds. That time, the Stallions actually clean them out. They get there first. They're able to hold on to some of that time, and then they find the re-break and get there with the final tick. On top of that, even if it did go one more hill, there was still a 1v1 that they were already set up for just in case it didn't tick over. So such an incredible map, number 1. And hey, we said that we could see very similar maps put into this best of 5. Yesterday, we saw Bearclaw take this. This one was extremely close, but a lot better here for the Stallions.
Oh, so much better for the Stallions. It's just one of the things that really both teams were missing when they had played up against teams like Texas Nation yesterday, and even for Bearclaw playing up against UIU. You had this moment where you kind of see both teams struggling to find the initiative on their hardpoint rotations. Timings were not quite there. Tempo was a little bit slower than you would like to see. And really, for both teams, I have to give credit where credit is due. They come out and they make subtle adjustments to at least contest those problematic spots that they had in the mix yesterday. Now, the thing about it, at the very end, I won't lie to you, Austin, as soon as I saw Stallions completely bunkered up on that P2 here at the end, I was like, oh, there's no way. They don't have any idea of where Bearclaw are coming from. And as you hit the call there, partner, you hit it exactly correct. Bearclaw were hitting from every single doorway at the same time. Problem was that late full flood and Yuli and Kaiser combining for 3 of the 4 was everything, with just enough time on the clock to get over the 250 mark that you need. So great stuff through and through. We talk a lot about how Cryptic has been an X factor for this team through the group stage, but you have to give a nod over to Kaiser. 32 and 25, top damage in the lobby outside of Exotic. That 1v1 was fun to watch, but also Yuli, who has been the Iceman, literally speaking, for Stallions in so many different moments throughout this playoff so far.
I mean, you can't really say enough good things about Yuli. Even, in a lot of ways, he reminds me of the Spart from last year, where it's like, even though he might start off a little slow, might not have the best record through the first rotations, you can still always rely on him to pick it back up and find those game-winning moments, right? That's how I kind of think of Yuli a lot so far, watching him through Season 2, and that's another great moment of it, where he just flies to the front door, finds an unbelievable 2-piece, and gives his team the map win, with the help of everyone, of course, reinforcing for any trades that could follow follow right after. But it's those moments that can make or break a game, and it's just more or less kind of just getting clutched on top of clutch. But Stallions were just better, I guess, in the clutch, so to speak, right? Because Bear Claw get in there, they do the exact same thing. So such a thrilling one to kick us off here, and I think a really big narrative that we were kind of talking about when we were looking over the Stallions roster, say, hey, these guys need to start off hot, and if they can take away a hard point from what was the #1 hard point team coming in towards playoffs, that could be your win con here throughout this best of 5, and obviously to kick it off here on the right foot.
Absolutely, partner. I mean, the whole thing about this Bear Claw esports team, they were 3-9 in hardpoint in season 1 when Mochilla was on the roster. They make the stylistic change to bring in Exotic, and all of a sudden they go 9-3 in hardpoint in the group stage the next season.
Sure.
So the fact of the matter was, it wasn't just they went 9-3. They beat Texas Nation in 2 hardpoints, which was a key for them supplanting that Texas Nation roster as the #1 team in North America, at least on the day. But the thing about this for the Stallions is you come out, you win this map 1. Now you're going into a Desert Siege where, by the way, you beat this Bear Claw team yesterday, 6-4. You start to feel really good about the chances you could put together on the Tuscan Control as well. This map set all of a sudden becomes so much more favorable towards Stallions because you were able to correct your mistakes from yesterday. You lost map 1, 212 to 250 yesterday. Or that was actually map 4, pardon me. But you come out of this Berlin hardpoint today and find a 6-point win. Now all of a sudden, this series looks really good for your hopes to get back to the grand finals.
Yeah, I think it definitely does here. Replicate what you were doing yesterday. See if you can continue to just find those big openings that felt like, were too real. Was having a phenomenal performance yesterday when it came to the search and destroys, finding just a lot of first bloods, being great at opening up a lot of plays for you to get that bomb down when necessary here. And on the opposite end here, Bear Claw, they need to stuff this right now. They need to make sure that the Stallions are not going up 2-0 again. Sure, we saw Bear Claw almost pull off a reverse sweep yesterday, but you don't want to be put in that situation in elimination match, right? You do not want to go down 0-2 here, and we have seen a lot of gameplay throughout the very first season, of course, when they did have Mochilla on the roster, compared to Exotic, where they were playing a lot of Desert Siege, and a lot of teams were actually hard vetoing this against them. So we'll see if they can try to bring, some of that flair that they had through the first season here up against the Stallions after correcting everything that potentially went wrong yesterday as well, throughout that 6-4 loss here. You have a shot at being able to do it. We know they're really solid in control, but it does start, of course, coming in towards the search and destroy. And if you can shut down Too Real, if you can shut down Yuli, and at least make sure they're not making those aggressive plays really early on in the rounds, I feel like that could be your win condition to be able to start to get some rounds under your belt. Enable Radial, enable Noisy. They can very much match the likes of those two.
And I think you hit on the 2 players that I really wanted to make sure that you guys out there watching internalize. Noisy Search and Destroy KD yesterday was a 1.2 up against the Stallions team. It's a 1.4 plus overall on this season. But yesterday, Radial also put together an unbelievable performance through both Search and Destroy. So I think that that's a really big key as far as who to watch out for. We have to keep our eyes on both of those players. I'm also, again, just because this was not on our main featured broadcast, I'm curious to see where the little nuances will actually exist between these 2 squads on a map like Desert Siege. Are we going to see ARs v ARs, or maybe even snipers v snipers out towards the desert side by B? Or are we going to get more aggressive SMG gameplay inside mid university again? Because that was kind of a big key for a lot of our challengers teams that struggled on this map, Stallions in particular at the beginning of this year, was how defensively you were going to deal with that play in the middle buildings of university. So I'm really curious, I think, just to see stylistically, not just how the long range battles will fare, but maybe even more so, what will happen with the players that choose to get aggressive with subs? Will they meet each other off the rip in the first 30 seconds, or will they choose to play a little bit more passively and be more of a part of a retake or a full-on post-plan execute? That's my real question.
That's what it's going to come down to here. Are we going to get the sniper play from Welly again? Or maybe if we go back to season 1 where he's just, challenging people from across the map when he's got an automaton and they got a sniper, he is just not worried whatsoever. We've seen it all from him. He usually also performs really well, and I think that's why he can complement some of his subs here on this Bear Claw Esports roster. But 1-0 for the Stallions, a nail biter in the hard point. It's going to take a lot here to come through into the search and destroy. Might not get into it just yet here, Alan, but nonetheless, I know that we're definitely very excited to see how this one's going to go, because these are 2 teams that we did not necessarily think were going to be facing off when we go all the way back to the beginning of the season. When we talk about our UIUs, our Texas Nations with like high expectations, these guys very well could match each other again. Not the case here, and it feels like we've had a totally different turnaround so far coming into towards season 2 with just a few changes here and there.
And it's where the changes have happened, because for teams like Whatever It Takes and Infamous and UYU, sure, there were a couple of roster moves for 2 of those 3 rosters in particular. But I think the most interesting thing about these 2 squads and how they go from not qualifying in the first time through season 1 for Stallions and then being smoked in the first season if you're Bear Claw, to now top 3 the immediate next season, like literally less than 2 weeks between the 2 seasons. The biggest thing for me is, I think Bear Claw do realize that stylistically and tempo-wise, Moach was not working with what they wanted to do. Because it was Noisy was all over the place, man. Noisy and Radial together were the reason why that team was finding success in the limited amounts of times that they were finding success. Now that you've got Exotic, who's running an aggressive main AR, weird to say out loud, since that guy's mostly been used as a flex throughout his career.
True.
You start to see a little bit more tempo and pace. And then on the Stallion side of things, they bring something to the table that no one else has offered for us. A lot of unique looks across every different map mode combo that we've seen so far. And yeah, at times it wasn't polished, it wasn't efficient, but lately, when they clutched up to get to playoffs, and in these playoffs particularly, they have really showcased their improvement to make these new kind of looks really find a lot of value versus our tried and tested teams from before.
Yeah, they definitely have. And I think you bring up those stylistic differences. You talk about the AR play in this game compared to past. Like, it feels like we've almost always had a solidified, like, slow main AR on the roster, whether that's CDL, whether that's challengers. But it feels like a lot of what we get in Vanguard is being able to kind of play both of those styles at once. There's times where you have to play slow, have to play reserved for spawns, or play, a little slow for picks. But there's also moments where you have to be able to find those explosive moments to jump inside of the point, get aggressive, make those aggressive challenges happen with your subs, kind of run with them a little bit while tailing behind. It's almost like a different play style where you talk about Exotic, who's, more or less been a sub the majority of his career. He's like, hey, listen, I'll pick up the automaton and roll with you guys and be able to kind of fulfill this necessary position that you guys are kind of requiring in order to be a top team. And that is what's come to life here for them. So it's been really interesting, I feel like, to see that change come over here for us overall. And he's obviously been fulfilling it very well. And I feel like it's also good because Exotic's, been at the top here for a very, very long time. We've obviously seen, what his dual royalty was able to do at the beginning of the season. Now it's a matter of what we'll maybe get out of Exotic here coming in with the rest of this roster as well. Big eyes on him, being the addition, of course, to Bear Claw, turning this team around more or less. But now it looks like we are good to go here for our second map. Desert Siege Stallions leading 1-0. We'll see if they can make that 2, or if Bear Claw, they'll be able to tie us up.
You were so intoxifying with your words that it completely froze me in place. I don't know if you noticed that or not. Couldn't even blink. Couldn't even breathe. Did you even notice that? Oh, never mind. I was muted on Unity XD. Hi, Austin. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Sorry.
I was a little worried. I'm like, did we lose Alan? We lost me yesterday, so I was like, oh no.
Wait, did you see me completely just engulfed with your words that I was just completely frozen in time?
I did see you frozen for a second.
You completely hypnotized me, and then I'm
sorry to do that
I
to you,
refreshed everything. I forgot to unmute myself to you, so the stream heard that twice. Oh gosh, you're a beautiful piece of man. I'm glad we had that moment together. We are having a couple of tech problems though with our search and destroy, not just for myself but also for the players. But it looks like everything's all ironed out, and we should be good to go here soon. I think the most peculiar thing about the current state of challenges we find ourselves in is not just the top 3 teams that we kind of have at the moment, but how are they going to stack up internationally? Because that is going to be a determining factor in where exactly challengers, players, and teams themselves fall next weekend with the Minnesota Open that will be happening. It's going to be fun. Make sure you stick around for that. But with the tech problems that we're currently having, we're going to send things just to a brief break, make sure everyone's all good to go, and we'll jump on into the Desert Siege Search and Destroy map number 2. Stallions up 1-0. See if they can make it 2-0 when we come back after this. Lord, welcome back. Sorry for the extended pause, but we had a couple of players having problems getting into lobby. Can't have that, as Stallions now join us into the Desert Siege up 1-0. The 250-244 hardpoint finds us on the Desert Siege search. And, well, before we can even get into the action, opening round done and dusted. Bearclaw cleanly taking the first.
That's right. Cleanly coming in, grabbing this first round. Of course, defensive round coming in. Expect a lot of these defensive rounds to come through on a map like Desert Siege. But it looked like the first couple picks came in. They cleaned things out pretty easily. Also important to note that it is Yuli that will be, of course, that fourth member here on the Stallions here for Vin Popovich. So keep that in mind as well. We'll also do our best to remind you as we go through. As actually every single player on Bearclaw wins their one-on-one here, Alan. So it's a good start for Bearclaw to come in here.
Great start. Perfect start, you may say. Little team ace action going through, and now it's on to Bearclaw for the first offense. Noisy sniping. I believe he did just see the hat of one player deep. That's Cryptic, who was able to find a couple of tags forward, allowing now Vin Popovich, I think it's appropriate to say his name in certain regards, finds first blood. It's a comedy name to be for sure. His trades come through. Bomb will be collected, and Bearclaw continue to push forward in towards B.
All right, 2Real's going to have to back up here. He does so with the stun out, but Cryptic's able to answer back on the Noisy. That's also the sniper rifle player. So we'll relieve maybe a tad bit of pressure, but 1v3, well, he's going to have a lot of work to do. We've seen him pull off some incredible clutches in the past here over Vanguard. We'll see if he can try to work towards this one. 2Real not going to give him the chance. Wins the first gunfight. And the Stallions also will be able to close out their very first defensive round.
Yeah, it's hard to build trends right now, but I just got to go back and remind everybody because, you know, we've been on an extended break. Some of the kind of keys to look forward to, I think we kind of got one of them teased in that second round there, which is Noisy potentially sniping on the offensive side. But defensively, I'm also curious to see what both teams are going to offer as far as locations they want to hit. I mean, at least based on what we could speculate coming into that first round a little bit late, Bearclaw defensively had a lot of significant movement over to the middle of the map, finding some pretty easy opening eliminations. And while Kaiser takes some opening shots, it will be responded in kind by Welly.
Oh.
Cryptic, oh boy. Radio surely saw
Careful.
him.
Oh!
Maybe not.
What a shot here from Cryptic. The bunny hops from Radio coming up and down, and he finally connects. But it is answered back, not only onto one, but two. Yuli and 2Real now out of round number 3. But Cryptic maybe could stay hot here with the scope, 2 versus 3 to try to work through. Big problem here is just going to try to work over to the bomb, which looks like Kaiser is going to be able to do. And once you get that bomb, you could potentially work for A. Cryptic's clearing out a lot of this space here, but it is going to be exotic at the very back.
Yeah, and I don't believe this has been seen at least not initially, but Cryptic once again surprises. 3 kills in a row, 2 by way of scope, and I think Cryptic, did he see Noisy up top to the right? Of course, we're looking right at him because he's got a bright green outline, but it does not look like the eyes of Cryptic were focused in that area. So now 1v2, Cryptic still with scope in hand. Are you really going to go for the quick scope around the backside of B? Well, maybe he will. I don't know if he saw this player onto the right side. Looks like the answer is no. Tucked just behind this truck, Bearclaw Esports survive, but it's Cryptic who really does at least force the conversation about what snipers could do on this map.
Yeah, you have to wonder how this battle is going to continue to ensue here throughout Desert Siege, because a lot of what we talk about when we see Desert Siege is, okay, who's going to be able to find some offensive success? And so far, as you can see, at the first 3 rounds, all defensive favorites. So it's really about trying to use this scope to utilize the first pick and then capitalize on a bomb plan if you can. And if you're able to do that, that's kind of how you set yourself up for success a lot of the time, because there's so much to clear when a post-plant setup on either one of these sites. So let's see what changes. It looks like Bearclaw still opting into some of the routes over by the B site, and it is going to be Welly through the far outside, but Radial finds the first blood. Real gets aggressive, and now this is your chance to capitalize 2v4 here on the attack.
Yeah, I actually really like this offensive adjustment from Bear Claw. They kind of fully stack and play reserve. Although Cryptic gets around the back and nearly sneaks forward to deny Exotic the plant. Not able to fully get into the mix, though. Leaves it all down to Kaiser for a 1v3. Bomb gets planted over the middle of the map. Clean shots onto Radial. Barely even hesitates in the opening gunfight. With 30 seconds on the clock here, Austin, this is still a very hard-pressed 1v2, especially with the locations that Bear Claw members are holding this post plant.
Exactly, and this is what I kind of talked about. There's so much to clear, and then even when you find one, they can kind of just play with you. They don't need to take the initial challenge, and then you end up dying here right from the side. So a very clean round that comes through here. Bear Claw finally able to find an offensive round, and it comes by way of patience, right? By not even really doing anything, just by kind of sitting back, waiting for some of these aggressive plays. We didn't see the first kill that came through, but we certainly saw the second, where 2Real was trying to get some information, try to get a bit aggressive in front of the site and say, okay, where are these guys? Are they actually attacking this site? I'm going to go and find out, and they were right there for the punish, made sure he was not able to slip the net and push on through to create some havoc here. So very nice round for Bear Claw, and now it's up to the Stallions to see if they're now going to be able to answer back as they try to position over to A.
Look at the setup for Bear Claw, though. Full three-man stack over through the train yard. But Yuли will find a response on to Noisy to at least keep this into a 3v3. And largely, actually, this kind of puts Bear Claw in a weird spot. You've committed so far forward that an AR holding the cross actually kind of keeps you planted in this area. But as the bomb flips back over to B, Welly tries to deny and is unsuccessful. So now for Bear Claw, you're kind of waiting for this full flank to come around the back. Cryptic is in a position, hopefully, to be able to read one of these two players, and Kaiser's on the other. And yeah, that seems to be where the kills will come from, as Cryptic will make sure of that. A good adjustment from Stallions after reading the initial defensive play from Bear Claw.
That's right. Now we get the offense starting to come through here for us, and a lot of it comes by, Welly not being able to stay alive at the back of the castle there. If he's able to play his life and allow this flank to maybe come through before he ends up dropping, maybe he has that window, be able to push up, find the player on the bomb, and be able to kind of assist and hold hands with his teammates that are trying to make that flank play happen into the back. Not the case here for us. Now 2-3 we go. Very close throughout all of these rounds here so far as well. Looking at Cryptic at 5-3. Nice start. Other side, of course, not surprised, right? Noisy with the 1.4 overall KD, leading the charge here, and he's leading the first blood, but Kaiser has been able to get 2 in a row, and right away, 15 seconds into the round, we're in a 2v2.
Just the team shots from both sides. You could argue both were perfect, leading to a 2-for-2 exchange. And with still a lot of time on the clock, I would say a narrow advantage here to Bear Claw, because you kind of have to move this defense around into individual pieces. But how about the aggression from Cryptic with the sniper rifle through Sands? That will allow him not only a chance to maybe even read the bomb is down, but it gives him, more importantly, an AR to play with. Welly, though, on the opposite side, may have caught just a little bit of intel that 2Real was playing topside castle. And as he goes to clear, he actually has opened up a bit of a route to maybe get around the back side of this completely, because Cryptic hasn't moved. He's still holding right on top of the bomb where it is dropped.
And this is just so tough, man. We see it on the minimap, of course, but you put yourself in the player's shoes here where you're like, okay, I got 40 seconds to try to cross the map and not be seen in the process, or try to catch someone on some good timing here, catch them off guard. It's not going to happen here. Both play very separate in the 2 versus 2, but it works out after that first kill comes through there with the scope. So very nice response. Now a couple of rounds in a row here for the Stallions, as they're able to tie us up 3-3. And now this is where we wonder, okay, are the Stallions going to start to throw in some of their creativity? Are they going to continue to try to work in for just maybe that first pick, get aggressive, drop the bomb, or are they going to start to pull out some of these creative plays? That's what we're going to have to wonder.
And I think the biggest area that you'd find that is over in towards this university. And it's exactly what 2Real is doing. He jumps the window while Yuли will go for a plant. But look how quick Exotic is on the long flank. Kaiser trying to deal with this, but the timing is broken. Exotic able to find the free pick. And now all of a sudden, as the bomb was denied by way of a set nade, a lot of pressure onto Stallions trying to clear up some space to even work with, let alone see a recovery of this drop bomb.
Oh, Cryptic, though, could take some shots onto Noisy. Doesn't finish off the kill. There's 2 players back here for Bear Claw, and it's going to be pretty difficult to try to work yourself out of this, because the bomb, it is all the way on A. So you have 40 seconds, and winning this battle in the back here for Cryptic is going to play a massive part on actually pulling off this round. Noisy is at the very back of the map, and Cryptic, I think his teammate might have called him out. There it is. He finds it, and now we're in a 2v2.
And this is interesting, because once again, Stallions are going to have to play this separated, but they may once more find incredible pieces of timing. Although 2Real will not be able to catch Exotic as he crosses literally right in front of them. It's actually on to Cryptic now to win that long-range gunfight. But Welly, very aware that the bomb could be planted, goes to check, and Two Reel's in a very difficult position, but still wins the gunfight. Now off the back, though, Exotic sure going to get the trade, and with that, not a lot of time on the clock, none to plant, and Exotic just has to run and hope that he can keep his life to secure the round, and that will occur. Oh, man, so many little moments throughout this search so far, and I think the biggest thing is neither team has been able to convincingly set their tempo or pace, even though there have been some really interesting moments of timing so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this one was almost an incredible round to come back from here for the Stallions. But, you know, a lot of what takes place in that is just the fact that they know where the bomb is. They see that player hovering around the site and they're like, okay, this guy likely has the bomb. And you could see on the minimap, both players here for Bear Claw just started to collapse on that A site. And once they got there, found the kill, Exotic, just a little trigger discipline at the end, takes the kill at the very last second to make sure no follow-through plant can come. And then he runs away with his life. So very close here across both of these squads. But it is Bear Claw have the slight edge just by a round. Cryptic, 4 in a row, has been very hot with the scope. That's a hit marker, I believe, but it sets it up for Kaiser, who will be able to grab the first blood onto Noisy. Good player to eliminate.
And look at Bear Claw. They were stacked, waiting for these nades from Noisy to connect onto something so they could maybe hit this B bomb site. But as Cryptic gets a read that they are indeed huddled up right in front of the B site, Bear Claw no longer have this site as an option, at least not for now. It takes some work to clear this. Stun over the top just to see if there's anyone near the A site. The second one will confirm. So Yuli's in trouble. Oh, and he's actually going to commit to trying to get away. And somehow he's been able to. Once again, I think you have to look at Kaiser for the assist. He's playing over the top of him. And even though they'll give up the bomb plant, the numbers are still good, and this is what I was worried about. The exits are very contested, leaving Radial to have to work with Welly for what would be a 2v4 post-plant, though, in their favor visions.
Yeah, they could do this. Yuli from behind. It's all a matter of can he find this kill? No, Radial takes it, and Welly wins another battle. It's now a 1v2. What was a 2v4 here for the Stallions? Is now coming down to a 1v1. Cryptic trying to save the round, and it's not going to happen. Bear Claw, they clutch up.
I wish I had a breakdown of how that 2v4 comes to life, Austin, but I think the easy way to put it is just good individual gunfights. Bear Claw are really rooted into a terrible position. No option to get to B. You get red on this play to A. Yeah, sure, the bomb gets planted, but you get immediately detonated off the exit. And it's just the simple fact that the last two remaining members for Bear Claw, one playing deep and the other playing to the middle of the map, are able to isolate somehow in a 2v4. Yeah. It's arguably a moment that you look and say that can't happen, but really for the Stallions, they get caught trying to re-rotate back over defensively. So it's just good awareness from Bear Claw. As now we get into round number 9, opening first blood for Kaiser gives another advantage back to the Stallions and look to bring this back to within one round.
Well, let's see if they can actually utilize this advantage here, as it's already Cryptic up top. Here comes Radial. He's able to find a nice cleanup there. Very aggressive challenge, but that is really going to slow things down potentially. And now Noisy's starting to figure out, okay, a couple players moving around this A site, but how about the long-range shots out of Noisy? Finds the kill. 2v3 now for the Stallions as they get the bomb down.
Yeah, but Yuli, no, he will be stunned up and then eventually dealt with on the exit. So now it just falls on to Two Real, who is having to play this from University. And the thing about this is he needs to check the bomb for the defuse. Nade's coming out. That's going to give Two Real a chance to move, and yeah, nothing he could do there. Good help coming out from Bear Claw, not just on the cross from Welly, but Noisy, who makes sure that the diffuser stays safe. And Bear Claw Esports come through. It's just, that is a really peculiar search and destroy on both sides. I think the biggest thing that we really can take away is for Bear Claw Esports, you look back at that 2v4 round, obviously there's a lot to kind of be credited there as far as how you work across that setup. Getting the bomb down in the first place was important in that round. But even on top of that, the little advantages we were looking for when it came to maybe SMGs in the mid-map or snipers and ARs on the outside, Bear Claw didn't have any of that. It was really just on the opposite side for Stallions to really get the opening domination with the sniper rifle, and even still, that wasn't enough to stop this Bear Claw team.
No, it definitely wasn't, and, you know, Desert Siege is one of those maps where, you know, sometimes it feels like you get an advantage, you get a big kill, and you think that's maybe enough to open up for a site, open up for a plant, and then immediately it's just some bad timing that can kind of catch you off guard. And it felt like Bear Claw were able to find a couple of those timings here through this map. And on top of it, getting a couple of those offenses going a little earlier on, being able to build up that couple round lead is kind of what gives them this edge here and allows them to take over, but massive across the board. We wanted to see some of these players step up. Noisy's there to deliver here for us. Big game out of him as we go through all of the plays here. And then Cryptic, almost a chance to be able to shine again with a sniper because he performed extremely well here with a scope, just not enough to be able to actually pull off the dub.
Yeah, no, and it's, man, that's going to be a really interesting search to go back and rewatch over, just due to the fact that it did feel like so many different rounds, there were major advantages in favor of the Stallions, and it did not seem to make a difference in actually completing those rounds up. So credit where credit is due, and a lot of it comes down to the fact that we've mentioned Noisy at the top, super solid when it comes to what he's been able to provide in Search and Destroy, but Welly through these playoffs have been massive for Bear Claw Esports. Even in the rounds yesterday, where they got 100-point clubbed in the hard point, Welly was still pulling a 1.23 overall KD. So, like, and by the way, 1.5 of that was in hard point in this matchup versus the Stallion. So you're going to tell me that Welly's going to see his team get 100-point club and then still come back out and pull a 1.5 KD in the series? That's unbelievable. So when it comes to these rising and shining stars, we obviously hit a lot on what Yuli and TuReal have done for Stallions, kind of in comparison to Cryptic, who is our main storyline player from the group stage. The same is also occurring for Bear Claw Esports, and we're seeing that with that 8-4 tally from Welly.
We definitely are. I mean, I feel like no matter what, and no matter the game mode, like Welly is always that player that you can almost rely on to at least be even, if not have just superstar shows, you know, in some of these maps that can make or break a best of 5 here, especially when you're already fighting for the lower bracket, trying to get back into that grand final. He's someone you can rely on, and that's what you need here. A little bit of consistency, especially against a Stallions team where you never know what you're going to get, so composure is almost always going to have to be a factor if you're going to beat them.
Right, yeah.
I mean, especially since we're going over to the control, where I think yesterday we did see a 3-0 from Bear Claw. This is where they started to actually bring the series back a little bit and get us, you know, into a map 4 and then a game 5 as well. But we'll see, you know, what ends up changing here for the Stallions coming in towards the control as well, Alan, because that's where I think we talk about their creativity the most. That's when they're willing to pull off some of these plays that can actually benefit them massively, especially with, you know, the changes coming over towards the ticks compared to the kills here too.
And the thing too about this is, for as good as Stallions have been against major opponents on Tuscan Control, we can't forget that for Bear Claw Esports, in a very poor first season, they only made it through the 7 group matches. They went 6-1 in Control in Season 1. So even though that this season has not seen the same amount of success, this is still a very good Control team in the form of Bear Claw Esports. So really what I'm digging at here is, we know how good the creativity of Stallions can be in this map mode combo, and then you credit the fact that Bear Claw didn't allow that to happen, found a 3-0 yesterday. That kind of head-to-head matchup between creativity and just historical statistical bonuses for Bear Claw has edged in favor of Bear Claw's in favor, generally speaking. So I think for the Stallions, you did come off of a really solid recovery, playing up against Texas Nation in this map mode combo immediately after that series with the Bear Claw. So I think if you were able to kind of just do an eye test between what went wrong versus what went right, hopefully we see more of the what went right category in this rematch on this map mode combo between these two teams.
Well, we're about to find out here for us. Tied up 1-1. Kind of how we predicted this series to go. Did not expect either one of these guys to come in here and just pull off a hot 3-0. It's been very contested. It's been very fun. And now we'll see who is going to be able to take the series lead, as attacking first will be Bear Claw Esports. Fighting that first kill, already onto A. Radio reading the push through. Knows there's going to be some members inside of maps, and he's here to defend it.
He doesn't get hit by the stuns, so he's going to have an opportunity to take these 2 gunfights and nearly wins both. But with that, the Stallions will get around and control middle of the map. You're not going to be able to stop this first tick of progress, but this setup could potentially lead to them stopping the A zone completely. A lot of stress now onto Bear Claw trying to recover the mid-map, and his radio comes off respawn, able to provide much-needed clearance. TuReal stunned, but largely unaffected as he shakes it off and then jumps forward, and Stallions will further deplete the progress here on the second tick.
TuReal now going to push all the way out the front here. Comes from behind, should have an easy cleanup onto Noisy. It's just a matter of what else can he find here. Cryptic also finding a kill. That's going to be a lot of information, and that's an easy trade for Kaiser. So a lot of what Bear Claw did at the start now being shut down. Answer trying to come back to A. They find Kaiser. That is going to be the sole defender here. It's up to TuReal to see if he even wants to try to make a move. But while this happens, there's also a player on B now. So now 2 zones being attacked at once, and the Stallions are going to have to find an answer quickly.
Yeah, I'm surprised Yuli, number 5 in white, doesn't come back to deal with this player on B. That's a free tick of progress. Even though it's not going to lead to significance really when it comes down to capturing the full zone, we have to remember that the tick progression change now all of a sudden kind of builds a bit of a cushion, I'll say, early on here. With a minute 53 to play, 18v18, not only do Bear Claw feel comfortable working to the middle of the map, but if they just find one break and get a stack onto this B point, it could be gone. This is a lot to be tested here for Stallions defense. You have to respond to this 4-man hit from the top side of the map.
And look at the minimap here. Two Reels, the only one back here. He's got to come up with at least a kill, and he can't. So Cryptic has to respond, and now he's able to find two. Has the opportunity to try to clean up some more as he gets a little bunny hop there in the back. Knows that everything from this attack is coming from their spawn, but Radial wins that battle. And now this could be where you look to group up with your other two teammates here for the side of Bearclaw Esports, but gunfights still need to be won by maps.
You cannot lose this high ground control for your Stallions, otherwise these reinforcements that are spawning all the way to the top will not get here safely. And those are key trades coming through for Stallions. Not as clean as you'd like, but the job is done. So now all of a sudden, even though you still have Bearclaw members in the back, you start to look at the advantages in favor of the Stallions zoning off the offensive reinforcements. You can only do so much here from the back of your Bearclaw. So eventually, as you move forward, you have to fight up against the high ground, and Stallions will use that to their benefit. Really good stuff here for Stallions defensively as they even go further to clear out Radial from their backside spawns.
And that's great composure, right? They're able to just take some alternate routes, go through church, clear out a lot of that space from the front, and regain control around the B zone. There's still that first tick of progress thanks to Exotic there. But now Bearclaw, they're going to see if they can try to work through the back here once again. It is going to be player 8. Kaiser, last time he was able to shut it down. We'll see if he can do it again, because Bearclaw, they're throwing everything into this push into the back. Welly gets a trade. Can they find Yuli up close? He's got the submachine gun, and Exotic finds him, and they could still make a move for the zone.
And Stallions don't have window control here at the top. They're trying to fight this bottom side through patio. This is a mistake from Stallions. 13.4 in the clock. Reinforcements are staggered for the side of Stallions defensively, and Noisy is making sure the high ground stays contested the whole way through. Trades in the mix. 7v4, but largely it's both teams versus the clock. 7.6 on it for now. As Noisy steps in to confirm the second tick of progress, the Stallions are trying to work off of a flank. It's Cryptic in the back. Is he going to be able to get here in time? He went down low. The reinforcements are not going to be able to touch and contest long enough. And Bearclaw's flood from the back at the last second works out as they take the opening attack.
It's so risky, but I've been loving the way that they've been working the back here. Bearclaw, they're not just rushing into the zone. They're not just stacking the back by the tank, trying to find the spawners. They're actually trying to help everyone move in through the back to get to the top of patio, to get onto the zone. But they're using patience and working with this tiny bit of the clock they have there at the end to be able to actually make that push work out. And then, of course, the lives, they end up playing a crucial factor where the Stallions no longer have the bodies to throw at the zone. So first offensive round going to be good here. And now here comes the creativity, but Exotic finds 3, almost gets all 4, and that's going to stuff the push at the start.
Oh, look at Radial through mid-map. Now he'll further
Radial
punish this play from Stallions. Well, he's still in effect, could hold down this 5th hard point. And oh boy, this is what we talk about when it comes to creativity of the Stallions. They try to pick a gut check call, 4-man hit through P5, and they want to do it in a burst fashion. Don't give away any information by throwing nades, just run through the doors, and they get absolutely demolished in the effort. Welly also now building for streaks could be huge for Bearclaw to try to repeat what they did yesterday, which would be a 3-0 on this map mode combo. We still have a long way to go before we consider that storyline.
No, we do, but this is the risk of going for those B hits off the start, because now you're just making your first move to A, and you are still getting absolutely pieced here. Radial just found 3 in a row. Welly's on 5. Unfortunate timing here on the switch, and this is just a call saying, listen, we got to get to a zone right now. So the Stallions, they're going to make a desperation call to try to move to B, but they only have 15 seconds left.
They're trapped. You've got 2 players on the flank, 2 watching through headies on the front. Oh boy, this is not good news for the Stallions. And look, I'll say it, I just don't love the call. We didn't get a really good look at what they did yesterday and not being on the mainstream, but you get beat on that opening defense. You have to play, I think, a traditional look at this next offensive round just to be able to guarantee some ticks, if not maybe a look at a full offense of your own. But a gut check call to hit towards B gets immediately punished, and even though they're going to find some significant progress here on A and actually finish the cap, it's a 19v8 with just barely over a minute to play. There's really no way in any world that Bearclaw loses this defense.
Yeah, they definitely shouldn't. Everything is playing right into their hand here. Flanks are just coming in one after the other. Exotic then takes a route right to mid-map, and he's just trying to be annoying. And I think the Stallions now realize, okay, we're down quite a bit here. Let's wait to try to regroup, make one big hit happen in through the back. And all 4 members now moving together. Exotic again on the pinch. This time will be red here from Cryptic as he finds that first one. But the big problem, as you mentioned, lives and time only down to 6 here with about 35 seconds left.
Well, interestingly enough, the only way you win this offense if you're Stallions is if you actually get a clean 4-man feed and then stack quickly. But just as soon as they were about to try to execute on that call, largely the Stallions get shut down. 24 seconds, 14v4, and it's going to be a double split hit coming out of the Stallions. Good elimination from the front initially, but the play off the back has completely been neutralized. And really from here, Bearclaw, you commit these lives to making sure there is no tick of progress that gets confirmed. And, well, they don't really need to commit too much. Cryptic, the last one left alive, is stuck backside column, and as he drops patio stairs, it's Bearclaw who go up 2-0.
2-0, and you really got to tip Exotic for that round, don't you? 3-piece off the start really sets the tone for the entire round number 2, and it is so difficult when you send all 4 of your players to just one area and it doesn't work out for a tick of progress. It doesn't work out for at least a couple of trades, because then you have zero idea on where anyone from the rest of the roster is on the map, and of course it ends up costing them massive before they even get a touch on a zone. It's around that 30-40 second mark. So now into round 3, Bearclaw looking for what could be a clean sweep here in map number 3, 2-0 up. Kaiser, though, will at least shut down the player over by B, and it will be Bearclaw already getting some ticks of progress on A.
Yeah, this whole setup, again, this is copy-paste of what Stallions did in their first defense, where you dominate control through maps and the controller on the bottom side of the minimap, and then you completely overwhelm with just the overall positions to win the middle of the map itself. So it actually puts a lot of stress on Bearclaw to have to capture from one dimension this A zone. Problem is, Bearclaw adjusted very wisely and had guns waiting into the interior view. So they deal with the kills, they capture the A zone quickly, and once again, they're starting to make a bit of a wending path over to the backside of B. So this is one of those situations where the trend is now fully footed in favor of Bearclaw Esports. They've got map control back, they've got Stallions kind of scrambling for defensive positions, and the patience now from Bearclaw has to be complete as they look to dominate the high ground, and that might just be won by Exotic right here.
Yeah, let's see if they take note of Bearclaw at 4 men hitting the back. You know, that's how they broke into B both times when they did it. But Kaiser, he's obviously taking note, saying no one's getting through back here. Doing his best Gandalf impression, you shall not pass, as Kaiser has been the big AR here so far for the Stallions. With a minute 40 left, though, Bearclaw have plenty of hits left in them. But Too Real, he could spoil the play. Let's see if he's going to be able to work in from the back. Radial have a read on it, almost gets gunned. Radial will win the battle, and now it's up to Kaiser again to try to stop it.
Yeah, this really is kind of replication of Gandalf on the bridge. You're going to have to say you shall not pass a couple more times with more ferocity every single time, because this hit continues to come through for Bearclaw, stacking up in the back. But once again, they do get separated. This is a copy-paste of what we had seen from round number 1. But the difference is, look how much further forward Stallions are defensively onto the front side of B. These players in the back, they're annoying, but they're not going to win the round. You have to make sure that Bearclaw doesn't find success taking over Radio, and these extra numbers that have pushed forward for Stallions are absolutely cementing that into play. So now it's just down to Stallions. Do you come back to try to deal with these players, or do you let them live a little bit longer? And we're getting our answer. 3 members trying to sneak out. Well, he does take down 2, and Too Real isn't here. He wasn't actually committed to trying to find this play through, and hold on indeed, because now you got Noisy from the front, and Bearclaw somehow have worked their way back onto the B zone.
One, I can't believe Welly is still alive, and second, that play was insane, and now Bearclaw have the chance, the opportunity to get it done right here. First tick just about in, but you can see them. They want to play for some more kills here, so Stallions, they're going to have to win these battles and get to the top, but they have to get through Noisy first! And Tyler is just on a rampage right now. How about one more? Noisy on 5 in a row, and Bearclaw are on the point.
Yeah, that just ain't right, bud. That just ain't right. Now, all that said, this may not lead to a successful offense. It's good progress towards the B zone, but with only 20 seconds left, and really this offense a little bit in tatters, kind of coming one by one, looking to desperately get to the B zone. The Stallions are going to hold this, it looks like, especially with that kill on Noelle. That's going to force this last hit if Bearclaw choose to go for it from the front. And again, with the new change, they are going to try to commit towards this. Kaiser in a corner will deal with one of the 3 pieces. Exotic also dropping will make sure nobody from Bearclaw can touch, but that is still a punishing spree when it comes down to the end of it. If not maybe for the win condition, definitely mentally, as Stallions thought they were much more locked in than they actually were.
Truly, and now I feel like the Stallions are going to need a convincing offense here if they're going to win this map, because you know they're likely going to have the offense here going into round number 5 after that very first round here for us. So they're going to have to come out here and try to have a convincing start, and it looks like they're going to scrap that whole idea about going over to B and trying to get something working over here. Let's just get on to A first, secure some ticks of progress, have a good start to the round, and they're going to send all 4 players right on top of the zone here as they're going to start stacking away.
Yeah, this was a copy of what they had tried to do earlier in the group stage, where you show force of a stack over towards A, see if you can bait the defenders out, find kills, and then push all the way around the back with all 4 members. The intention, I don't think, was ever to fully cap the A zone right there. I still think their designs are over towards B, and as they fail on one front, they'll find similar results on the other, as Noisy once again is just having his way. Pistol in hand, 4 in a row. Nobody could deal with Noisy.
No, and nobody can right now. 4 in a row. Might end up dying here from his side, or he finds a team kill at least. That's beautiful. Cryptic also now might not feel like he can push all the way through, but 2 Reels there with him, so everyone's going to be able to flood on in, and gunfights are still being won, actually. So Stallions, they do find themselves on the B zone, but Gradiel from behind will clean one up the point without any worry whatsoever. Kaiser has to backtrack, and now Welly's on another flank. It feels like there's just 5 players on the map right now for the side of Bear Claw Esports, as there's another pinch, and Welly gets a big 2-piece again.
And this is interesting for Bear Claw. They're going to take a route to get right back over towards the high ground. This will concede 1 tick of progress on the B zone, very likely. They're just wanting to make sure that these players at B are isolated. And with the current life count and the clock falling between the 30-second mark, there's not an instance where Stallions can get 2 players on to find significant progress on the B zone. So now the last hope for Stallions offensively comes by way of A. Exotic is still putting a play through the back, Radio right there with them from the other side. And that pinch will also alleviate any Stallions from the A zone. Now just 18 seconds away from finding themselves a 3-1 in the map.
It's looking pretty solid right now for Bear Claw Esports, and you're going to need a massive heroic play to at least get that tick of progress by A, but everyone from the Stallions has made the call to come over to B here, so this is a Hail Mary call if I've ever seen it. Noisy finds yet another one, and now what real security do you have on the zone? The answer, absolutely 0. Radial looking for the second, and he finds it, depleting that tick of progress. One last push to try to touch A, but you're down to 5 lives. And how about a little beat in the face here from Exotic, ending it on a 5 spree, ending it on a 6 spree. One last member on the zone. Should be easy cleanups, and there it is. Bear Claw Esports still looking very dominant here in the controls.
You want to know what confidence looks like, Austin?
That right there.
Bear Claw says, confidence looks like 3 SMGs on a Tuscan control. That was the game plan all the way through, I think, both of their defenses. I want to say they come out the rip with a 2-2 split, but once they win some of the opening gunfights, you have Exotic swapping to an MP40. They run 3 SMGs, allowing for all of those like circles being ran on the map. You had Noisy on one side, running circles between the rooftops and over towards P5. You have Exotic on the other side, running circles over through the mid-cut and then back over towards the offensive tree around A. And then even behind that, you've got just one more that could potentially just be running rampant if they wanted. That was Welly, who was running that 3rd SMG in the mix. So it's, you know, I don't know. We don't often see stuff like that, but that's what the confidence looks like. And when you talk about tempo and pacing, which is something that I know a lot of people always default to saying out loud, like, oh, this team has better tempo, better pacing. But what does that actually look like? Well, Austin, it looks like 3 SMGs running routes every single second of every single moment.
Yeah, it's just like, it feels like there's always someone that you have to worry about, you know, playing behind you. And you have to wonder what that does, you know, to the players on, like, that are actually in the match, where they're like, okay, tracking names, trying to figure out where everyone is. And you're like, okay, is there someone flanking again? You have to almost default to watching it. But whenever you lose numbers from the front, that's when you feel pressure to then fight out those battles so you can actually win around the zone. And then that's where just all of a sudden, boom, here comes another Bear Claw member in from behind, finds a kill. Oh, there's a trade. That's fine. There's a second one following him up. So it really did feel like that was the case here. And Bear Claw, I think, really do have just an incredible understanding of what to do at every point in time on the map for every single player in order to make control work as a beautiful unit here. And we get to see it time and time again. So very clean control on the Tuscan here, and just about everyone performing extremely well here. Welly again, 28-16, feels like he is really having a heater of a series here, and that is going to allow them to pull ahead. And this is the turning point. We go into another hard point where we said this is where the Stallions are going to have to be good, Alan, and they have to be good once again.
And the thing about that is, it would have been nice to take one hard point in the first place. We kind of looked at this series layout and we said, hey, you corrected where you missed yesterday, which was a Berlin hardpoint. They win it by 6, and now you're going into 2 map mode combos that you're pretty confident in, but you drop both of them, and now we get to the pretense of what this Gavudu hardpoint can mean for either team. Stallions have played this map a lot. Let's not get it twisted. But on the opposite side, Bear Claw are no strangers to this map either. The only thing that's really missing is that these two teams have not played each other on this map as of yet. And if you want to add a little bit of extra kind of tension onto the pretense of this fourth map, both teams are also coming off some significant losses as of yesterday on this map. For the side of BC, they lost to UYU 164-250, whereas Texas Nation absolutely blew the lid off of Stallions 250-139 in their last series yesterday.
Yeah, that makes for an interesting storyline and matchup coming in to see, okay, who has worked the hardest over the last day about fixing some of these problems when it comes down to a Gavutu. And, you know, a Gavutu hardpoint really... You really are looking at, one, what is your one typical SMG going to be able to do on the map? Because we've seen, at least through the CDL and even a little bit through challengers, on how influential that one sub player can be. But a big part of getting to those big positions to be able to make those big plays comes off the back end of where your ARs are. They are watching over you. They're trying to put you and set you up to make some of those plays where you can win the rotation single-handedly, to get into those annoying spots where you don't really feel confident to make a team hit happen because there's still a guy behind us that we have to deal with. So it really does feel like you have to play off of both sides here. And the team that comes out here and has obviously a couple ARs being incredibly strong with the sub-machine gun player, getting the hill time, mixing with making some of those route plays happen to control the spawns, is the balance you have to play when you talk about a Gavutu hardpoint. And both teams are clearly set up for, you know, having a strong sub that can make these plays. It's just a matter of who's going to be able to do it better here, especially for the Stallions, and the fact that they have to win.
Yep, absolutely. That's the big key. And it's difficult because we kind of look at these two teams, and I think maybe it's, I don't know if this is actually true for you. I'm seeing if we're on the same wavelength. I think everyone kind of compares the Gavutu hardpoint for any individual team to what Texas Nation find value on when they play this map. So it's difficult because when you look at a player like Havoc on that Texas Nation team, he is able to successfully find routes and really stay absent from the hardpoint at almost all times. Can you get that same establishment for either of these two teams? I say that with a bit of a grimace because we have not definitively seen that same stylistic play style from either of these two squads. Although I do think that, again, the makeup of both these four-man rosters could allow for it. It just, I think it's not like, I don't feel like it's the SMG that can be the first one to make a move. You have to get something dominant from one of the ARs first. So I think with that in mind, I'm looking at Welly first and foremost on one side, who is, again, he blew the roof off the Berlin hardpoint when they had played last time around. And then I don't even know. I'm trying to look through the statistics right now to think like who from this other side would be the player to possibly kind of give that same type of adjustment to allow the SMGs to go deep. I don't know. I can't really put my finger on one particular player for Stallions. I kind of want to say someone like Cryptic, but we'll see. I don't know. I think it's going to have to be determined.
Yeah, I'm almost leaning more towards Kaiser with the way he's been playing this series, I feel like, so far. Yeah. And I do think that Cryptic was the big AR that we were highlighting, saying, listen, Cryptic might actually be one of the best ARs right now in Season 2 with the way that he had played the regular season, with the way that the Stallions had, even made their way into playoffs after what was a 1-3 start. So he was a huge moving factor, I think, in a lot of those series wins, a lot of those map wins individually. He was able to step up. But so far, it feels like, at least in this best of 5, we haven't had that same level brought here from Cryptic, but we are seeing it from Kaiser. We had a couple of those moments at the control, not enough to put them over the top, but maybe enough here coming in towards the Gavutu. If you can continue to win it on some of those battles here from long range, find those multi-kills, enable your sub player, which you have to imagine is likely going to be Yuli. Can you do it? You're going to have to. Bearclaw Esports, they're leading the series 2-1, and they could get it all done here in the Gavutu, send themselves to the grand final, where Texas Nation, I'm sure, are watching right now, waiting to see who they're going to play. But will we see a map 5, or are Bearclaw going to be able to close it out here and clutch up?
And not only do I think Texas Nation are watching, but I think they're going to have their notepads out, because this is likely a map mode combo that, depending on whoever they play, will likely be allowed to be picked. So
yeah,
let's see how things go. It's Stallions from the right side of the mini-map, Bearclaw on the green from the left. Opening eliminations go the even disparity between the subs, and as they kind of each trade one another out, it's actually eventually going to be the side of Stallions who get the numbers to win the opening time here at 1. Obviously, we expect quick contest, and that will be established as Radial's the first player back to re-hit this for Bearclaw.
Yeah, too real. 2-0, looking for that third member that was just dealt with. Kaiser finds him, and that's going to open up a bit of space here. So another hit's going to come through for Bearclaw before we see the full-on rotation, and 2Real's going to have to get a lot of work done. Finds that first one, reads the second, but it will force out a team kill there. Exotic will find Radial, and now Cryptic is simply giving up that time, saying, listen, we got a good 22 seconds. Let's post up on the ship.
Yeah, and this is fine just because of the fact that you do have ARs in position to watch these high crosses through this jungle pathway. The problem is you saw one player try to get aggressive, maybe trying to take away the lower cut into this P2, and that was denied. So Bearclaw, just as soon as you thought they were going to be hard-pressed to see time at the second, they actually do enough to neutralize any potential play from either side. Kaiser, with a favorable kill feed, thinks it's time to go forward, and he realizes the folly of that mistake, as Welly and Radial will combine for another double, leaving Turiel by himself, and that's just a little bit of a mismanaged decision from the Stallions. Bearclaw with the numbers now will get our first significant amount of time here on the second hill.
30 seconds left, and Exotic is already making moves for an early rotation, and this puts the side of Stallions in a weird position where they can't dedicate all of their members to this remaining 30 seconds because they have to find Exotic, and Exotic might be able to find an easy cleanup here from behind as he takes down Turiel. So now, who's next up? It's Yuli, but look at the spawns. Bearclaw just spawned right here at the new point, and it's going to be a lot of what Yuli can do back here to see if he might be able to influence the spawns, and they already know he's here.
Yeah, this is not good news. Under duress now, you have to feel like our Stallions. Although, with how many players of Bearclaw were trying to sniff out Yuli in the back, it allows Stallions to actually get significant amount of numbers up top on towards the AA gun. So an opportunity for these rifles to just look down upon the hill and maybe even find a couple of Bearclaw members. But the thing about this is you can't just sit here and, try to shoot fish in a barrel. You've got to move forward. And as they do, it's Noisy who picks up the pieces, taking down a double. An opportunity for Kaiser to maybe sneak in if you can win one more gunfight, but it's Exotic who wins the battle, and with that Bearclaw back into the time.
The Stallions, they're going to have to, try to dedicate at least a few more members here to see if they can cut some of the time. But Radial, how does he find that snap onto Yuli? And that is basically going to solidify it here. Stuns are raining in. Noisy's threatening what could be a two-piece here to get circle control. You start to make your way through the beach and see if you can maybe influence the spawns again. But the Stallions, they are down massively in the back, and you're going to have to find a response on this point. That is a really big step here to find not one, but two. Yuli really slowing things down.
Yeah, at a key time for Yuli, you talk about those SMGs at the top of this map. You wanted to see some significance when it comes to being able to open up routes. Yuli at 4 and 11 was just 2 and 10 previously in that last life. So you want to talk about influence. Very little of that is starting to be established by the Stallions. So a couple of, kills that will allow you to feel a little bit more heated and a little bit more hot. They're both at long range. Good responses coming through. Now you've got Cryptic in the middle of the map. I love this setup from the side of the Stallions. They're trying to get Bearclaw to spawn behind the hill so they can set up a spawn trap and freely rotate to 5, and they may significantly be able to do that. Unfortunately, they're not going to read that Bearclaw are still spawning out by Old at the third hill.
What the good news is that this likely will be a full 60 coming in, and it was necessary, because if Bearclaw get here even halfway through, you're just battling back from such a deficit. It's not going to be easy to work back in, but they get the full 60. They close the gap just a tad bit, and now we'll see what they can do on this rotation. We're player 7 here for us, Kaiser. He's going to be one of the first players for the side of the Stallions to try to get to the back, but he's got to get through Radial first, right through the mid-cut. Radial's going to be able to take up some shots, slowing things down with the stun. A lot of the resources here from the Stallions all coming through the beach side, but they're going to have to move and force these gunfights. They're giving a lot of time over.
Trying to stretch Bearclaw to focus on this beach side, but the problem is, for the Stallions, you have no clearance over the ship. You've got Exotic and Welly that are still so far forward that Bearclaw are not even worried about this player on the back yet, simply due to the fact that you've got so many controlling positions in and around the hard point. You're seeing exactly the value that those find. Now, with the spawn flip, Stallions will be able to put a little bit more duress onto this hard point itself, and as the kills start to come through, it's really gone to Welly to try to open things back up through green. A little bit of door antics going on, and it actually, I think, maybe confused both players for a second, eventually allowing Kaiser to find the kill, and with that, Stallions will cement their position inside the hill for scrap.
Well, I say if you could at least get the scrap time here, it's not terrible. It's not a full 60 going right back over as you grab a full 60, but you're going to have to start winning some of these rotations here and stopping Bearclaw from holding on to this lead. As long as they can go 50-50 in all these points, that is fantastic here for them. They're going to be up by about 30. Yuli finds a big one, gets help from Cryptic onto the second, waiting for the regen to come through, and now the hit. About to ensue again. What can Bearclaw do inside of the hard point? They're going to have to win some tough battles, but Yuli, he is just making a mockery of them as one by one they fall, but it's all to Yuli as he finds yet another. 3 in a row, goes to the automaton, but Radial finally shuts him down, and Bearclaw, they have kept good presence around the hard point so far.
This isn't bad, though, for Stallions. You missed out on maybe an opportunity for a special moment for Yuli, but the numbers are good. With Bearclaw spawning on the left-hand side, Stallions off respawn can keep their ARs trained on the mid-map, so it actually allows Stallions a good look at this scrap 20, while also trying to build up at least some sort of a look towards the eventual second hill. Radial stunned over towards Dox is going to get isolated. That's a guarantee, but it just comes down to how many can he take with him, and maybe how slowly can he get Stallions kind of worried about this setup so his teammates can get into new. But largely, all of those conditions were not met. Stallions good on the scrap for a lot of it. Now in a position with numbers to actually win the opening time here at 2. This is the potential of how you make a comeback happen.
Yep, this is exactly how you do it, and Noisy's also dropping, so you're starting to see staggered numbers come through right now for Bear Claw Esports. Radial stops shooting, and that allows Yuli to find easy cleanup. Little battle over the top, and Exotic gives a little bop in the head, says goodbye, Yuli. One more inside of the ship, however, is going to be Kaiser, and that double might have just bought them a ton of time because all those kills you just got here for Bear Claw basically nullified. As they're back in the hard point, you are going to have to push all the way through and contest this time. A lot of steps right now here for Bear Claw Esports.
Oh, but they found them all. It's not step by step. This is mile by mile. They are running forward. And look at Stallions. They're not even going to set up the deal with this in the back. They're going to give away the spawns. They're looking to set up for maybe a bit of a spawn trap period. You've got Cryptic who's playing all the way towards the middle. They seem to think they can trap Bear Claw behind the point, but what? They just sacrificed the back spawns almost completely. Bear Claw Esports are still going to spawn close, but at least for the Stallions, you found a number of eliminations to allow you a chance to fight this hard point from the front, and with Cryptic taking a double, they'll be able to do that. But goodness, did they give away a lot of space there for almost nothing.
What a read here from Kaiser as well. And hey, who did I say needed to step up? Who might step up? Kaiser, who has 23 kills, 11 deaths. Yuli's able to defend off a few more members of Bear Claw, and this is just slowing down their hit into the zone. Who are 30 seconds are left, but you've already been able to gather 30 seconds of the Stallions now, only down by about 9 seconds, but those are key kills. But Yuli, he could maybe still make a heroic play. He's got members all over him, but he's only able to come up with 2. So this 20 seconds remaining here on the P3 hill still should be secured here for Bear Claw.
So many close individual gunfights that could have had major implications too. We're just going to try to finesse, put a little bit of pressure onto Bear Claw, feeling like they're not safe to rotate yet. As Noisy finds one elimination from the ship, he continues to try to play forward for Jungle's path control, but is not able to do much more beyond that. And now, Stallions, another moment where you're looking to get a full 60 off of this 4th hardpoint, are in a great position to possibly do that. Stuns from both sides will land, leading to an even exchange. But now Kaiser defensively has to be called upon. And how about this? Cryptic spawns all the way out. This is going to be a spawn flip situation. Stallions are going to realize this, but they don't have the numbers to deal with the hit from the front nor the one from the back. Yuli has to do something special, and he's only able to find a double. That's a break for Bear Claw Esports with 30 seconds still to play on the hill.
That's the turnaround we needed to see. This one a lot cleaner for Bear Claw as they're starting to find some more kills, but Cryptic and 2Real, they have been able to answer back right inside of the hard point. That's 4 down here for Bear Claw, and they're still spawning in the back. So that means the early rotation going to be secured for the Stallions, and they're still fighting the time.
Stallions just have to keep your lives right here. Do not force any unfortunate gunfights. You've done your job. And how about this? 2Real and Cryptic clean up once again. It's 2Real on 5. Dox will open. Stallions there first. 225 to 213, and Bear Claw continues to get ripped up by the beach.
Oh, they're being shredded apart, and Cryptic, he has this ability to hit this flank in from behind again, just stopping the push from Bear Claw Esports. One by one, they are being ripped apart. Routes are being taken. Bear Claw have not been able to even touch the zone. 10 seconds. That's all that's needed for the Stallions. 2-0 from the front. Oh, he misses on one. Radial's able to break on through, and Bear Claw Esports, they still have a chance.
It's a little bit too greedy from Stallions. Why not just back up and bunker down? You only had 2 players on the hard point, and now Bear Claw essentially break as convincingly as Stallions had in the previous hill. What do you do if you're Stallions? All 3 members that are still left alive are looking to play over towards P1. But the problem is, they're completely bunkered up onto it. This is looking like P2 on Berlin all over again. Bear Claw's going to hit from multiple angles. 3 seconds of scrap time will be forfeited as Bear Claw send all 4 members forward. 2Real, the first one to make point of contact, deals with the one player that he's able to find. More coming from the back, though. 2Real by himself, getting a little bit of from Cryptic, and Stallions have cemented the zone. 2 seconds left. Bear Claw looking to touch. They'll get one on, but that won't be enough. Send it to game 5.
We're going to game 5, Alan. 250 to 239. The first hardpoint as well Another nail biter, just seconds apart from each other. But what a heads up call. The Stallions also winning that 2v4 at the back of P4 there. I think it was Cryptic and 2Real. Like, that is unreal because you're dealing with stuns, you're dealing with nades. They're fresh off the spawn, and you are still winning it on those battles. I mean, incredible stuff because that delays things drastically. You talk about a P4 to P5 rotation from the back of the P4 spawns. Like, it takes 20 seconds to even get there running through Gavutsu. So, incredible stuff, buying them so much time. And then, of course, just the heads up call at the end to say, listen, give them that scrap time. We're just going to put everything into the rotation at the end.
Oh, it's really just so many key decisions on both sides. Initially, it's Bearclaw who really put themselves in a super favorable position, just winning rotations and finding ways to manipulate spawns in a way that really makes it feel like Stallions are playing off the back foot for the majority of the map until we get to that fourth hard point the first time around. A full-on hold, 60 seconds, and then the ability to break up the monotony on the fifth. That was really allowed Stallions even to look at this map in the first place. But this moment right here, as we get through the second rotation, we don't have enough replay of it. Darn, I was about to say, the 2v4 that came through was literally the game. Absolutely the game. And you want to talk about just comeback? How about Yuli, who was 2-10, finishes 21-24? Have yourself a map, young man.
Yeah, minute 30 in the hill. Right behind him, 2Real also understanding his role, 2 minutes of time. And then you had your ARs, right? Kaiser and Cryptic. They come alive. And that was also a slow start for Cryptic as well. Through that first couple of hills, he started to turn up around P4, P5, because it was Kaiser who was leading the charge. Slowed down a little bit through that second half. And Cryptic says, that's fine. You had me in the first half. I'll take care of things in the second half here. So a beautiful dynamic coming together here from the Stallions. All 4 members had to step up. That's what we said coming in. You're not going to be able to beat a Bearclaw Esports, a Texas Nation, just by the likes of one person popping off. Everyone's going to have to play their part, and they make the comeback happen here, steal that one away from the Bearclaw Esports squad. And now we're going to yet another map, number 5 here, Alan. This is really how it had to come together, isn't it?
It surely did. I mean, hey, when these two teams had played each other the previous 2 times, it went to map 5 in both of those affairs, splitting the difference for these 2 squads. But the thing about it is, now it's a Tusken Search and Destroy. A map that, once again, neither of these 2 teams had played up against one another. However, both teams have played this recently and with great success. For Bearclaw, they did it yesterday versus UYU. It was a 6-1 dominating affair. For Stallions, they last played it against Whatever It Takes in a must-win matchup to get to the playoffs in the first place. They also won it 6-1. So, the question starts to come through with the defensive spawns moved a bit further forward. Is this going to promote either of these 2 teams trying to play more aggressively? Or how exactly do they want to get themselves in place to deal with one another? Because the thing that we know about both of these 2 teams, Austin, is Stallions love to work around the back to get looks over towards B and take Church control, whereas Bearclaw will double hit front doors of Church with subs. Those are going to be the keys, I think, for this map for both of these 2 squads.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. A lot of what we're going to get, these battles through mid, defensive spawns also coming into play here. You know, are you more willing to try to play through the outskirts and play through the side lanes now on the offensive side? Are we going to even see a scope? I feel like, you know, teams have more and more been willing to try to bring out the sniper on a map like Tusken, where if you can control A long, give yourself a lot of control, it typically opens up for free bomb plants as long as you're able to wait out some of those nades and stuns that come raining through the top of Church and raining through the middle of the map here. So a lot to kind of break down here for us, you know, and I feel like the best thing from what we get from the Stallions, typically when we watch over them in S&Ds, they're not scared to make those split-second decision calls where it's like, hey, we should push through. Let's do it. There's no like, I think we should wait. Like, it's no hesitation, and that's what you kind of love about this squad when we watch over them when it comes down to some of these crucial moments here again. So Bearclaw, they more or less have to be ready for that, and I have to imagine they're probably going to be stacking at least a couple of their defensive members through the back of Church, watching for those push-throughs, making sure they're not pulling off anything too dicey on their offensive rounds.
I like that call. I think there are a lot of little things that we could at least set up to look forward to. We'll make sure that you guys get the full-on fledged recap if those things do come out, because the thing about this map mode combo, for as good as both of these 2 teams have been on this map historically through the group stage, I still think that nobody holds a candle to how Texas Nation play this map. Even as most recently as yesterday, watching them being able to pull out some really interesting looks of how you can use the new defensive spawns to surprise the offense around the A zone, whether it be by collective nades or being able to isolate on team shots just from ARs that can stack. There's a lot of different little looks that can happen towards the top side of the A map. So I'm really curious, I think, to see if either of these two squads have gone back, rewatched that, maybe isolated that individual play to incorporate it into their own playbook, or are they going to go with what had been working with them in the past before the spawns had changed, which largely, again, like I mentioned, is through that church area. In one way or another, both teams offensively love to put pressure on that church position.
Yeah, well, watching for Radio too. He's like the guy that is always playing in and around church. And if I'm the Stallions, I'm always asking myself, where's Radio? We haven't killed him yet. All right, check that corner outside of church. Check the corner bottom down low. Just make sure, you have to watch out for him because it feels like he is typically the one that's always playing that forward position through mid here for Bear Claw. And he's also great at being able to capitalize on those little windows of timing to be able to also push through, find a kill, get out, exit safely. So a lot of what's going to have to come through here from the Stallions is, really watching out what Bear Claw love to do, which is get aggressive through mid, as you mentioned, see if you can maybe stop all of those nades and stunts from coming through for some of those early first blood that's going to enable some of these kills. And then for the Bear Claw, you have to also watch out for the B side a little bit too on the other side, don't you? Because for the most part, that this Stallions team does like to switch things up a little bit here for us. So you might be very concerned about stopping them from getting onto A, using those forward defensive spawns now, maybe get aggressive here, challenge through A long. You have to be very wary of just the other side of the map where the Stallions will sometimes sneak on through, get a little bomb down, and all of a sudden you have 4 players by A, there's a bomb planted by B, and you have to play a retake with no information. So you have to play it just constantly on your toes here, moving across the map here, never really taking anything for granted. Just because you think you have something controlled doesn't necessarily mean you do, because the Stallions might come running through and trample you for control around the sites here. But it's going to be a fun one now, and that's what we know for sure. 2-2,
absolutely.
Tied up, map number 5. Man, I cannot wait to get into this one.
Well, the good news is you won't have to wait for long.
Yes.
I won't tease you. Not that I have the power of controlling when we get into the map or not. But I want to get to a certain point where we kind of said a lot of the same things about Desert Siege. As apparently we are going to have to wait a little bit longer. I cast or curse my caster.
Can you believe it, Alan?
I can't believe I've done this. I can't believe it. But getting into the Desert Siege points that we had made, none of the things that we were looking at really kind of cropped up, right? Like, a lot of the openings that we saw from Stallions were favorable towards Stallions, whether it be by positioning or by numbers, but they weren't able to convert or capitalize because Bear Claw were still working with good ground through largely the middle of the map, forcing a couple of defenders on Stallions to rotate into you. So I'm curious, I think, to see, will there be more of a focus for both teams just generally into the middle of the map? Not necessarily just to say church, but maybe also isolating players like Fired, that if you're able to defensively get around through the 5th hard point. There's a lot of little things that you can do to essentially give up part of the map in order of overwhelming another. So I'm curious, I think, to see if both teams maybe adjusted or adapted off of what we had from the Desert Siege map 2, where it was hard to find advantages for one team or the other. Problems continue to kind of plague our players, and so with that, we're going to send things to another quick break. I know, I teased my co-caster, I teased the chat at large. We are going to have to wait a little bit longer than anticipated, but we will have map 5 coming on the backside of the break. Don't go too far. Tease you all I want.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got that power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, I tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in a stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I can't pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy.
Welcome back there, friends. We're into map number 5. Stallions looking to pull off, let's call it what it is, a little bit of an upset here versus the number 1 seed off of the group stage, My Whole Shift With Me Visions. And it's Stallions opening offense that's spreading the map here, and similarly so are the defenders, and Kaiser showing us that apparently every wall in this building is bangable.
Yeah, he's certainly shooting through everything, isn't he? He's just trying to see exactly where the hit markers are going to land. Nades are coming out. He does catch one on the slide there, so that's easy. Clean up in maybe a second. Kaiser is going to position himself here for an easy 2, and he's going to get traded from Exotic, but it's fine. Trades go back and forth. Bomb is down, and now Exotic got to cut through 2.
That's so good from Kaiser, man. It really is in a multitude of ways. The only thing that you could really criticize is what was that stun, but that was about it. Everything else clean and polished. But Exotic, some time to play with here. He's going to immediately hop this, but does he actually get this off, or does 2Real come forward fast enough? We get our answer very quickly. Pretty low pressure post-plant setup for the Stallions in the 3v1. They would take their opening attack.
I like this. A lot of what they did. I mean, a huge part of it is obviously Kaiser getting 2 kills and, finding out that 3 members of Bear Claw are over by B. And that's kind of what I was also framing up when we were coming in, Alan, is the fact that, hey, the Stallions team, they like to throw curveballs. So Bear Claw are thinking they maybe stack the unfavored site just off the rip to see if they can catch them slipping, going for some kind of an aggressive call. It doesn't happen, but nonetheless, the Stallions are still able to capitalize on the back end of a big individual play. 2Real also there for the remaining 2 and finds Exotic on the bomb. So 1-0 here for the Stallions. Free Fire comes through for Exotic, and, well, battles are happening inside a map. So far, it looks like they are going the way of the Stallions, and that's also going to be the bomb down.
You want some creativity, Austin? Stallions will give it to us. 4-man hit into the 5th hardpoint. Exotic looking for the window, but the first challenger comes outside, and nearly there wasn't a fast enough trade. But Kaiser at least shuts down the potential all-star play out of Exotic. Welling on a 1v2. wants to make the jump on top of the well, and as he does, he may have actually slipped a bit of timing here as he gets Kaiser. Oh, to say there was an opportunity maybe to isolate in the back, but the gunfight is not successful, and Stallions quickly go up 2-0.
Wow, it's just such an incredible start. Like you really do mention the fact that, chess games play into search and destroy all of the time, and this is one of those calls where you are making a risky move and it pays off. You find all 4 of your members stacking by B, you find the wins, the bomb is down, and Bear Claw all of a sudden have to battle back from a numbers disadvantage and have to go there to try to see if they can retrieve the bomb. So it's so much to try to do in a very little amount of time. But Noisy comes right in to round number 3. Finds a first blood here for his squad. This should make things a little bit easier as Kaiser once again seeing exactly where members might be. But Too Real, big battle versus Noisy, finds it, trades it here, and that's going to be right into a 2v3 as we see someone else drop here for the side of the Stallions.
These are the exact same setups from both teams in round 1, but with marginal adjustments for Bear Claw to not get picked over through the 5th hardpoint, nor over the middle of the map. So winning that first blood actually kind of creates this system where Stallions have to kind of give up some of this opening setup where you really can't hit the map on both sides. You have to try to amount some sort of a significant stack to get a win on one side or the other. And as they tried to do that towards A, it got denied. So now a 2v3 setup in the numbers favoring that of Bear Claw, cooking up a nade to see if anyone's on A. No one will be there, but he gets the information he was looking for as he finds Too Real outside Monument.
Well, 25 seconds left. Move's going to have to be made, and Exotic gets caught pushing a little too far forward. This should let you know that the push is coming over to B, but Bear Claw, they're going to clear out A first, so this does give you a little bit of timing to maybe get this bomb down. But Too Real, he comes back over. He has a big one-on-one here. Kaiser finds Welly, and now they have made a last-second rotation, but Radial, he's in the back, and he might be able to make the play. He finds that first one, and now it's a 1v1.
He doesn't stop the plant, though. Goes and slides onto the heady. Oh, my God, Radial. How have you done that? It looked like the only win condition he has is just to stop the plant, and he doesn't get the kill fast enough. And then as soon as the trade starts to come out, he gets tagged and says, I don't care. Full send, full gas, slide onto the bomb, Eddie. Make Kaiser look a little silly. What a clutch for Radial.
Critical round here. I mean, a 3-0 deficit in a map 5, that is not a spot anyone wants to be in. And Radial says, all right, wait no more. Here's our first round, boys. Let's build off of it. Incredible 1v2, flies through the back here. And that is going to at least allow Bear Claw to get on the board. But can they build off of it? Can they find offensive success? As they're still stacking the majority of their resources all around B, but this time they've at least been able to clear out a bit of the front.
I like this, though. This is just a mental game for Bear Claw, showing force, saying you cannot safely pull that 4-man stack over through this defensive B zone again. Even if they don't commit to B here or even push out into patio, that will be something that will be learned by Yuli and the rest of Stallions. But as Bear Claw do continue to work their way forward, Yuli is able to finesse for one, self-stun, but could not turn that into a second elimination, leaving Too Real as the last defender on B. But once again, this is not Bear Claw committing. They're just showing force. They've got the numbers, and they want A, where Welly's already cleared it up.
Exactly. Welly's been here for the last 15, 20 seconds. He's just been watching over the front of A saying, listen, if you can get here, we can get the bomb down. And now Stallions also catching on to that. They're going to have to play a bit of defense. Radial, though, tries to go for the slow peek. Too Real's going to punish him for the play. So 2 versus 2, 20 seconds on that clock. Bomb's going to be picked up again, and they're going to have to drop it.
And they don't have time to get back over towards B. They're waiting for Stallions to maybe reaggress over through A fields, and that's just not really happening. Cryptic doesn't have to make a move until a bomb has been planted. He's denying this entire post plant. But Exotic actually jumps back up over to fire. Well, he gets the bomb planted, but Exotic will be able to watch over this from the middle of the map. Commits down, outside of fire. Wants to find the opening trade, but misses the timing for it. A second chance as Cryptic sneaks right back forward, but the problem here is Too Real is so darn close, but somehow all 3 players have avoided seeing one another, and Exotic gains the clock as he's going to reposition back up to fire again.
Yeah, you're going to have to hop on this. And they're realizing it, but Exotic's going to get here for the clutch spot, so Too Real's going to have to snap on him. He sees an arm. He gets the kill, and Exotic's able to play his life. Another 1v2. Might be in the cards. Too Real's just trying to stick to defuse. Oh, he's gonna get it!
He's behind it!
Too Real! He's able to stay behind cover on the bomb, and he sticks to the fuse.
Are you kidding me? I'm right there with Exotic. I think I've got more than enough angles to stop this. But the thing you have to remember how Stallions pushed through the 5th hard point and were able to neutralize Bear Claw's play to B after they'd kind of given it up. Stallions were not necessarily in a spot to contest the plant necessarily, but Bear Claw were thinking post-plant towards Fields the entire time. And now how about this? Ooh. Cryptic into the next round carries the favor forward as he gets a headshot on Dwelly. And Bear Claw, who 3-man, actually call it a 4-man stack to A, have to try to get away, and Cryptic will see 2 players retreating.
Yeah, he should have saw 2 players exiting, but no one's making a full-on move just yet. Player 2 on the minimap now moving through mid. We'll see if they try to force their way through A. But Bear Claw, they are spread so thin. Radial's going to have to come up with at least one. And Yuli's able to play his life right behind the tree. Radial again gets the stun connection. Wants to push up here, but Yuli's still here, but he finds him nonetheless. Radial, can he find 2? No, we cannot. Cryptic gets there. And now a 3 versus 2. 40 seconds on the clock. Cryptic grabs the bomb.
You still have to make the call, though, for Stallions. You saw 4 members aggress to A. Are there more players lurking deep through Church Field? Maybe. Are there players topside Church stopping a plant? Could be possible. So they go towards B, and the read from Bear Claw may be perfect. The problem is there are doors that are closed. Noisy's going to have to give away his position by moving forward, but he finds the rear end of Kaiser. And now all of a sudden, Exotic will be here to help. They're able to double hit this. There's the shots through. They get a read on the player close. Turiel wants the challenge, and he sees both players go to patio. 30 seconds, the 2v2 continues.
But it's Bear Claw. They have to make the move. They're going to have to try to force these gunfights. Cryptic on the site goes down. It's all up to Turiel, and he gets bad timing. Bear Claw, they get here. They win the battles. They clutch up yet another round from a disadvantage 2 versus 3. And they're able to win out on it. Another critical round coming through here. Just nail biters throughout all of these last couple rounds, Alan, but they're keeping it close.
I just don't know why the Stallions don't just keep the double stack up top. Turiel saw both Bear Claw members go patio. There's only 2 things they can do. Either re-wrap back, which is unlikely because of the clock, or do what was given, which was move back around through the patio stairs and have to retake from statue side. I don't really know why in the first place you give up the double stack up high. Even if you don't feel good about your position, you can at least re-wrap back over towards the church ladder and re-hit a different angle when you think the defuse is coming through. So confusion in the post-plant setup for Stallions, leading to Bear Claw, bringing it back to within 1, but the opening gunfights this time all favor that of Stallions. Radio will find at least 1 trade and a little bit of vacancy on towards B, but the numbers for the Stallions are very convincing.
Well, let's hope they're convincing. The last couple rounds, they have not been able to close out the rounds here, and I'm sure that they're also thinking about that, and they also have not really, bought this whole push over to B. They are still stacking the majority of their members here through A, but this could be the worst timing. They're going to make the call. And it looks like they're going to start to clear out the back of their spawn, move over to B. This is going to give this site up for free. Yeah. This could be a plant here. It's just a matter of, are they going to realize it, or are they going to try to push through? This is where they're doing a little bit too much, but Radial wins the battle, and now they know for sure they're coming over to A.
I don't know who makes that call for Bear Claw Esports, but that is dangerous. But as they say, fortune favors the bold. And it may once again isolate Stallions. Not again, Austin. They can't keep getting away with this.
No,
2v3, just down to Cryptic. He gets tagged up. Bomb gets planted. The help is there. But Cryptic is able to reset into the 1v2.
Cryptic has to save the play for the Stallions. Just giving away rounds here. This could be the 3rd one where they had numbers. Oh, and Cryptic is failing jumps. He might have saw Radial drop down through the ladder. But the problem is the time, and then as he looks back up, Radial finds him. Another one, Allen, a 3v2. They get some bad timing on the rotation, but a good call from Bear Claw just to constantly play rotation through that entire round.
And the thing about that and why you do that, in a 2v3, your ability to hold a post plant at B is essentially 0. There's too many places you have to watch. But if you re-wrap back around the backside of A, You clear out Church Alley, and by pushing that little extra step forward, by the way, you now know you have total field control. So your only retake would be possibly through you or a late rewrap back into the Church fields themselves. So it's a really good heads-up call from Bear Claw to work with limited numbers. And now, once again, same situation they had from before. They're going to double nade, make sure that there is no sniper from Cryptic, and look at the field control from Bear Claws as they tally up First Blood.
First Blood is here. Well, that should be good news here for Bear Claw esports fans. They've been winning in disadvantages, and that means that they should be good to close this one out with an advantage. Bomb's going to go down, but it's a 2 versus 4. Welly picks up his first kill. But now answering back will be Kaiser. Can they try to hold the site right now? Everyone from Bear Claw going to retake from maps.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation for the Stallions. They would have to wait for Yuli to maybe re-wrap behind this and catch a couple of players off guard. Kaiser, if he could assist by finding a kill from the front, that would be massive, but Exotic gets the opening tags, tries to break the ankles. Now Yuli has to go. Noisy stuck under the fuse. No one's even looked at it yet. Yuli thinking about checking, but does not have the ability to do so. And Bear Claw once again. Flood, fly, screech forward. I don't know. Bear sounds. They rampage forward. I don't know. I was going with bird things. They're bears.
The Bears, Alan.
I don't know. Lions and tigers, bears on my
Bears. Man, but it really does feel like Bear Claw is just so in sync with what they're doing. Like, it doesn't even feel like, there is like a fighting chance in some of these moments here for the Stallions, where if they don't win that first engagement, all of a sudden Bear Claw are finessing to the point where they can get close enough to force some of these closer engagements with the sub. But here we go, back to round 1. 4-man hit. It's a 1-for-1 trade right off the rip. And you have to imagine Bear Claw, they're not going to stick around for too long because, well, he's already got some pressure on A.
Yeah, he's already won the A site, man. He's just sitting here saying, whenever you guys are done with all that nonsense, come on over and plant. I've got this whole cross through stairs. So the only place that Stallions could contest this A bomb would be by a quick grab through Church or all the way around the fields. And looks like they're going to go all the way around. So bomb will be planted for free. Exotic's already watching this, so someone has to smoke Exotic off a heady. And as they reveal his position, he goes 1-for-1, which is fine from that space. 2v2, plant now in favor of Bear Claw.
Oh, and it's Radial. Bottom Church finds that battle, takes down Yuli, and I think the other one falls as well. Bear Claw. They are taking over in map 5. This was after going 2-0 down off the rip, Allen, where it was just Stallions round after round, but all of these clutches, they have added up, and now they are on series point to try to advance to that grand final.
Look, I'll save this point. Just know I was going to make a point in the start of round number 9 about Stallions and their setups. We'll hit it afterwards, depending on the outcome, all right?
I believe you.
And do Bear Claw go to the same 4-man hit to A? Because outside of Cryptic sniping them in the first time they tried this, it's largely found a lot of success. And yeah, once again, not only do they get significant control of the top side of A, but look at Radial. He just ran through the mid with no help, bro. He's already so far forward, and Stallions have no idea he's here.
And look at how passive you are right now. The Stallions know what's on the line. They have to win the next 3 rounds, and it starts with this one. And you're going to give up so much map control before you're going to be able to make a move. And it looks like B would likely be the direction they're going to start to work towards here. But Radial might be hearing footsteps. Exotic is going to take down Yuli. That's a crucial member that you're losing here in the round. And now on the attack, you're going to have to make a move right through mid. They do find Radial, so they sniff him out. Too Real finds the big kill. Puts us into the 3v3. But with 40 seconds left, you're going to have to make a call. And that call might be to go back to A.
Yeah, and the thing about it is Bear Claw's in this position where they can just play point of contact from here on out. You've got shoulders being thrown over through the top mids. You know that if there's going to be shots being taken, that this likely means an A hit. You still also have Welly patiently making sure nobody comes over towards B. So point of contact defense from here out for Bear Claw. It could potentially lead to too much conservation and reservation about how they want to attack this A site for the retake, which is going to be imminent most likely. And as Noisy tries to sneak forward to deny mid-map, he gets taken down. So now you just make sure your planter stays safe. Make sure your planter stays safe. Okay, 2v2. Exotic flushed out. Chasing is Too Real. And he's going to continue on the pursuit as we go back into this 2v2 reset.
All right, a little risky, and that's why Exotic reads it. It all comes down to one. Cryptic for a 1v2 to keep the Stallions alive, to keep them in it. Here comes the push, and Bear Claw will trample and run through. Finding the kills, big plays coming through, an incredible comeback for Bear Claw Esports, finding multiple rounds in 1v2s, 2v3s, you name it, Alan. They get it done, and they're going to the grand final.
Trample was a much more appropriate word than screech and rampage. So the point that I was going to make at the beginning of that round 9, and it really hit me in kind of the previous 2 rounds in a row, is as much as we continued to build the narrative around the uniqueness of what Stallions were doing in controls and in search and destroys, it's pretty damn predictable. Once you get a read at it, you look at it 2-3 different times, it's like, oh, okay, you're just gonna full run in towards the 5th hard point. We can just stun open the door and then spam through windows. We can double setonate it, and you're completely entrapped by it. So it's just, you know, lesson learned, I think, was kind of the biggest thing for the opponents of the Stallions that were able to find success versus them here in the late stages of this run through Season 2. Obviously, we see it most evidently in this matchup versus Bear Claw, not just in what they typically like to do for the Tuscan control, but also here in the Tuscan search. And even you could, I think, credit to what Texas Nation was able to do versus the Stallions team in the winners finals yesterday. Tough round for Yuli as well. 2-8 doesn't help, but Exotic, Radial, how about being double or more than double positive? Hell of an effort. And how about the fact that both of those guys were a lot of the reasons why they clutched up those odd man situations?
Yeah, I actually, like, I'm going to give a lot of credit to Radial. I know Exotic is right up there with them, but it was that 1v2. Like, that's the turning point, right? Like, you needed that round. I mean, you needed the one before to make sure the Stallions were going to start taking over, but that was the round number 3 where Radial clutches up, finds it, and from there, you could slowly see Bear Claw just start to get that confidence back, start to take some of those risky play calls. I mean, there were so many rotations, like, from A to B, back to A. It's almost like we were right back in Black Ops 4 or something, watching 2v2s with the amount of rotations we were getting through, but everything was always planned. There was always, you know, a big idea around what was trying to happen, a big overall picture, and they really made it come to life, it felt like, in the majority of those rounds where it came down to the final seconds. They caught them off guard. Stallions just could not use their numbers to bait and switch, to play trades, and that's what we talk about when it comes down to using your numbers at S&D. That's the fundamentals. So it's just incredible stuff here from Bear Claw Esports. The fact that they're able to work back into it and clutch up, keep the composure, win a map that they're not typically good on as well is massive here for them as they go up, and now we'll face Texas Nation in that grand final.
Great synopsis there, partner. So now let's take a look at this bracket. And somehow, some way, Bear Claw Esports and Texas Nation have avoided one another until now. That is surprising, considering that they were the last 2 teams to play up against one another in the group stage for a position as the number 1 seed, which Bear Claw won. Now it's going to have to be not just beating Texas Nation once. You have to do it twice. And I know we could kind of tease a little bit about the setup of how that would possibly occur, Austin. I know for you and I both, it's easy to go back to the series versus Texas Nation and find those key victory points, but everything in the path to victory for Bear Claw Esports, you have to feel must come through way of the hard points.
Yes, that is it. You hit it. It needs to be hard points. And one thing I'll also say is the fact that Texas Nation, you know, they were dropping some series, some maps, you know, right before playoffs in Season 1, and they fixed a lot of those mistakes. You have to almost make that assumption for Bear Claw that you can't get away with those same maps for that exact reason. So you have to come in here. You really do have to, you know, we always say, like, come in here, start off hot, win the first map, but you have to do that versus the Texas Nation, because we go back to Season 1 Grand Finals, they 3-0'd UYU in convincing fashion. So starting off and being able to at least get a map under your belt, I feel like is the starting point for taking down Texas Nation, because you got to beat them in 2 best-of-5s, not just 1 here. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, that'll send shivers down your spine. Wait, we have to play Texas Nation, beat them? Beat them twice?
Twice.
You don't love the sound of that. So we'll see how things unfold. We'll be kind of going to the lab and figuring out where exactly Bear Claw would want to play this Texas Nation team if they were to upset what has been the powerhouse of North American challengers. We'll have to make you wait a little while longer before we can do that. We'll send things to break. Get yourself set up and refreshed. We've got Grand Finals of North American Season 2 Elite right after the break. We love when we can count a timer down from 20 and get on early. How about it? Grand Finals, ready to go. Austin, I know you're pumped about it. Everyone knows I'm pumped about it. It's Bear Claw Esport winning the Map 5 versus Stallions, now having to take on Texas Nation, not once, but they would have to do it twice to usurp the current NA champions.
It's not going to be an easy road, but we have seen Bear Claw do it before. That's the big factor here for us. They have been able to win. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it here. This is our series layout. I think we've been discussing this map set for a little bit of time here. I think it is going to be favorable for as far as what we could get for Texas Nation. They got their Gavutu hardpoint. We've seen their classic Tuscan Search and Destroy. But to be fair, Bear Claw have beat them in some of these map mode combinations here, so we'll see if they're going to be able to do it again.
The best way that we can give you a layout for this series layout, the longer this series goes, the better the news becomes for Bear Claw. The thing about this is you allowed the best two maps for what we get out of Texas Nation to exist as the first two maps. Their Gavutu Hardpoint has been played in every single series. Their Tuscan Search and Destroy has been completely unrivaled and untouched. So what this tells me, Austin, is that Bear Claw are looking at this saying, we already smoked this guy's on Gavutu Hardpoint.
Yep.
Let's go do it again. We've already found success in playoffs on Tuscan Search and Destroy. Let's go do it again. So they're not feeding away Texas Nation's biggest strengths and forcing them to flex their map pool, and it's a bold call.
You know what? It is a really bold call, but I feel like some of the players that we have on Bear Claw Esports would be those type of players to try to see, hey, if we can come through and we can grab this first map, then we can win the rest of this series. And if we win the first best of 5, we can win the second best of 5. So it's more or less setting yourself up, for success if you are somehow able to get through this first best of 5. Now, the one thing that we can say about Tuscan, or rather about Texas Nation, is the fact that they are really good at preparing. They know the matches that they're going into. They have set strategies prepped beforehand going into it, and they all typically tend to turn up around these really important matches like your grand finals, like your elimination matches. Not that we've seen them there, but just in the sense that they are there in the cups and things like this. So will they be able to do it here again? You have to imagine so. They're the favorites. They're the number one team. Bear Claw have at least been able to beat them. So I feel like that's the one thing that you have going for yourself. And the one other factor we said that coming into this one is we need to see some of the other AR step up here. In particular, we need to see Welly come alive, because he was one of the influential factors on why they were even able to beat this Texas squad the first time around when they played each other, in the Gavutu Hardpoint, played in the Tuscan Search and Destroy. So can we see that again? That's kind of what's necessary for me. If you can get Welly to come out here, fry like he's been doing for the majority of all of his matches, and that could be maybe your window to come out with a very first map win.
The thing is, we looked at this, we teased it before we went to break. You kind of feel that Bear Claw once again has to replicate their path to victory against this Texas Nation team that they built over the first time that they met, which was winning both of the hard points. Now, in that effort, you hit on Welly. Of course, we want to see him do well, and the reason why, he had a 1.55 KD combined across both the hard points that were played the first time around. On Gavutu, 32 and 19, Austin, is what he put together. And the thing is, it's not only are you getting a lot of value out of a main AR player, but in that effort, they held Havoc to 12 and 25. We have not seen a performance like that out of Havoc on a map like Gavutu Hardpoint, maybe since the first that this team was formed. So was that a fluke, or is it still fact that Texas Nation should not be tested on this map?
Yeah, that is the big conversation. Like, there is nothing more than an ego chow than you playing your opponents on their very best map mode combination. Like it is screaming that we are here to challenge you. If we can take it, then that is going to do wonders. But you really do have to kind of pick apart, okay, how are they going to do it? Sure, Welly had an incredible performance, but will he be able to do that again here in the grand final? Can they shut down Colt Havoc, who was the MVP of Season 1 Grand Finals when we go back to that series versus UYU, dropping like just about 20 kills when it comes down to the Search and Destroy, and just putting on a clinic when it comes to just running rampant on the map, finding ridiculous kills, running routes, just doing everything and anything to be able to put your team in the best possible position in order to succeed. And we know Colt Havoc always there to do exactly that. So there are a lot of factors here. Now, I think the good news is that on the other side, you could still bring up a lot of names. You could rely on Noisy when it comes versus the Search and Destroy. Exotic has also been really good on the day, not just in Search, but also in the respawns. Some of those respawns that we just saw there versus the Stallions. So I feel like you can also lean on to some of the other members that we have here on the side of the Bear Claw Esports here, Alan, but it's a matter of can they do it here versus the Texas Nation squad in form, in the grand final, all this additional pressure, a lot more factors certainly on the line.
Give me more things of why it's difficult for Bear Claw to do this. Please, just lay it all on the line here. And, you know, the thing, too, as we're waiting to get into map number 1, is that this map set is similar, but also a bit different than the first time they played each other. Obviously, we talk first and foremost about this Kavudu Hardpoint. That was the map 4 when they had played during the group stage. And as mentioned, Texas Nation got smoked here, 250 to 134. But when they played the Tuscan Search, which we need to kind of also, I think, allude towards, Bear Claw didn't even touch Texas Nation on the map. So, yeah, you come out, you beat Stallions on Tuscan Search, you beat UYU the day before 6-1, you're feeling good about your Tuscan Search, but I still kind of rest my head on the fact that this Texas Nation team hasn't been touched by hardly anybody on Tuscan Search and Destroy, not just in groups, but also in the bracket play of playoffs as well. So, I think you have to find a way to win one of these first 2 maps, because I said this with Ellen yesterday. Nobody reverse sweeps Texas Nation. It doesn't happen. Very few can even get them to a 5th map. So
yeah,
I think the necessity in these first 2 maps is very, very high when you look at this from Bear Claw's perspective.
I think you just hit on it. I think the only team to even take them to a second Search and Destroy was Bear Claw. Like, other than that, like, it has only ever been like one S&D that we've typically seen where they're just closing out series 3-0 or 3-1. So that's pretty much tells you everything that you need to know. But one more time, we'll take a look at the bracket to see how we got here. And well, off the rip, Bear Claw Esports didn't necessarily start the best, but they were able to just get revenge here versus the Stallions in the lower final, get an opportunity to move back up. But for the other side, Texas Nation, they've never even seen the lower bracket through any stage here so far, and that continues to hold true as they found the 3-1 versus the Stallions to put themselves into the grand final here. So they have a very convincing road, you know, other than maybe the game 5 that we saw here at the start. Everything has been fairly convincing, it feels like, when we're watching over these guys, and now we'll see if they can do it here again.
I want to ask this question as we're sitting here again, just kind of hoping that we can get to map 1 quickly. After watching Vengeance beat Rocker Academy and EU today, how much do you put weight on Texas Nation needing to really prove that they are clear-cut better than Bear Claw as we look forward to the future, which is next week, and the Minnesota Challengers Open?
I think it's a fair question, but I would say that we wouldn't need to see anything like insane for them to still think that they're the best. In my eyes, I think they're still the number 1 team. They lost in the regular season, but I still think coming in here, the number 1 team in North America, and that's just simply for the fact that they win convincingly. They won season 1, and we'll see if they can win here.
All right, fair enough. We'll consider the international conversations when we get that in front of us. Bear Claw from the front, as spectated by Paradox included. Hot Hands Lounge coming through, giving us the grand finals views. And how about the start for Bear Claw? SMGs running rampant, able to get not just a couple of kills, but they're also putting pressure forward, maybe even looking for a bit of a spawn flip here early, as Texas Nation are a bit trapped.
Yeah, looking pretty solid here right off the bat. Radial also might have just found the perfect window to hit this pinch. Havoc is going to drop. Second one almost comes through. But General and Kismet too good with the team shot. So now it's kind of left up to Exotic to try to make a big play by himself. It's not going to happen. Only able to clean up 1. So scrap time going to be secured. Bear Claw able to grab at least 22 seconds. And now it's the fight for the rotation here to P2.
It's a fight for the boat, as Radial thinks he's got a timing to cut through and chase down Brezzy, who tucks himself in a corner. Good help from Kismet from beyond. So Texas Nation, after the rebreak of 1, they hold the lead and the numbers around the second hill. Noisy try as he may, try to make his play forward. And Havoc just scouted out 2 different Bear Claw members just to give the information. He didn't even bother shooting. He's just like, here they are. Go do your things, teammates.
Yeah, gets the regen, and then Kismet from the side is able to come through for 1. One more player right through mid. Brezzy not going to be able to deal with him. Havoc actually, unfortunately, takes him down. So very scrappy P2 hill. Neither team with real control around it for the last 20-30 seconds or so here, but this could be an opportunity to try to secure at least the scrap time. We'll have to see Bear Claw not only push through, but also see if they can maybe fight for the remaining 20 seconds. As General, he's still alive, and he's 6-2.
This is too slow from Bear Claw. You have no pressure up towards where the first hard point was on the upper ring. you really didn't get convincing control of the top side of ship, so you can't battle these players inside of green really all that well. And you're going to be so late on rotation here. Now, the only thing that could possibly impede that is what happens to the spawns as this hit through the middle of the map starts to amount for Bear Claw Esports. Well, it's not going to matter too much because the kills are not super convincing. It's just one player in the back in the form of Exotic, and you expect that, yeah, Texas Nation will still hold the spawns, which is indeed true. And as Havoc cleans up the work in the back, that's all Texas Nation here in the third.
Yeah, that was your big window. The 20 seconds there to try to work, try to flip out the spawn potentially. Doesn't happen, and now... well, it's a little game of peekaboo. Radial's able to find some shots there from afar. We'll be able to take out one. Exotic there for another, but it's still Brezzy holding the line alongside Havoc, who has soaked up just about every single second so far, and they're still putting on a clinic here from the front. This is going to have to be a chalked up hill here for the side of Bear Claw Esports. They're going to have to simply rotate, and Kismet, he's already threatening the push.
Big elimination to keep Papa Kiz at bay. But here's the thing. At the top of this map, we said Havoc finished the first time that these two teams played on this map 12-25. He's now 8-4. On the opposite side, Welly, who went 32-19, is 3-4. So the conditions that Bear Claw won against Texas Nation in the group stage have not even been close to realized from Bear Claw's point of view. A must hold coming out, and Texas Nation start to find the flood as they set up for a hit from the front side backed by Jungle.
Patience here. Waiting to see who is going to be from the front, and it's just Noisy, but now inside of the point, they can look to flood on through. Gunfights just need to be won, and Havoc finds Exotic. They're going to be able to break on through. Welly is just going to simply make an early rotation, see if his teammates might be able to fight for some of that scrap time, but it looks like it's going all the way of Texas Nation right now, as they're going to be able to fight for the remaining 30 seconds here, but could they spawn trap them, keep them pinned here? Noisy's going to be the only one on the ship, but he's able to find two, might be a third, but he will be shrugged off the line of sight for now as he goes to the pistol. Kismet will trade him out.
There's no need to take that challenge. You have to hold bolt control here if you're going to get a full 60 on the 5th hardpoint. There's just no need to chow that if you're Noisy. I know you got some good damage in, but that's just too greedy. So now this Texas Nation don't just clean up Noisy, they also put out some pressure towards the top side of the map. They've got boat control, they've got top AA gun control, and that means that for Bear Claw Esports, these players inside the hill have to absolutely pop off, and it's just not happening. That is a major mistake from Bear Claw Esports, just giving up space for free. Texas Nation already doing a pretty solid job of trying to neutralize the time here on the 5th.
And it looks like they should be able to at least fight here for the time very soon. Decent recovery, I will say, through the top of green, however, for Bear Claw. It's just a matter of, can you win these battles right through the front? Because Texas Nation, they're here to try to respond. One last push for the remaining 20 seconds. Havoc only able to come up with one, and now it's up. Just try to see if you can move in for the remaining 15 seconds. But I think Bear Claw, they're going to be totally okay with this, saying, listen, you can grab that 10. We're going to move over to the circle. We have the early rotation here, and they do get a good amount of time, at least off of this P5 hill.
I mean, it's an okay amount of time. I still don't think that hard point will be chalked as a win for Bear Claw Esport. You could have done so much more. And the scrap 10 seconds, which seems marginal, I think if you're Texas Nation, you're already up over 60 points with 2 more money hills to come in the form of the 3rd and the 4th. So as you mentioned, give away time over through the initial here at the 1st. They are set up for the spawns that they want, not just for the 2nd, but also eventually the 3rd. It just comes down to, can you actually get back through and make sure this last 30 seconds is more contested than the initial? And as the kills start to come out, maybe easier said than done as Texas Nation look to push forward.
Well, this is 35 seconds over to Bear Claw, and Exotic finds 2 more. This could be a full 60 unless Kismet has something to say about it, but he's still got a few members to deal with. He does find the first one. Kismet finds the second. He'll make sure no full 60s are going over to Bear Claw Esports, but this one's still a little bit better as they're able to come up with about 40 seconds, cutting that lead down. However, they need to now find this rotation. General's up top of the ship, and he's only able to find one, meaning that Welly is here. They have positioning, and they might be able to lock down some more time.
Texas Nation have a double 2-man hit around the back. I think they're thinking that Bear Claw may have committed more numbers to the scrap time at 1 than they actually did. And they're thinking that if they're going to continue to spawn to the left side, we can actually cut them off from ever seeing the ship by hitting this route, but they actually miscalculate. And Bear Claw Esports, with a 3-man hit onto the ship itself, now control every inch of the middle of the map, and with that also the hard point. So just as Bear Claw had made a mistake over through the 5th hard point in my mind, Texas Nation may have made a more critical mistake here, as they now have to break through the back 20 seconds and try to find a flip over to the 3rd. Bear Claw Esports had just been given a tie game, essentially.
Yeah, this is really good for them, and again, they're going to give over the scrap time now. set themselves up for new, and now it's going to be on Texas Nation to try to break on through. Are they going to attack the spawns, or are they going to try to at least move in for a circle off the bat here? But Exotic, he's still finding kills on the exits, and Welly comes from behind, and we'll be able to find another. Look at the spawns now for the side of Texas Nation. You have no map control, such a long distance to travel before you're even going to see the point. I mean, this is the setup you want, and Bearclaw, they're holding on to it.
And look at Welly coming back into the mix, 17-10, as he unfortunately falls just a bit short of potential streak conversations. But that's the big bounce back that you need from Welly. He was your catalyst for success, taking down Texas Nation on what has historically been their staple map mode combo. And he may have just woken up enough to make that happen once more. Texas Nation trying to contest from the front of the third hard point. Unsuccessful was Kismet, and the kills come through cleanly. Chris now on the rotation. He's going to have help. Welly's right behind him as he looks to play from the top side of boat, and Texas Nation are going to be put into a position where they have to hold back and set up a defense around this fourth hard point, but easier said than done as Radial beats him to the punch and turns to find Havoc. What a double that is for Chris.
All right, still a lot to do, however, but this at least holds the front of the line here to allow your teammates to try to get here. Will he be able to find another? Yes, he will. Radial's on 4. Started off slow, but heating up now as it's Texas Nation that need to find a convincing response. They have to hold this to make sure this does not get out of hand. And the fact that Bearclaw, they could get in here and almost end the game if they're able to find a break right here, right now. But Radial on the force spree. Can he turn it into more? There's still 2 players bunkered up in the back, but it's Bearclaw in the hard point for now.
And they're putting pressure on both sides. Welly was able to get around through the beach front, so Texas are kind of split as far as what they're focused on, leading to numbers for Bearclaw. Kismet, the last one left alive, stuns his feet. It will connect, but it's too late. Unfortunately, though, Bearclaw had nades in design to get that flush out, and it unfortunately forces a team kill, leaving Texas Nation out of the spawn trap potential and with numbers to re-hit and re-break. 18 seconds of scrap. Havoc looking for the quick rotation to the middle, but shut down by Exotic. It's going to be about a tie game. 10-point difference if they soak up every single second. Advantage to Bearclaw, though, as they have mid-control and the initiation that they want towards the 5th hill.
Oh, they just have everything covered on the map right now. How do you move as Texas Nation? You have to win these battles if you want to get to that hard point. In player 6, Havoc, he's going to end up dropping here. Everyone's starting to fall. Hard point looking good. Bearclaw, they're bringing it back. And you got one more hit here as Texas Nation.
Alberto gets cut, trying to retake the middle of the map. Texas Nation will have numbers to break through this. It's on to Welly. He was the catalyst for success the first time and finds a double here. Noisy picks up the third. 245 to 214. The last hit from Texas Nation has to come out of the top side of the boat, and it's Radial watching the cross. They're not going to get here in time, and Bearclaw Esports come through with a miraculous second rotation, find the lead, and with that, a 250 to 214 map 1 win.
Wow, down about 50 seconds going in toward the new rotation, and it all comes down to chalking some of that scrap time and then having that solid hold on P1. A huge problem that entire map for Bearclaw was that they couldn't hold on to a hill for a good majority of time, but it was that P1 point. They get a good 45 seconds, 40 seconds roughly before Kismet comes through with the 2-piece, and that's what kind of enables them to start working back in, closing that gap. They also did an excellent job of shutting down Havoc because he's usually the one that's solo making these plays for all of the routes and the spawns, and that did not happen whatsoever here in this map.
So it's interesting because it's not, I agree with you. Havoc's impact of flipping the map around individually was not there. But Havoc himself still had a great map. I think a lot of it was Bearclaw, who was getting beat in the tempo and pacing and other maps that we'd seen them play today, were really good at being aware of what Texas Nation wanted to do as a collective and almost making them eat their own medicine in a way. Like, it's in this stretch between the first, second, and third in the second set of hills where you really start to see that come through, because I still stand by the point that Bearclaw mess up. I mean, Noisy should not be re-challenging Kismet over towards ship as we're about to head to 5. You need to hold that position in hand. And as Texas Nation break, then all of a sudden, do Bearclaw put together a great hold on 1? Yeah, absolutely. But Texas Nation think that Bearclaw are going to re-hit for the scrap and take that long route around the backside of 1, closer towards where the 4th hill is, and they kind of flip the spawns around voluntarily. Not just giving Bearclaw numbers on 2, but the spawns they want for 3, giving them that about 60-second gap that started to amount for a moment there. So, wow, that it's surprising from a number of ways, because Havoc still goes 25-19, but you still look at Welly. He was 32-19 the first time these two teams had played. He ended up recuperating after the first set of rotations to make up a 22-15 tally. Great game from Welly.
Yeah, well, he's stepping up here. Exotic as well. I mean, I did not think there was going to be a world in Vanguard where Exotic would come in and he'd be top fragging as a main AR here on this Bear Claw roster. 26 and 21, and with 2 minutes in the hill as well. Like, he is doing it all. He's going back to his roots as an SMG where he's soaking up time, but not only that, he's winning a lot of long-range battles for you, finding multi-kills, opening up room to be able to move and rotate, and also create space for holds. So it just, again, fantastic stuff coming through here for this squad, and this is a massive upset. This is how they had to start the series, Alan, if they're going to take down this juggernaut squad of Texas Nation. You just found a massive win here on one of their best map mode combinations, and now you get to try to carry that through into another one of their best mode map combinations here too. So this is exactly how you had to start the series, and this Texas Nation, I'm sure that are caught a little bit off guard with the start that they had. They're probably thinking, all right, this is looking a lot similar to our very first grand final in season 1.
Yeah, 100%. This is already kind of, again, shifting the conversation a touch. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. That is one of 6 maps that Bear Claw will have to take versus Texas Nation if they were to supplant them as the #1 team currently in North America. And the path is still difficult to do that, even in this first best of 5. Immediately so, the Tuscan Search and Destroy, bro. It's just... I remember when we were setting up, we were doing our notes, we were setting up the UYU Texas Nation Grand Finals from last season. We were like, dude, UYU's so good at this map. This should be cruising for them. And Texas Nation adjusted in the Winners Finals and made UYU look absolutely stupid. So I'll be curious, I think, to see if Bear Claw have maybe pulled something out here in difference to what they had done the first time playing Texas Nation, which, again, if you did not hear the first time, it was a 6-2 favoring Texas Nation in the group stage.
Yeah, I think the biggest factor when you are looking at taking down Texas Nation is making sure they're not winning their defensive rounds. I feel like that's the reason why they're so good, is because they're just so good at setting up on the defensive side of the map, using their nades, using their stuns, and that's what you have to work around here if you're Bear Claw. And they will be attacking first, and already aggression right through you, chasing Welly down, trying to slip away. He gets to the back, and he's actually able to position himself for a kill. Kismet, I don't think is going to challenge just yet, but might try to throw a nade back there. Meanwhile, Noisy also cleans up one, so far so good.
Visions, I'm feeling the tinglies. That is a beautiful opening setup for Bear Claw. Welly keeping his life, reading that Texas Nation are going to put aggressively. You saw Exotic track back, maybe to help if needed, but as soon as Welly gets the kill, then you 3-man hit against the sole defender of this B site. Texas Nation now left in a 2v4. Brezzy sniping, picks off Gradial up towards windows. But Noisy on the back. He's read this completely. Deals with the first. Brezzy, do you have more quick scopes for us? No, he does not. Bear Claw opening offense. And what a freaking read that is off the rip, brother.
They're coming a little different right now, Alan. Bear Claw's coming a little different. And yeah, you hit on it. It's so beautiful because most of the times, like, teams are going towards A, but it almost feels like, at least on the day, with the changes that we got to the defensive spawns, teams are actually opting into these B pushes. That's at least what we've seen a ton from Bear Claw and the Stallions in the previous series on Tuscan, and that's what it's looking like, at least so far in the very first round. We'll see if that continues to change, and more or less if Texas Nation are willing to dabble over by that B site whatsoever. But Sniper back in hand for Brezzy. He sees a lot of members, and he snaps on one.
He found the right calf muscle of Exotic for a kill. I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. He had a gallery to take a shot at and ended up finding just the small leg of Exotic. Radial there to at least trade off one elimination, but Texas Nation are largely looking at number 6 and number 5. Havoc in general pushed forward into Church. Means that Noisy's got to find at least some sort of a defensive hold, and what a read that is. Playing passively, they find one. Radial takes down Kismet. That's the bomb carrier, and it all rests with Jordan General.
I'm just getting picked apart right now. General's got the back all the way up. Grab the bomb. He's got 40 seconds, so maybe if he finds this isolated kill here onto Radial, there's a chance to be able to get the bomb down, but General's like, nope, I'm going to grab the bomb. I'm just going to jump right off the map right after. Yeah.
Don't harm yourself. Don't pick this up. It's dangerous. I'll take it off. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that before. If you can jump off the map, jump off the map. Why you got to take the bomb with you, bro?
Teammates might have called it. He's like, I might be able to do this. And they're like, just jump off the map, man.
You'll get him next time, General.
Yeah.
All right. 2-0 up for Bear Claw. Exotic mid-map. Is that a scope on his hand? Sure looked like it for a second. But as he gets pushed back, Kismet moves forward. And so map positioning advantage over to Texas Nation. And Noisy is just lucky to be alive if their nade was tossed into his right pocket.
Yeah, he's missing a leg after that. Might be limping through. but we'll see if he can maybe open up something through mid here. He is 3-0. He's had the hot hand here so far. General, he finds him.
Unbelievable.
And that's such a key kill because General is so crucial to this defensive setup to be able to rotate from side to side. And now Kismet sprints right at Noisy. 5 in a row. A snap from Radial, not good. Havoc will take him down, but nonetheless, numbers here for Bearclaw on the 3v2.
Honestly speaking, yeah, keep Noisy with the bomb. Set up a little bit of bait and switching. As soon as you get this planted at A, get him closer, if not at streaks. Dude, Bearclaw is beaming right now. Last player left is Brezzy. He does see Noisy. Can he finish the kill? No. Sniper out, but he will not be rechalled. And this is a near impossible 1v3, but we've seen crazier things happen before. Exotic playing on one side. Bearclaw setting this defense post plant up in like layers. As soon as one player will fall, a second one will challenge. The third one will go after the second one falls. And, well, they won't get through the first. What a start this is for Bearclaw. Oh my
This is
goodness.
This is insanity right now. We even came in and said, listen, there's a real world where we see another 3-0 here for Texas
based off the
Nation.
maps.
But maybe Bearclaw, maybe they're the kryptonite here for this squad. At least that's how it's looking here so far. The comeback in map 1, the 3-0 start here in the second map. I mean, like Texas Nation right now, they are not putting up a fight. Like, this is uncharacteristic. Performances coming through right now where General Kismet yet to find a kill. Havoc not doing what he typically does. Brezzy, he's been fairly decent with the sniper here and there, finding picks, but has not been enough to win them over a round. And now a round that you absolutely need on the attack. We'll see what they can do. Radial, a little bit over the top here. We'll be able to track Kismet all the way through. Brezzy just runs at him, and Radial says, okay, thanks for the 2-piece. And 4v2 right into round 4.
What? You're going to tell me that Kismet's going to solo child, not stun forward, and then Brezzy's going to walk up afterwards and just give away 2 free kills? This is not the Texas Nation that we saw yesterday, Austin.
No.
If anything, it's their evil twin brother. I don't know. This is...
They took the controllers, Alan.
I'm lost for words. We never see little individual solo chows like this. I don't know if it's Texas Nation thinking they've got just more confidence than Midas. King Midas has gold, but this is just not a characteristic performance at all from Texas Nation.
And if we do see the solo challenges, I mean, they're winning the majority of them most of the time, right? Like, if they are pushing through with them, it feels like these are gunfights that we wouldn't normally see losses in here for Texas Nation, but not the case. I mean, what a look at Bearclaw here in the first best of 5. A chance to go 2-0 up. Brezzy wants to go back to what was holding true there in the first couple of rounds. Will be able to take a nice shot there on the Noisy. One more slides across. A lot of information going to be gathered, but still a trade that comes back on the Kismet. So even with the pick, no numbers advantage is going to ensue, and we're right into another even numbers advantage.
And honestly, this is a flat-out advantage for Bearclaw because the trade on Kismet opens up Church completely, which Exotic utilizes to get around the back. And the only player they don't have any sort of a beat on is Havoc. And I like this call. Try to go back over towards where the sniper is and hope that he misses his first shot, but that's not the case. And as he gets a call, Havoc will move forward and find another off the back. So it's just down to Radial. Oh, Brezzy, imagine. Takes the first, so you still get the isolation that you're set up for, and what a read. If Radial holds this, he wins the round. Havoc, though, a little bit more patient. We'll get Texas Nation on the board, and that's not just a critical first round. This is a must-win second still for Texas Nation.
It sure is. It sure is. And he was barely able to gather it and actually put it together. Still feels like right now we're not getting the Texas Nation that we normally know. And now we'll see what they can do here to try and put together a couple rounds in a row. And attack has been a nightmare here for them so far, where they have went off the rip at A. They've tried to use Brezzy as the scope, who's been able to find picks, here and there, but they just end up losing some of these battles right after, really stopping the advantage that comes through off the bat. Radial, a lot of information here from the top.
Dude,
he somehow snaps on Havoc, and Noisy flies out of maps, finding another. Almost puts together 2. Radial sees him right through the top of Broken, and oh my goodness, Bearclaw just running them down.
Oh.
They have no respect for them right now, Alan.
None. Literally, that was exactly where I was going to go with that. Was like, this isn't just Bearclaw winning rounds. They are making Texas Nation look like they've never played the game before, in a way. Like, wow. Look, here's the thing. Radial finding that first kill over by Well is just stupid luck. He gets double stunned, just holds down the trigger, and fortunately Texas Nation hit the same mantle right where he's aimed at. But regardless of that, this is just full-on aggression from Bearclaw, and why the heck not? Brezzy sniping. Well, he doesn't care. Heat check for him. Double stack coming through. Almost wins one with the pistol, but here comes the rewrap for Bearclaw as they look to maybe try to isolate some of these defenders over through the field. You take over Church for free again, and you turn it into a 3v3.
And look at how more or less patient and scared we see Texas Nation in the back. Havoc. Oh, another bait and switch. Kismet is on the board, finds his first kill, won't be able to snap for the second, and it's all up to Brezzy, who has been last alive too many times, it feels like. He doesn't even have a shot at the first one. Bearclaw Esports 2-0 up in the best of 5.
What do you say? I mean, what do you say? Look, all of the things that we were accrediting Texas Nation for when it comes to adjusting, adapting, playing the map in ways that a lot of other teams were not when it comes to how they were using their opening set nades, whether they be frags or stuns, to control the map. They had no control of the map in any round, bro. Even in opening First Bloods, they were still Bearclaw in a spot to find an immediate trade and continue to keep the map in their favor. Roll the replays. I don't know. I have no idea what to say about that. That is not at all what we've seen from Texas Nation at any point through the first 2 seasons of Challengers Elite.
It definitely does not feel like it whatsoever. I mean, this is just one hell of a performance as well from Bearclaw, reading a lot of these situations really well, putting themselves in spots where they are winning out on some of these battles, shutting down people like Kismet as well. We don't see, Kismet too often, 0-6 going into like the round number 7, round number 8 here. That's not typically a thing. And then a lot of these solo challenges where it's like one by one they come. Radial says, okay, easy 2-piece for him. And Brezzy, as much as, he is pretty solid with the scope, finding quite a few of his kills with it, it is not enough to really give Texas Nation any kind of an edge at any point in time here where they can't utilize the numbers and create plays off of it. So, my goodness, what a scoreline here. 8-2 for Noisy. Not surprising. 1.4 overall KD when it comes to this game mode. Radial right behind him. Very aggressive. It's these two that we always talk about that you have to shut down. And, well, it just felt like they were just allowed to do whatever they wanted.
And there were so many moments on both sides of the bomb for Texas Nation where they're just like kind of running out solo challenge, thinking they're just going to win a 1v1. That is not at all what we would see from Texas Nation in the past. They would never go through this and play a search and destroy where they're like, oh, we'll just go and individually chow. 0 assists, Austin. 0.
Wow.
And on the other side, there's no need for assists because all the kills are untraded.
Everyone.
Literally almost every single elimination that Bearclaw had was untraded.
Yeah. Wow, so uncharacteristic. Like it's so strange because you go off of what we seen yesterday. You go off of what we seen through the regular season where they were just so dominant, but they were not dominant versus this team. This was the team that beat them in the head-to-head that stopped them from going 7-0. And you have to wonder how much of that is playing a factor here, knowing that you've already beat these guys before. And making it happen again is looking more and more likely. I mean, sure, you have to do this in the second best of 5. We might be heading to the second best of 5 a lot sooner than all of us were expecting with the way that they've been coming out here and performing. And now it's a Gavutsu control, which is one that we don't see a ton of and could be really good news right now for the side of Bearclaw with the way that they've been playing, with the way that they've been frying. I mean, they can just carry all of these dominating maps right into map number 3 and actually potentially 3-0 Texas Nation in the first best of 5.
That is the last thing I would have had on my bingo card.
Yeah, me too, brother.
I look at that one and someone hands it to me, it's like, no, I'll take another, please. Like, I know I'm not going to hit it. But Bearclaw now in a prime position, regardless of the fact that both of these teams have shown very little of Gavudu control. Both teams have heavily preferred playing on Tuscan control. The map for Berlin Hardpoint, favorable towards Bearclaw. The Bocage Search and Destroy, also favorable to Bearclaw. So, your lifelines... This is like you on the $1 million question if you want to be a millionaire and you still have phone a friend, poll the audience, and whatever the third one was. I forget. It was a long time ago I watched that show. They have it, whatever it was.
There. I believe you. I can't help you out there, though.
You ever watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Regis?
I think I've seen like a clip of it. like there's like a really famous clip of it where like he answers the $1 million question. He calls his dad, but he already knows the answer.
Yeah. Phone a friend.
Yeah.
That's the third one. Did I say that?
Oh, there you go. We got there.
No, I said that already. I already said phone a friend. Oh, you get to
well.
take away one of the options. That's what I don't know what the name of it was. But yeah, you're right. Please continue with the story.
Well,
50-50 was the name of it. Okay.
Okay.
Our producer just saved me. But yeah, I mean, Bear Claw are channeling their inner, millionaire winner. Call dad. I got it. It's done. I don't know. We're going on way too long with this reference. Get us back on camera. Let's get into map 3.
Yeah.
Pretense of all of it, though, is the simple fact that maybe Texas Nation isn't as good as we thought they were.
Maybe. Which is like a little almost weird to say out loud, right? Because like it feels like we've been praising these guys as like the team. Like when you talk about North America, you talk about Texas Nation. They're the team that's scrimming Optic Texas, getting in reps, learning from them, even like teaching some of their formula over to that squad. Really, kind of calling out this team here as something that's actually helped the main roster. So it is insane, I think, to see this situation at the moment. We said maybe there's a world where they do, come out a little bit flat and Bear Claw take full advantage of it, and are they ever? But hey, the job's not done just yet. No, we'll see if there's anything left for Texas Nation. They're going to be on the defense first, and let's see if it can be convincing here to try to regain a little bit.
And the thing you have to remember, as we've had the tick progression change, this is the first time we've seen Gavudu Control be played. How does that impact how both teams stylistically want to approach this? Not just from the offensive side, but also defensively. And how about Welly? Far forward, he can deny top floor green and also put this extra bit of elimination pressure over towards the B zone. Texas Nation almost giving away one tick of progress for free here. Welly looking for Brezzy, will find it with a couple of the pre-fire shots that go towards the boat. They all thought he was in there, but they don't capitalize by securing the first tick. So Texas Nation reclaim B, but are a bit amiss over towards the A zone at the moment.
Noisy's not missing right now. 3-0 start for him. Waiting for Brezzy. He finds the head. Takes down Brezzy for a 4-0 start. And that is going to give you so much leverage around this 8-point. But Kismet does answer back here on the board. Maybe looking for that second. One more up top. That second tick did not fully come through. And now ring around the rosy we go. Well, he finds the cleanup. Everyone coming off spawn for Bear Claw Esports. Radial's on the point, but Brezzy will take him down. And that's going to at least buy a tad bit more time as that second tick finally comes through.
Yeah, Havoc needs to move right now. He's kind of stuck in the middle of the map, trying to hit a pinch, but is a bit cut off from the rest of his team. But it works out still. They keep the middle of the map safe, and Havoc 5 in a row after a slow start. Now an opportunity to try to get the spawn trap in play and maybe just freely work towards potential streaks. Kismet in the back lines him up and perps him down. Well, the last one to survive, but that's not a story that you're going to turn around and want to tell anyone. A clean, full spawn trap for Texas Nation.
And now fighting out of your spawn. Not looking likely that they're going to be able to take this round. They could still maybe push and get the remaining tick on A, but it's going to be pretty difficult here, especially working from a life deficit. But maybe that's your window. 2 kills come through. Havoc is still keeping players spawn trapped, and that's going to be the glide now earned. 7 in a row for Havoc after the 0-2 start. And this is still going to be at least a stop on the clock here as A might end up going over.
This is actually winnable for Bear Claw. They're going to get an extra 60 seconds, and they've got at least a couple of members that can threaten front green. And on top of that, Radial, who has not been seen yet, is going to... not find Kismet. I thought he had him dead to rights. But Kismet just ducks underneath it in the hopes of Bear Claw being able to stretch onto B quickly will be completely done.
Havoc is trying to get into the heads of Bear Claw right now in the first rounds after this is finally, I think, the first time we've even seen Texas Nation show up in the series.
True.
But a couple more kills come through, potentially for Havoc, but it will be actually 2 on the side of Bear Claw. Now no lives remaining. Has to be perfect from here on out, and you got to get to the zone. So a lot to be done. And the start of it looks like it's going to be trying to work to the back. They do clear out Havoc. That's going to force out a spawn likely over by P5. And now you have to work quickly because Havoc's off spawn and you find him again. But they are starting to find some eliminations, chipping away at the lives. However, getting to the zone is the problem.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing here. You're fighting up against the continual respawn of Havoc, but you're also got 2 players that were top ring.
Wait
a second. What? How do they pull that off? You've got 2
way.
Texas Nation members over towards ring, and they don't win a single gunfight. Hello? Now it's a 2v3 the other direction. Brezzy's able to find one. Clock has been stopped. Noisy and Welly playing really close to home here on top of this B zone, but not enough to fully stack it with 2 players. First tick is done. Brezzy threatening from one side, Jordan from the other, and as Brezzy takes down Welly, now it's all down to Noisy on 3 in a row, but would have to find 4 and 5 and gets the 4th. Nearly responds to General, but isn't quite able to lock up, I believe, even the second tick of progress, let alone the second kill.
I mean, that was a spawn trap with, I think, 35 seconds left on the clock to a 1v1 for the round. Like, just let that set in for a second. Like, my goodness. This Bear Claw Esports roster, they are just showing up a little bit different today. You know, even in situations where it looks like it's completely over, it cannot be won, they're still able to claw their way out of it and almost win that one. But Texas Nation, it's got to be a nice breath of fresh air after that. We get around, but now can they try to carry this 2 into offense? Welly with the challenge, sub in hand, can't win that battle versus Kismet. And now it's up to Radial to try to hold the circle.
Yeah, and Paradox, I see you. I know you're starting on Chris Radial because you want us to talk about him being 3 and 10, and there is a lot to be said about that. Although he's immediately making us kind of second guess that narrative as he comes away with 2 and a third. So all of a sudden, 3 and 10 turns to 6 and 10 with potential streaks. And the defense of Bear Claw Esports have dominated the initial plays towards B and also simultaneously through the middle of the map.
It's a good kill by Brezzy. Gets the trade there onto Radial. This should allow you to at least get some control around the ship here. Kismet's up top. Well, he's waiting for his teammates to come off spawn, but the stun is going to at least notify them of his position as he's going to relocate. Everyone now ready to play retake. First tick almost in. Bear Claw could stop it, and Exotic is causing some havoc in the back as he finds a kill, and that puts pressure on players in the ship, but Brezzy comes up with 2, and it is still a decent stack here for the side of Texas Nation. They still have a lot of their members inside of the hard point.
Exotic has changed his profession to Jordan General Farmer as he continues to put a lot of pressure on General off the backside spawns. It's 2 kills in a row on him, and now as Exotic wants to come help the retake out, he will find one more to help open up the zone. Just a touch, Radial. Well, left arm swinging doesn't get read by Havoc, so that will once again force Texas Nation to give up a little bit of space through the middle of the map and the high ground in order to try to confirm this A zone. But for Bear Claw Esports, they will concede this and decide to instead default for their setup that they want for the B point. But they do kind of commit 2 players forward, so the significant setup has all of a sudden just been kind of given away.
Yeah, and now a lot of what you need to do right here for Bear Claw is just how many kills can you find? How long can you stop them from moving across the map? And Brezzy has a read on 1, gets help from General, and it looks like they're not going to be able to defend them for too long. So Texas Nation, minute 15 on the clock. 15 lives playing up against 19 here in their favor, but they're going to have to move quick, and they're going to have to find some gunfights, and it's going to be all about pushing into the back.
And they're going to use the glide. This is such a good use of Glide Bomb. You know exactly where these defenders are, and you don't even worry about the players up top at Ring at the moment. Get this spawn control first and foremost, and make these players off spawn for Bear Claw feel like they have to do something immaculate. And, well, they do. Oh my. That is such a beautiful setup for Texas Nation trying to win the spawns, and they don't even get a single kill off of the Glide Bomb. That is just... what awareness for Bear Claw Esports to come back and help their spawn and get those clean kills. That is unreal.
And now you're down to 30 seconds here, and you're going to have to try to break this from the front. Playing for a tick is about all you can do to try to see if you can maybe get some favor if this goes to around 5. But Noisy is still alive, healthy on the tank, up until the nades end up clearing him out. But as soon as you make that push, you're running into AR after AR. Radial for 1, Welly for a second, 15 seconds left, 1 final push.
Brezzy close has no real support from any other angle than this flood position. Kismet's able to force a team kill into the mix, 7 playing up against 10, and the final touch will start to unfold, but unfortunately, no kills are there to follow. So Bear Claw Esports, after almost clutching up their opening offense, pretty significantly stopped Texas Nation from finding one of their own, even though lives were a bit of a problem for a moment, giving us a 1-1 tie going into the third.
And a big part of it is the man on your screen right there, Welly, 15 and 12. Finding that 2-piece immediately after coming off that spawn there from bottom green. And that's what stops that entire push, because they invest the glide, they try to make the play, and once Texas Nation lose out on that battle, well, then it's all about trying to get control of the ship, trying to move in towards circle, and there's so many steps with such limited time left that they can't do it in time. And now into round 3. This one, hopefully more convincing, I think, for their sake. We'll see if this comes down to another 1v1 or if they can defend A maybe a tad bit longer. It is going to be a first and second blood, though, for Texas Nation, so a strong start for round 3.
And with those passive angles being won, it gives the freedom for Kismet to try to hit an opening route. Although, he was number 8, he falls. So Bear Claw, once again, when you think that they're about to be put into trouble, they work their way out of it, no worries. And in fact, they've got high ground control over the boat. Havoc still searching for at least some sort of a position here by Ring, but you kind of got to get somebody defensively to worry about this A zone. Really, no one's in a position to go rechal this. The players at Green would love to be able to stay here and contest top boat, but they're going to have to forfeit that in order to deal with Noisy inside the zone. Nice shot from General. Get him the double. And as Noisy will get flushed out, an opportunity for Texas Nation to retake the boat.
Yeah, General allows that play to happen with those 2 big kills because it's where they're positioned at that allows them to move through from the low ground. So with only 1 tick of progress, the call for Bear Claw. Let's move over to B. Let's see if we can maybe draw some pressure away from some of the map control that they have here on A. And it is going to be radial into the back, but Kismet finds the trade. So that push over to B, completely shut down, but it does draw some members away. So now it moves them back over to A, but with 25 seconds left here, Alan, it's going to have to be convincing.
Yeah, this is a huge advantage for Texas Nation. You've got every bit of the map that you could possibly want, forcing Bear Claw to have to flood from one direction and one direction only. And the full envelopment of this A zone is very convincing. So you get a desperate play from Welly. He's going to try to run over towards B to stop the clock. Brezzy, aware of it, though, is here to try to contest while the rest of the Bear Claw members are trying to get onto the A zone, and they do not get the break that they were looking for. As Brezzy does eliminate the last player towards B. It's now just keep the guns up, spam the doorways. Ooh. Find yourself a convincing defense if you're Texas Nation.
Much better look at a Kismet here, too.
Oh, yeah.
Big kills coming through for Papa Kiz. 4 spree there to end off that round number 3. And that's the Texas Nation that we know. A very clean round. Giving over, I think, maybe 1, 2 ticks. I don't even think the second tick came in, right? Just keeping them off that zone just about the entirety of the round. Every time they made a move over to B, this time around they had someone in the cut ready and actually ahead of the play. That's something we were missing in the round number 1 here. So just a lot more solid coming out here. But can they do the same coming in towards offense? Chance to be able to come away with some ticks of progress very well could be the difference of who gets round 5.
Yeah, and the thing about this, if you're Texas Nation, you confirm round 5 defense by just finding 2 ticks of progress here, I believe, on either zone. So if you're Bear Claw, you would love to, of course, establish defensive dominance. But pending you don't get a full-on defensive hold on either zone, you may have to try to play for streaks on somebody, just because that's kind of a necessary tool to win an offense. So we'll see how things unfold. Good defensive start so far as Texas Nation continue to throw numbers at this B zone. And outside of touching it for maybe 5 seconds, there really wasn't any success there whatsoever. And now as Bear Claw start to read the numbers are thin, they want to try to take over the high ground control by Ring. But they do miss just a touch, leading to more Texas Nation members flooding on into B as they stack for the first tick of progress.
Oh, and now you got to worry about Noisy on the flank, being a bit of a nuisance. General has to stop him, and he does. And Havoc is still alive. 2 ticks of progress, looking pretty solid here. The B zone almost captured. You got 1 push here for the side of Bear Claw Esports to try to stop this final tick from coming through. They're trying to wall bang it. 3 members are all going to collapse, but it's still progress. And now General going to inch up a little closer, but Noisy finds it from the mid-cut. Noisy finds a second. It's still good work from Texas Nation, but at least for Bear Claw, the B zone is not captured.
Oh, and this is still problematic, though, because Bear Claw have a lot to do if they want to even defend this A zone. The mid-map's being contested. You've got a couple of members on top of the boat that are holding high ground positions to make sure no defenders can walk in. And as Kismet gets the information, his gun's up. He's ready to go. Second tick of progress is going to be locked up. Exotic is the only defender that may be able to hit this. And as he comes down the staircase, Kismet gets a read off of that as well. 3 in a row for Kiz. And Bear Claw are going to have to give away the A zone, look to play for exits, and, well, at least they're able to find the exits. The problem is it's a minute 43 in the clock, and 2 ticks of progress are already done on the B zone.
That's right. 1 stack, 1 clean wipe, 1 flip of the spawns. If you're trying to catch on to what I'm saying, you cannot mess up here if you're Bear Claw Esports, or it might be the map. And General's having a little trouble with the windows. I do too, from time to time. The shutter's not easy to always get open, but he is nonetheless going to be back here. Now what damage can he do? He's got teammates with him, but Bear Claw, look like they're well aware of this. They're going to flip the map here, and Exotic is actually behind enemy lines. He could still put in some work.
Exotic spawned in the Bermuda Triangle of 3 different Texas Nation members and still came out with 1 kill. I mean, there's really nowhere else for him to go. He had to spawn close towards the 5th hardpoint. So that actually stalls out Texas Nation pretty convincingly from being able to fulfill this pinch that they were setting up. But Kismet from mid-map finding a double. now means that everything has to be done by Exotic, and he's good for it. Double cleans up the mid. Sure, you've got Brezzy on the zone, but there's no help anywhere to be found. And a little turn and burn from Radial. Wants more than that. Brezzy still alive. Hold on. Brezzy may just capture this by himself. Nobody from Bearclaw's going to get here. Oh! Bearclaw were so worried about retaking the middle of the map, they kind of forgot to send numbers off spawn to send nades onto the zone, and Texas Nation will take the offense in round 4 to win the map 3-1.
And that's the problem when you give over 2 early ticks at B. It just takes 1 good successful hit to get on there, grab that last tick of progress. Brezzy finds that opening, gets there, stacks the zone, and is able to just get that final tick, lock in the map. And Texas Nation, they're on the board. I didn't think those words would be coming out of my mouth in a best-of-5 series, but they're on the board. They get the map win, and it was a sloppy start, but man, how different does the rest of this series go? I'm talking second best-of-5. If that 1v1, I believe, from General isn't one in the B zone in round 1, it might be a totally different look at this map.
100% correct. It definitely is a couple of individual moments as we continue to see this. I say this all the time at this part of the year, but this is my favorite part of the year, watching over competitive Call of Duty, because you start to really pick up on the little moments that lead to major differences in a map, and I would say even more importantly, in a series.
Yeah.
So these teams still battling up tight after Texas Nation got embarrassed on the Tuscan Search and Destroy. They give an immediate response back, keeping them in this first best-of-5. You have to remember, though, that they are out of the winner's bracket, so they have the advantage of having to beat twice, which is difficult to say. But Brezzy, I didn't even realize he got the kill into Noisy, who was actually coming off of the spawn to try to help defensively for Radial. So not only does Brezzy find one, he actually kind of does a little turn and burn of his own off camera there a little bit to get that second elimination onto Radial, who was weak. So 3-1 the count, and really, difference makers aside, this is what you come to expect from Texas Nation. Yeah, the trades are there, and it's a full team effort from start to finish.
Right, like that I think is the biggest one to me. I mean, I don't remember all of the trades and assists that came through in the very first map, but when we looked at Texas Nation throughout some of the early stages and even the beginning of the season here for the second one for Elite, you know, we were looking at the fact that, hey, almost every single one of their kills like are being team shots are in there. They have assists on top of it, and it feels like they're always using their teamwork to their advantage. You know, it doesn't happen on every single kill, but it is still such a differential from what we've been getting over the last couple of maps here. So just a much better look. It just feels good to, one, get yourself on the board, two, be able to do it in the fashion that you did. You won an offensive round here. So, I mean, this is the Texas Nation that I think we came to expect. This is what we maybe expected at the start of the series to come out here with that very first map, but they're at least stopped Bearclaw from ending the first best of 5 here and have a shot to be able to redeem themselves going into map 4, map 5. But the point you brought up, Alan, is the fact that this series gets better for Bearclaw Esports as we go longer here. So they are still very much in their comfort zone and have a chance to be able to potentially close things out going in towards the Berlin Hardpoint.
And that's one lifeline down for Bearclaw Esports. So now you get into a Berlin Hardpoint where Texas Nation is undefeated on this map, but it's only 3 instances, and we rarely ever see them actually play it. Their hard veto has been Bacage, it looks like, just based off looking off of the results from the group stage and playoffs. And on the other front for Bearclaw, 4-1 on this map. Definitely more of a priority pick, not just through the group stage, but they were also key map wins that they were able to utilize to beat Stallions one map, and then also UYU to stay alive in the series. That happened yesterday. So I think the biggest thing here for Bearclaw Esports, comparing the stylistic difference between both of these two teams, this is a good news map for you if you can get a read on how quickly and at what moments in a hard point do Texas Nation look to concede and rotate, because you always know that either Kismet or Havoc is going to be playing off of a quick rotation somewhere. So if you can get to a point where you read what those tendencies are and when the situations are that they love to make those plays, get yourself in a place to respond to that, this map could go very well for you.
Very well could. Well, are they going to be able to do it? Or are we going to see Texas Nation slowly but surely bring this one back? Get us to a potential map 5 on Bocage. We'll have to see, but first, we got to get through the Berlin Hardpoint here against the Bearclaw Esports that has been looking a little bit different, hot after that series versus the Stallions. And as they come into it, we'll see if they're going to be able to pull ahead here and actually get us to a second best of 5. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Right off the rip, what do we have? Bearclaw on the favorite side. They'll get the touch first. We'll see what Texas you can do to try to break. General finds that first one down low. Havoc finds the second. And that's a good start here to open up with some kills.
That is not good news at all for Bear Claw. Exotic's the last one left alive, and he's done well to extend his life for as long as possible, including picking up a kill, but it's not good enough. The break from the front was way too easy. Welly down low, never found anything, and so now Bear Claw have to break in their own right, and this is difficult. You got Havoc already playing forward on these windows. You have to guess which angle he's going to be taking, and well, when you guess versus Havoc, you get punished. 5 in a row. 5-0 start, give him the 6. You want an early glide bomb? Colt, just go grab it. Just go grab it.
First Life might be on the glide. He's already got an idea of where the rotation is taking place here. Might get some bad timing unless he turns, and he will end up dropping. So Radio cleans him up off of spawn, but this is still 32 seconds from the unfavored side here off the rip for the side of Texas Nation. And now it's a battle for the mailroom. Welly's going to try to work to the back here, see if he can try to lock down the spawns potentially, but it's still a lot of Texas Nation players you got to deal with, and Havoc finds another two-piece.
Yeah, this is Bear Claw kind of conceding the initial time in order to try to zone off the hill completely. And the problem is Havoc and Kismet with subs are doing what they do best. One of the things that when we watched this Texas Nation team play this map previously in the playoffs, if Havoc was on a streak, Kismet was also on a streak. These guys are just too good together, and you're seeing exactly why. Texas Nation stop Bear Claw off the retake, and Havoc's on another potential spree. My goodness, what a start this has been for Texas Nation. But with that said, Bear Claw at least able to put together the scrap time.
Oh, Noisy ends up slipping on through to 1, but still 2 more players you're going to have to fight. Now 3 with the squad spawns in. Havoc deals with yet another player. 11 kills going into the third hill right now for Colt Havoc. Brezzy assisting Kismet through the side. Welly, long-range gunfight, able to win it. Running out of bullets there was Brezzy. Kismet should be able to find a trade, but he's actually kind of sandwiched between 2 players and still, again, able to play his life. Might be able to work for the second. Kismet with the moves. Finds 2 through the docks. Havoc is able to push out the front here through fire, and you have such a great zone right now if you're Texas Nation.
This is poetry in motion, man. I mean, this may be something that Enya would look at as inspiring for a new song. It's just, it's fluid. It's just, I don't know. This is different. This is the Texas Nation that we come to expect to see on a regular basis. And that said, even though the advantages have been steep for Texas Nation thus far, I will say, Bear Claw are doing everything that they need to do to make this game not a runaway. They've done well in the scrap time of these final 2 hardpoints, and it gives them a look to at least keep themselves in this map to start.
But when will be the turning point? When they start to get some control, get some real time. You're hoping it's here. Brezzy in the back, wins the battle. General there again, finds Exotic. And that's 2 of your players already cut down for Bear Claw Esports. Radial, AR in hand, has to now try to work to the back. Has a player behind him. Welly will see exactly how they decide. Try to break in. Brezzy up from up top. He just cannot be dealt with as he wins yet another battle. 1 by 1, it just feels like no one from Bear Claw can even push through P5, even when Exotic finds a couple of kills. But they do move to the back. They get them off the time. This is their chance, but Brezzy starting to heat up as well. He's on 3 in a row.
It's another moment where you start to see Bear Claw do what needs to be done to mitigate the size of the L they're finding on the individual hardpoints. The fact that they're getting this heavily outslayed with 2 players double meg and they're only down about 30 points, I don't know how you've done that. That is a miracle in its own self. So now you start to set up. The thing about everything we're saying here is Bear Claw need to find a W on a hard point somewhere.
Yes.
And they have yet to really even put together any sort of a rotation, let alone a setup.
Yeah, the setup has not been there. They have not been first to a new hill, it feels like, as of yet so far. And P5, as scrappy as it is, again, Texas Nation, they're the first one here, at least for a moment. But Havoc just needs to play his life. Everyone coming off spawn, train control coming in. And that will be for Bear Claw as they find 1. Radio from the side is dealt with. Havoc 16-7 now. But Welly will make sure there's no more sprees coming alive, at least as of right now. But 30 seconds left. Plenty of time to fight for. And Brezzy, he's behind enemy lines.
But Welly does at least find 1 more pick onto Havoc. So for a 1-for-1 trade, that's still good news for Bear Claw. 20 seconds to play for here on the 5th hardpoint. But largely, for Bear Claw Esports, they're mostly worried about making sure they hold on to a setup coming into 1. And so far, it looks like they should be good for that. You don't really anticipate that Texas Nation in 14 seconds will get across the map and flip the spawns, let alone see the initial time here at the first. And interestingly enough, Bear Claw, they're looking to spread the map, thinking there's going to be a long route, but Texas Nation are setting up for a full stack. And as the kills come through, it's a 3-for-1 exchange. Bear Claw dealt with this. This is going to be at least 25 seconds for free for Bear Claw.
And this is what they needed. Can they hold on to it here? Well, he's going to work kind of through a flank in from behind here, but will the spawner Havoc end up finding him? Yes, he will. To the flank, not going to come through. Now it's about the battle inside of the hard point. Gunfights need to be won, and it is clean for Texas as they break down the doors, break yet another setup, and that is going to allow them to maybe come up here with a potential 30 seconds, as it's Bearclaw that also have to think about the rotation.
What a cataclysmic fail that is for Bearclaw. You try to get a timing off of a flank, you move too soon. The players inside the hard point are kind of left on their lonesome because the player in the back through fire is still worried that someone like Havoc is hitting a route around the bag. So that's just the mind games that Texas Nation will play with you, where it's, yeah, you expect us to be hitting one member around the back, like on the longest route known to humanity. Nope, we're just going to full four-man flood you and just overwhelm you by numbers. It's just, that's the dynamic that they bring. And when we continue to talk about team play styles, that's what we mean when we say stylistic differences between the two. But as we open up Mailroom, once again, you've got an opportunity for Bearclaw to try to contest the 50-50 fight early. Welly looking for the double, gets shut down, and now it's all of a sudden Brezzy on 5 in a row.
154 to 82. Bearclaw, they're going to have to find an answer, and they're going to have to find a clean wipe right here. Well, this game gets out of hand, but Brezzy can't be dealt with. 6 in a row, 1 off the glide. That could be the final nail in the coffin if you're able to earn this. But what can they do here? Bearclaw waiting patiently for their next hit. Everyone coming off spawn. First gunfight there for Radial comes through. The hardpoint going neutral and starting to see the minimap again, Alan. They're like, listen, you want to let this hill go neutral? That is fine. We have players in the rotation. We are set up for new, and you're, again, only fighting for scrap time.
Look, any mathema scientist will tell you that 15 seconds here, 15 seconds there, 18 seconds over there, it's not going to win you a hard point, and that's what Texas Nation have absolutely banked on. Yeah, they just default to essentially, yeah, maybe playing a bit too passive and reserved for some, but it's strategic and it works. So 169 to 93 the score, and Bearclaw's attempt to break the docks will at least allow him a chance to split spawn for a moment. So when it comes to trying to engulf this hard point by hitting from every door at the same time, it's definitely available for them, and they'll use that to great avail. So good stuff, Bearclaw able to break, but they do not actually successfully hold on to spawn. So now Texas Nation with their own break attempt coming forward.
That's 30 seconds. Again, critical if Bearclaw are able to hold on. But it's a flank from behind. General comes up with 1 inside of the hardpoint. Noisy there for 2. But with the close spawns and the proximity here, it is good enough to be able to flood through over and over again. And this is going to put Texas Nation at just about 200 points. And we've kept saying it. We'll say it again. Bearclaw, they need to have convincing holds, or we very well might see this one ended here in this hill or the next.
Yeah, man, there has not been a single hard point that they've won yet. Not good news, and they're going to realize with that kill from General that they will not likely be able to hold on to spawns as the 4th hard point opens. Talk about fighting a war on multiple fronts. Maybe trying to deal with it by just throwing debris at your opponent because the weaponry's not working out for him. The break comes out at Texas Nation. Last player to find is Radial in the back. No problems there. And Texas Nation have a full-on surround for this 4th hard point. Only thing they'd be missing is currently the time. But they do still force Bearclaw to have to make a move.
And look at how different, Texas Nation is starting to play now. They're just playing so patient, waiting for you to make that move on the hard point, and then they peek, then they challenge. They don't need to go for the hard point first. Bearclaw does. They can just continuously play for rotations, continuously play for the power positions on the map here. And you've seen it here time and time again. Havoc there, still able to find a little bit more. And then he says, why not? Let's throw my body on top of some of this hardpoint time, getting us closer and closer to that 250 mark. And now it's Kismet who's already set up anew.
The thing about this, and look, I'll breathe a little bit of life into Bearclaw. If Texas Nation continue to play this reserved, where they're just looking for, contests, little scrappy battles, there's an opportunity with one good set of kills that Bearclaw could start to scrap this together. Think about it, it would have to be right now. And it's not necessarily on this hard point, but it would be on the 1st and the 2nd if they were to extend this map any further. Good kills coming through. They hold on to the left side of the map here, Austin, and they are able to get some time. This is decent news for Bearclaw.
It is decent, but they can't leave the hard point. Minute 20 now on that game clock. And I think that's why you've seen Texas Nation play so passive around these hard points. We don't have to throw our body on it. We don't have to soak the time. And Radial here is doing some of that patience himself, but still loses the battle versus Havoc despite being weak. Exotic has the early setup, but we are now down to a minute of game clock. It's 221 to 126. If you're not going to win this by 250, you very well could win it through the game clock, but it's a matter of what happens on this rotation. BearClaw have to start winning gunfights, and Radial comes up with the first one.
Yeah, he's got to keep his life here, though. That's the biggest problem, and he will actually get the regen off, so he holds a forward position. The problem is, where are the AR? Where are the AR support? He's just getting chewed up by these ARs. Now Kismet's on a flank, doesn't get red, full-on break comes through, and that very well may just mean the game. Ah, man. Watching this BearClaw team play this map as recently as yesterday versus both UYU and Stallions, I was really hot on what they put together, but Texas Nation they don't even really tempo or pace them. They just outgun them, bro. Like 17 and 31 for Radial, 19 and 27 for Exotic. And even in a comeback effort for Noisy and Welly, they really aren't able to do too much besides stay relatively positive. So 9 seconds between Texas Nation and a win. They've got BearClaw completely trapped in the old time. They're even going to threaten that a touch. And that means that this opening towards Mailroom should be pretty convincing for Texas Nation, pending, of course, Havoc gets a read on where this hit's coming from.
Yeah, the spawns actually give them a chance at least to try to move in and fight for some gunfights. And Havoc being alive is going to be a problem. First one there for Exotic. Welly able to assist, but Brezzy for 2. Brezzy almost for 3. And it is going to be Kismet throwing himself inside of the hard point here for what needs to be 4 seconds, but Radial sniffs him out, takes him down. Convincing feed for BearClaw. A lot of work to be done. 40 seconds on the game clock here, but this is where it starts if they can have a solid hold.
Other things that weren't on my bingo card going into tonight, Austin, was Berlin hardpoint ending by game clock. So,
yeah.
Who knows? But here comes the hit forward. 2 members too many for BearClaw to deal with. And Texas Nation, on the premise of potentially setting up a reverse sweep, take the Berlin hardpoint in pretty darn convincing fashion, maybe outside those last 3 hills. 251-78, and now they are 1 map away from securing a reverse sweep, staying on top of the throne in North America, and being $20,000 richer. Not a bad way to finish off through Wednesday. I almost said Tuesday. It's Wednesday, baby. It's Wednesday, my dudes.
It is. It is Wednesday. I actually thought about that for a second. I'm like, it is Wednesday, right? I'm like, yeah. Okay.
I don't know what day it is anytime in the week. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's Call of Duty Day. That's what we know. Call of Duty playoffs.
That's facts.
That's what matters. But I almost brought up the fact that, hey, like maybe they just came out a little bit cold, right? Like they've been sitting here in the grand final. They haven't played anyone really today. Maybe they played some scrims earlier on, but you do have this BearClaw team that's coming out of the lower bracket. But then at the same time, it's actually Texas Station that had the hot start, right? They were up by 50 points in the first map. So it's not even like they came out cold. It was BearClaw Esports, I feel like, outplaying them and playing a little bit better than them. However, that has completely flipped over the last couple of maps. And this was, I think, one of the most dominating maps that we've seen. And also, I think, in Texas Nation style, where we've seen them come out like this, win their battles, win the rotations. Very difficult to break them on the setups. And I feel like this was, a perfect example of what we typically get out of this squad when it comes down to the hard points. So the fact that they're unable to win this one is now potential for the reverse sweep to come through. And it's off the back end of performances from Havoc again, 33 kills, putting up the big numbers. General right behind him, 31 as well. Incredible stuff. And the assists are coming through, right? They're team shotting now. They're working together. The teamwork was lacking at the start, but is now starting to mesh as we usually see it.
It's just, you win that map if you're Texas Nation because of not just the first 3 hard points, but because it was Havoc and Kismet that were individually hitting routes and finding tons of value. I mean, the mind games that started to come through from there, BearClaw Esports has to always, I'm sure, feel like they're like closeted, where they just have no room to work with, and they don't really get a full-on zone of a rotation, let alone a hard point. So it's difficult, I think, when you have a hot start like that out of your double SMGs from Texas Nation, for BearClaw to come in and actually find a way to deal with it, especially if you're not really getting that same kind of level of participation. So really, it's just, you hit it on the head there, partner. It's Texas Nation coming out hot. Who knows what happened in those, well, really just the second map. The first hard point was a bit of a different story, but that's interesting because in terms of where the reverse sweep would have to come to an end for Texas Nation, it goes to a Bacage search and destroy, where I, found myself in a position after the first week of group stage, watching this BearClaw Esports team play this Bacage search and destroy. And I was like, dude, nobody should ever play this team on this map mode combination ever again. Their point of contact defense is so good that they never feel pressured to have to open up with nades of their own. Now, the thing about that was when they played this map versus UYU yesterday, they didn't hold those same types of setups, largely because the A bomb site has moved. So I'm curious here to see if BearClaw have learned enough off of their loss yesterday to be able to put this back into the same favor that they had in the first week of this group stage.
Yeah, things almost flip for as far as the roles when it comes to defending that site now. Before, it was all about what are your SMGs doing? Are they, tucked away in corners inside of kitchen, or maybe playing on the site? Now it's about dealing with the AR player that's typically going to be in the back on the tank, kind of using that wall heady, for his advantage, and he can kind of drop off of that if he needs to, and play that and just finesse it more or less, just to try to get information on whether or not they're planting the bomb. So that either means that you have to take those challenges now as the AR, or you have to stun nade him out so that you can at least buy some time for your bomb planner to come through and get that bomb down, and then play for the post plant setup, because there are a lot of other spots that you can now play. I feel like now that this bomb got moved, once you do get the bomb down, you can go and play inside of the house still. You can go and play the back and kind of use these tank angles throughout that field to be able to watch over the site, to catch people off guard as soon as they come sprinting up to the top of the patio. So there is a very different kind of dynamic that kind of takes place here for us coming in towards what is now Bocage Search and Destroy. And the one thing I will say as well is we brought up the fact that, that UYU in the very first season, like, hey, you should not be playing these guys on Tuscan Search and Destroy, guys. Like, do not fight these guys on this map mode combination. The same was said, with the Bocage SND. So, more or less, they might have something planned, I guess, is what I'm getting at here coming in towards it, with a bit of a change coming in. I'm sure that they've spent maybe a bit more time kind of going over what they should be trying to execute on their offenses or on their defenses.
The other interesting thing is we talked a lot when we were setting up this playoffs was like Texas Station haven't been put to map 5, so who knows what their other Search and Destroy map is in their pool, because they only played Tuscan ever. So the one instance where they actually did play this map, it was in a 5-map series. It was game 2 versus UYU yesterday. They won around 11, or they lost around 11. Pardon me, was that you when UYU did the full sale? Yeah, I think it was.
I think so.
Yeah, it absolutely was. It was a full sale. So, I mean, as far as hot starts are concerned, we can at least look back at a couple of the moments where Texas Nation were trying to work this map. But I will say this. Okay, now I'm remembering it. My old mind doesn't really work as well as it used to. But how that full sale happened, UYU started to run. They started to get their SMGs up close and personal, in towards house from the offensive point of view, or in towards barn defensively. They wanted to take away space, and Texas Nation didn't have an answer for that. So I'm curious to see if Bear Claw will realize that after watching maybe the VOD back and try to do something in the same rate. Other side of the sword, Texas Nation, if they can abuse Welly, who arguably will only play tree on the defense around the B site, like we've seen from other teams in the past, that is another vulnerability. So I think maybe there's vulnerabilities on both sides. I think if you could play with aggression and punish Texas Nation by just getting forward, if you're Bear Claw, that's good news. And on the other front, if Welly cannot perform by solo defending B, that's your opening, I think, if you're Texas Nation.
I think so. I mean, if you can find that kill onto Welly, then it, stops people defensively over on the other side to try to backtrack, try to make sure no one's pushing through, playing for the flanks, watching through the bottom of tunnel. So that player that always plays the island, no matter who it is, very critical, very crucial to the overall setup defensively. And if you can deal with them, I think I agree with you. That could be your window. And, maybe, do teams have anything prepped for the other bomb site as well? Because we see that a lot of Tuscan. I think it's really hard to hit this bomb site. I think it's really difficult, but once you get the bomb down, the post-plant setups, again, really efficient, be able to kind of play off of it a lot to try and clear, a lot of routes you can take once you get to the high ground. And we did see that at least a lot in the last series, for as far as a bit of changes coming into play. Does that mean that, hey, we do not want to plant this bomb here ever over on A, so let's go attack the other side and see if we can maybe get something done? And if you can get through that underpass, then you can try to get the bomb down, and that's usually your window of opportunity. So we'll see what happens here. Either way, we know there's a lot of tension building, Alan, for both of these squads. I mean, it's a reverse sweep on the table. This is not a position that we see very often whatsoever for Texas Nation. Like, it has always been 3-0s, 3-1s. The only time they've ever been pushed has been versus Bear Claw. But now that's happened again. Does Bear Claw have it in them to be able to close out yet another Game 5 like they did during the regular season? Man, that is the big question.
The entire playoffs this is just Game 5s.
Exactly. They're in their comfort zone. This is where they live. This is where they thrive here. So if they can do it here in the first best of 5, they know they can get it done in the first, or rather in the second. So it's just a matter of coming out here, doing what they did so well, having Noisy do what he typically does, win these engagements for you. Radial also had a really big performance in the Tuscan, shutting them down on their best map mode combination. Looking at those two again to see if they can come through with some flair and some aggression.
It's tough, man. We could sit here and pin out little things that could be the difference makers, but we're not going to really know until we eventually get into the map and see exactly how these two teams want to face up against one another. And I don't know, maybe there is something to go back into the Search and Destroy and Tuscan to say that Texas Nation found very limited to no value playing aggressive.
Right.
And Bear Claw kind of did find a lot of success by playing a little bit more with upbeat tempo. I won't say that convincingly because there were a lot of feeling out moments, and then eventually Bear Claw realized what gaps were kind of in the defense or the offensive setup of Texas Nation to really create those opportunities. But
Sure.
I don't know. I wonder if the confidence you get from the second map leads to Bear Claw coming out with a little bit more speed.
Very well could. I mean, I don't see this team to like turtle up and start playing scared when I think of Bear Claw Esports. I think of players like Noisy, in Radial, like Welly, like these are all players I feel like that are, if anything, going to push the tempo and see how far they can go with it. And I mean, these are just players that have also just been very clutch in whether that's the first qualifier that we go back to in season 1 or whether that's been all of the regular season and playoffs. But looks like we are loading in for the map 5 through the first best of 5. One of the first times we've ever seen Texas Nation really pushed in playoffs, and Bear Claw might have it in them to be able to push them over the edge, get to a second best of 5. But before that happens, they got to find 6 rounds on one of their favorite search and destroy maps on Bocage. Can they do it again, Al?
Oh boy. I really just cannot wait to see what the setups are going to be. And it's Texas Nation on the defense first. Okay, they're going to double setnade this front door play towards A. That's the whole call for this. Looking to see if Bear Claw is going to play aggressively. And with the lack of information off of anyone pushing, Havoc can now sneak forward safely. That said, Bear Claw, I don't believe have thrown too many, if any, nades at all. So maybe there's an opportunity here for Bear Claw to kind of delay these set nades and maybe find a free pick.
So it is going to be Brezzy who's responsible for watching over Havoc, watching over this A site. And that's where Bear Claw is starting to position themselves. But will they try to work into Granny's first? Kismet's ready for it if they do. 50 seconds. Now on that clock. As Kismet's going to move all the way up through the middle of the map. He has this mid-cross now, and this is going to give him a lot of information. But 2 players have already crossed in, meaning that there could be some damage done in the back.
Kismet wants to go further. This is dangerous. Yep, that's why you've got players watching for it. So the isolation comes through. Bomb now starting to be planted. No defensive counter nades are going to hit Radial whatsoever, so the bomb will get planted for free. But look how quickly Havoc is moving. 6 in yellow, already around the back, able to take down at least one of the post-plant setups. The problem is, Noisy's gotten up to the high ground, and with him is also Radial. So as far as Texas Nation is concerned, you have to do a lot of clearance before you can even attempt to defuse this bomb.
Yeah, 3 versus 3. Exotic trying to watch over everything here while also watching his back. Bomb's going to start to be defused. Havoc's watching over General, but Exotic has the angle. Nice clutch spot here from the top of Barn. And that's going to put us into a 2v2. Exotic finds the second. Noisy on the flank. Should be good for Havoc. Unless Exotic comes away with all 3. But playing the clock, easily done. Noisy finds it on the flank. And Bear Claw, very first successful offensive round, will be solid.
You know you're watching Great Search and Destroy when the first blood is the reason why the round is won. Kismet dropping in that position,
valid.
There's no one else for the side of Texas Nation that can check to see when that hit's coming because you've already tossed all of your nades from the get-go. So I think that that's a really important thing to keep an eye on, and it's just a simple piece of timing. If Kismet gets the first blood or sneaks further forward, then Bear Claw's in a bad position. So a brilliant first blood, good patience from Bear Claw, and now look at this. Aggressive defense through the B site. Looking to take across stables, but look at the counter nades. Texas Nation are very aware of this.
Oh, Brezzy's going to spot out 1. Can Welly get there to help him? No, Radial up top helps him. And now Brezzy is down. You have to worry about your flank, and so much of the map control is now lost here for the side of Texas Nation, but they do a good job of getting one back. Havoc there for 2. Takes down Noisy. Might have just saved the round here for Texas Nation.
Absolutely has. That's the right call for Texas Nation. Isolate these players that had pushed through. Get these eliminations, even if it comes at a bit of a cost. You cannot work for a plant until you are actually able to safely clean up your offensive spawn. So now it's down to how do you get onto the A zone? And, well, as Kismet tosses a nade, that may be enough, but there's no high ground controls. Exotic take care of Havoc up towards ladder. So bomb planted 2v2, and the retake is going to be 2 ARs trying to retake this bomb site. This is the right call. Make a move through mid, get barn control, and then come back over towards A.
Well, all the way around the back they'll go. Clearing up Barn, checking the clutch spots. 2 ARs here. Basically just going to flip sides with the side of Texas Nation. Through the window, though, Welly finds 1. And now it's all going to fall onto General. who could be able to win this. 15 seconds on the clock.
Does he have an angle at this bomb? It's already halfway defused. He has to check. He has to check. General, you have to check. What are you waiting for? Oh, no. And I don't even know if the bomb was planted on that side of the map, Austin. I want to say that it was planted for a barn post plant, which was never allowed.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's so interesting because I have to imagine General's thinking that they didn't hop on the bomb to like the absolute last second, like around 8-9 second mark where he has enough time to be able to find that kill and find the diffuser. But it's such a risky play. I mean, it's more or less a 50-50, and it does not go his way. So 2 rounds very early for Bear Claw, despite Havoc's play. And Radial with the bomb. He's already at the top of Granny's, but he's losing his teammates. Noisy, however, almost snaps for 3. And it's going to fall onto Radial to see if he can pull off a 1v2.
This is aggression meets aggression, and, well, Bear Claw will not come out on top of this one. What a call. You had, what was it, Kismet, I believe, up top on the mannequin windowsill, and as soon as the first blood comes out, he pushes through, or it may have been Havoc that was up top. I forget which one, but there was a 3-man hit on the bottom side of the tank swamps from Texas Nation defensively, and Bear Claw were looking to get aggressive on the opposite side of the map, taking over the high ground. So it's just a really, really weird piece of timing, but Texas Nation used that absolutely to their advantage, and it must have been Havoc up top because he's at 6-3, and he did find at least 1 kill. So interesting setup from both teams. And how about Bear Claw essentially pulling the same thing that they had the last time around, thinking that we could show force here and then maybe not even fully commit, see if we can bait Texas Nation to re-wrap back, and that has actually started to occur. As you've got Kismet watching the corner, but good nades from Texas Nation will confirm the first blood and a numbers advantage for Texas Nation.
Oh, and I think they know one more is here.
Good
Havoc
call.
just
Good call.
Nice little bunny hop right through, and they clear out everyone who was trying to work through a middle angle or through a flank. And now that B site, it is open. It's a heavy stack over by A. That's kind of where your numbers were left, so that's where you're forced to stay. It is a kill back for Welly, and that's going to put us into a 3v2, but now you got to play retake.
For a second, I thought Kismet was going to go with Havoc.
I thought so too.
That's why Exotic's about to get the freest double of his life. So the retake on the way, but Brezzy with some tower control will make sure that no antics will occur here. In Texas Nation, here's the thing, like, any diligent rock, paper, scissors player knows you don't throw rock twice. And Bear Claw tries to come out and throw rock twice. They try to make the same play happen defensively, pushing through Swamp Riverside. And this time, Texas Nation, like, you're not going to, fool us once, shame on us, but fool us twice, shame on you.
What if you're trying to psych him out, Alan? They're like, he's not going to throw rock 3 times in a row. Throws rock 3 times. You don't do that?
I'm that guy. I'm that guy.
Okay.
I am that guy, pal.
All right, now I know. If I ever play rock, paper, scissors, I got you.
Or just throw paper.
That's right. Brezzy with the sniper. Looking for some shots. I do look to change up, but the problem is the first shot doesn't connect. So now Bear Claw Esports, they know the sniper's in play. And the nades are coming in. Beautifully done. Double naded out. They'll find the kill onto Brezzy, and that is going to open up a lot more of this site.
Oh, they know Kismet's inside. The stun check not finding intel means that you can get in and take up key rotation position away from the defense of Texas Nation. They have to recover Granny's house. You have to. Or you set up to maybe try to play around the back. But Kismet and Havoc will actually get gifted the 2 kills onto Noisy and Radial, one on either side of the house itself. So now you're down to a 2v3, and your numbers advantage in map positioning just completely gets nixed by the SMGs of Texas Nation winning their individual gunfights.
And you're going to be forced to make a play likely on A. That's where the bomb is. You're low on time, so you're going to have to commit, and you don't really have a lot of time to make this play happen, but Exotic, he does find General in the back, and Welly finds Kismet. So from a 4v3 to a 3v2, back to a 1v2. Havoc has been incredible so far. Can he pull off yet another big play here for his squad? Welly on the bomb. He finds it, and the bomb doesn't go down. Havoc kind of fakes going in. There's no time to plan it. He just needs to play his life and hide, and it looks like he's done exactly that. Havoc gets there again, plays his life, and wins the round for his team.
Bro, greasy gang. Just, that is the definition. Oh, man, you get the kill at the very last fraction of a second, and then you just sit on the staircase. It's just, oh, boy. Oh, boy. What an important round that is.
Yes.
after losing a first blood by good set hits from Bear Claw, you reclaim house, you establish your SMGs once again, and now he kind of makes Bear Claw have to set up. I would say this is the time to set your point of contact defense. Yeah, okay, so Welly's going to play backside B. You're going to get Noisy jumping on the window to see if anyone's going to hit house. Exotic watching the push through, and then Radio will make sure no one hits through the front door. This is the default setup that Bear Claw was running so successfully in the first week of groups.
Hello.
Yikes.
Havoc is all right here. He's looking for the second as everyone does the jump up top. And you're starting to lose quite a bit of control already around the site. You have no one on the back tank here, but Havoc does get a little aggressive, is not punished for it. I think he spots Exotic, decides to challenge him through the window, finds the kill. Havoc on 4 in a row. Welly, it would take a 1v4, now 1v3, and you're pinned at the back.
Oh, man. I was about to say, the only problem with this defensive setup is you have nobody up top. And I actually prefer when Radial just gives up the front door to Granny's and plays on the window. So you stop that potential push through. Because if someone breaks through into Granny's house and they take that main kind of living room area, so what? You can't really do anything from there. You got Welly that can watch the cross and Noisy that can make sure there's no push through. I don't know, man. I think that's just a flawed setup for Bear Claw there, largely off of Radial's position. I hate to call it one player who never even gets point of contact, but that whole setup has to be reading where the aggressive play will come from, and the only thing you're missing is high ground control, and that's honestly the only thing that could really beat up that setup, because you've got two players that are hoping that the ladder window stays safe.
Well, it's starting to become do or die here for Bear Claw Esports. Do not want to have to be forced to start winning rounds here. See what they have for us. Every single time they've tried to get aggressive inside of Granny's, it's typically worked. But Kismet, ready, waiting, has the iron up, and finds the first blood. But Noisy, beautiful nade, able to answer back, takes down General, will be able to retrieve the bomb here as well. That is huge.
And this 3v3 does have some legs over towards A with how this defense has moved back, largely because of the aggression shown from Bear Claw. So as the bomb gets planted, how quickly do you want to go for this, Havoc? Is he going to sneak for a defuse? He's going to sneak for a defuse. Oh my God, there's nobody here. Noisy has to come back to check this. They never saw it. They were getting into their post-blind setups. Nobody saw this.
No way.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, man. I mean, that's like such a ballsy call because Havoc is just waiting outside of the site saying, listen, I'm going to hop this right away. And you have a player who's pulling off a flank through the bottom of tunnel, I believe it was, to come through for a check. But he just doesn't get there in time because they don't expect Havoc to hop on top of it. The man is 11-4. He is solo winning rounds with sticking defuses. And this is Bear Claw Esports' best search and destroy map. They are down 2-5. And they have to win every single one from here on out. And Havoc, aggression, right into Granny's. Hello! Havoc is running at them, but will be punished. Noisy says, too aggressive there, buddy. Shuts him down, and we get to take a breath.
But look how much space that provides Texas to even work with in this 3v4. Welly's not a part of this play at all. They don't, like, the Bear Claw doesn't know that Texas Nation are full stacked on towards A. And as Noisy gets picked apart trying to make a play through the middle of the map, this is a huge 3v3 setup that actually favors Texas Nation. The bomb has not been planted as of yet, though, and as Bear Claw start to realize that, okay, maybe there's not a play towards B. Welly comes closer, and with this three-man stack, numbers look decent for Bear Claw to stop at least a play towards A for now. But once again, the read from Texas Nation, let's go sniff out what's over at the B site. Answer, nothing. Welly crosses back over, and that's going to lead to a 2v2 as General tries to plant. Radio comes to deny, and Bear Claw will salvage their defense.
They do save the play. I mean, Havoc was just quite literally sprinting to the back of the spawn, seeing exactly if he could set a record or something like this and how fast he could get back there. And Noisy does win that battle. If he doesn't win that battle, all of a sudden, more players defensively start to get exposed to the minimap if they take shots, even if they trade Havoc. So the fact that Noisy wins that battle is actually so huge on the fact they win that round. So big plays here for Noisy. We'll be able to keep things alive. However, that's just the start. That's the first one. You still got to come away with 3 more, and now you're attacking.
This is exactly what I wanted to see from Bear Claw. Wait. Don't throw too much. Try to sniff out a read. Throw a couple of stuns. And then double set this if you're going to throw nades back. But they're not going to. They're just looking for information. These are just the feelers in this situation. The thing about it is, I think you still need to commit members in towards house to stop an immediate defensive retake like we just saw from Havoc in the past. So if you can get a plant, get your ARs holding towards barn, and you can keep an SMG into house, that would be ideal. Oh, no.
That's not ideal, Alan.
No.
As they lose
That's the
to.
opposite of ideal.
Now 2v4. Bomb is down. Bearclaw Esports, well, it might be coming down to this. Exotic, the last one up in Texas Nation. They pull off the reverse sweep. Back-to-back champions in the elites. They close this one out 6-3. Just when we thought they might have been slipping, Alan. They get the job done. They pull it off. 3 maps in a row. Just had to heat up a little bit, and they get there.
I think they're just roping us along here, brother. They're like, oh, we'll keep the first hard point tight. We'll lose it. One of our best maps. We'll come out, get smoked in the surge, make the casters look a little silly after they've been praising us for the last 3 weeks straight. But my goodness, is Havoc ever the definition of final? 12-5, 1,300 damage. And I think if you were just to take the final 3 maps, I think he pulls probably close to 1.9 overall KD again. It's just... holy... And, you know, I still have to say, for Bearclaw Esports, this is an unbelievable turnaround from Season 1 to Season 2. Like,
sure is.
Unbelievable, especially considering that you were able to not just get to playoffs in the first place, which is difficult to do, but you do it by beating Texas Nation for the 1 seed. Yep. You survive through playoffs through a routine amount of Game 5s. Their experience and confidence from here on out has to be super high. Yeah, they got cut short, but there's no reason their heads should not be held high right here.
Of course. I mean, they were 1-6 through the first season. The very first season, they had 1 series win. And I want to say that was also versus, one of the other bottom teams that they were able to win that out against. So, they did not have a good showing. They come in here. They have a different roster, of course. They drop Mochila. They pick up Exotic, who has looked incredible as one of the mainstay ARs here alongside Welly, and has been a very strong flex in just about multiple game modes here for them. So it has been one heck of a turnaround here for a squad that did not start off good, kept the core of the roster together, kept everything kind of in sync with what they like to do, just picked up a player that can help them with their tempo and their speed, and that has certainly done wonders as they've made this run all the way to the grand final. They fall short, but they still give us a series, and this was not a 3-0. This wasn't dominating by any means. It was very close just the entire way through. It was just great adaptation, I think, coming through in the final map there for the set of Texas Nation to do what they do best, and that is win. They have done that so far here through the first couple of leads, and they do that again, as you see it here in the bracket, closing it out 3-2.
And I think the big COD fanatics out there, you look to where, especially if you're a COD fanatic that happens to be a Bearclaw Esports fan, there were mistakes that were made. And in the control that was evident, but even in that search and destroy, 3-4 different rounds, like even in that last round, you're stacking for an A plant, but you've got no ARs watching that top window. That's a mistake. And the thing about it is, you cannot make mistakes versus Texas Nation. You had them up against the ropes. You took their best map mode combo and hardpoint away from them and then made them look silly on the Tuscan Search and Destroy. But you start creating these opportunities for Texas Nation to get back into the game, they will absolutely come right on in, kick their shoes off, and make themselves at home. Because that's what they do best. They still know that they're the best team in North American Challengers. And within the next period, about a week and a half, we'll find out if they're the best team in Challengers, period.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we can do a whole podcast on that. Obviously, we're wrapping up the end of the show, so we won't get into it too much. But the Minnesota event, that's obviously what everyone has their eyes on. Top 4, right, is what ends up going towards the Pro-Am here. And that's the first time we'll see challengers, played on land in the last couple of years. So that'll be a really big one. But overall, Alan, I mean, a really fun stage, a really fun season throughout the entire way. I mean, it was looking like Texas Nation might have just steamrolled their way into, another grand final, but they did not go flawless in the regular season. Bearclaw tested them, defeated them, put them to the test again here in the grand final and see if they could overcome it. They did. They put on a fantastic show. And Havoc, well, he's still doing Havoc things. I think it's almost safe to say he's probably the best S&D player right now in Challengers with the way that he's been playing. So incredible stuff, I feel like, coming through for him. The rest of his squad also got to see some really big plays from General Brezzi, all showing up here for us throughout multiple times in this series. And that's what we needed to see. Everyone stepping up. That's what we get.
It's another checkpoint crossed for Texas Nation as we sign off on Season 2 of Challengers Elite. Still, a lot more to come when it's terms of Challengers action overall, because we've already talked about, of course, the Minnesota Open, but also the Pro-Am still looms. But we say farewell and good night as Texas Nation continued to be on top of the North American region. Even though they find themselves against a new adversary, it's not enough to beat the best. Bear Claw, the runners-up. Texas Nation, $20,000 richer. We'll see you for the Minnesota Challengers Open in a week and a half.